Chapter 1. /n. I don't own any anime or manga, except copies of Death Note. Also manga spoiler warnings. This FIC doesn't exactly have a pretty first chapter, so that's the warning. Like it goes from happy to oh fuck. Real quick. Izuku Midoriya fell out of the tree. Any 4-year-old would really. His hands couldn't hold on to much, but he still somehow got as high as he did in the tree. Luckily, it wasn't high enough to hurt when he fell out. He did still have that little kid luck when it came to not hurting himself. However, another kid in the park saw him fall and she panicked. Are you okay? The girl ran up to the green-haired boy upside down in the dirt. Izuku looked up at her and felt his breath leave again. He was young and didn't know much, but this girl was exactly that word his dad would use towards his mom all the time. And also being a 4-year-old, he still had no filter to stop him from saying everything in his mind. You're beautiful. The girl looked as confused as possible. What? Izuku rolled over into his stomach and stood up. Eye level with the girl. Her dual-colored eyes were pretty. One was gray, and one was turquoise. Her hair was also 2 different colors, being white on the right half and red on the left side. I said you're beautiful.
Saudi.
The girl remembered what the words meant, hearing her mother talk about flowers that were beautiful before. A blush forming in her face. It's okay. She did like his wild emerald green hair and equally green eyes. So you are fine? Izuku rubbed the dirt off of his knees. Yep.
I'm Izuku Midoriya.
He put his hand out like his dad does when he greets people. The girl accepted the hand hesitantly.
I'm Shouko Todoroki.
She looked at the tree. Why were you climbing the tree? I saw it and thought I could climb it. Then I fell off. Izuku scratched his head. Shouko didn't know how to respond, or actually speak normally with most kids. Because of the way her father was raising her, she never really got to experience much, except this exception where her father wasn't in town, so her mother took her to the park. Is it normal to climb the trees? Izuku looked at her confused. I like it. Have you ever climbed a tree? Shouko shook her head. I don't really leave my house. Izuku pointed to the tree. I can teach you to climb the tree. Shouko looked nervous. I don't know if I can. She looked behind her to her mother a couple of meters away, who was watching. Her mother waved her off, allowing her to go with the boy and climb the tree. I guess I could. The green-haired boy smiled. Okay, here is the first step. You get near the tree and grab it like this. Izuku jumped at the tree and grasped it. Shouko tried to mimic Izuku and did it almost successfully, slipping with one hand, but not falling. Hey, you got this. Izuku cheered her on. Shouko smiled slightly. This is fun. An hour later of fun for the two, and Shouko had to leave. Bye, Izuku. Shouko smiled as she waved to him, being led by her mother away from the boy. Bye, Shouko. Izuku waved back. His father was coming over, so it was time for him to go as well. They both didn't know if they would see each other again. The next time they would see each other, it would be as 2 broken souls. Did you have fun? Hisashi Midoriya asked his son as he carried him on his shoulders. I climbed a tree. Izuku exclaimed. I saw. Did you enjoy your new friend? Izuku nodded. She was fun. I bet. Hisashi loved his son's enthusiasm, always so energetic and happy. So are you ready for our trip to the doctor? Yeah. I will get to know what my quirk is. I bet it's awesome like yours. Izuku said. I bet it will be amazing. Your mother is going to meet us there, Hisashi said. Izuku was a late bloomer for his quirk as far as his parents know. He didn't grow a mutation quirk as he still looked like past generations. He most likely had an emitter-type quirk. They would find out when they got to the doctor's. The doctor stared at the syringe in confusion. He had just drawn blood and it wasn't red. It was almost clear, with little specks of white in it. What's wrong, Yuga? Hisashi asked the doctor. It's odd, but I think I found your son's quirk before the test. The doctor held up the syringe. The Midoriyas all looked at the clear liquid. Is that my blood? Izuku wanted to poke the container. He always thought blood was red. So why was his not? Indeed it is. I have never seen a quirk like this, the doctor stated. I have no idea what your quirk entails, but your blood is definitely affected by it. Quirk tests are normally started in the blood, as all quirks leave strands of DNA in the blood, the coding for it. Since his blood is unique, it might take a minute. Let me start working on the file. Blood quirks are vastly different to handle, and this is the first time I have seen blood like this. The doctor wheeled over in his chair to his computer, typing away. Minutes later, a ping went off, and a man with a crazed look in his eyes ran to his computer. Staring at the screen of information, he gained a sinister grin. He read the address of the doctor's lab where the final piece of his masterpiece was located. Finally, he can make the ultimate weapon and take down his rival. All he had to do was go to Mizutofu. So what can you tell us about his quirk? Hisashi asked the doctor after they ran some tests. Izuku, playing with his action figure that was actually one of his dad, who was a pro hero by the name of Spitfire, known for his flame breath quirk. The doctor passed Hisashi an Inko papers. It seems like where he normally would hold the DNA coding for his quirk, it is actually empty and larger than what a normal person would be able to have. What does this mean? Inko asked. Well, to put it in less complex words, picture each quirk as something that takes one slot. His quirk seems to have multiple slots as it would be. He actually does have a boosted healing factor from it. My son could have multiple quirks? Hisashi raised both of his eyebrows. I am not sure how it works per se, but I can always contact a friend who has better understanding of quirks at that level. His quirk definitely is unique. It doesn't fall under his old blood type anymore. It seems to be a class all of its own. Awesome, Izuku remarked. When do you want us to come back for the next test? Hisashi kept his copy of the papers. You can drop by on. The doctor checked his calendar. Does next Tuesday at 1 in the afternoon work? Hisashi and Inko both nodded. That works. Wonderful. Let me do just a little more checking and finishing these notes before we are done for the day. There might be little tricks to little Midoriya's blood that we don't know. Izuku perked up. Like what? Why don't we find out? The doctor held a new syringe. May I take another sample to test fire resistance or toxin resistance? Izuku nodded, letting the doctor prick him for another sample of the clear liquid. The doctor set the new sample aside on a cart and nodded. Let me just put some stuff aside and you can leave. Dad. Izuku started poking his father. Does this mean I can't breath fire? Hisashi ruffled his son's hair. Probably not. Or yes? Your quirk is a mystery to us right now, son. How about this? Doc Aiken. You said that the slots of DNA in his blood were empty, right? Dr. Aiken nodded. Correct. What's your idea? Well, if the DNA space for quirks in his blood is empty, theoretically shouldn't it be possible to pass on a compatible quirk into his blood? Hisashi asked. Dr. Aiken leaned back in his chair, tapping his lower lip with the end of his pen. Theoretically, it might be possible to slide as DNA that is compatible into the blood. Dr. Aiken paused. However, the sort of science is beyond anything I know of at this point. Izuku might have a quirk ahead of its time for all we know. Hisashi ruffled Izuku's hair again. Told you that you would get something special. I'm going to be the best hero. Izuku jumped up happily. Wait till Kaken hears this. Inko grinned at her son. I'm sure he will like it. Hisashi held up another empty syringe. Any chance I can store some, if my own blood with my quirk's coating in case we do have the opportunity? Dr. Aiken nodded. Certainly, this will be a good test. If his quirk does accept other quirk DNA sequences, then we will be closer to the next stage of quirks as we know it. The doctor took some blood from Hisashi. After you get that covered, you are free to go. I want anything that lab has on this boy. Do you all understand me? The crazed man snapped, glaring at the people around him in the van. Yes, sir. The men all saluted, not wanted to test the fragile patience of their leader. I want this quirk, and I will be damned if that bastard Garaki gets this before me. The man pointed at 3 of the men. You 3 will take anything that lab has learned since it was discovered an hour ago, and erase everything they have on it once we have stolen it for ourselves. Kill the doctor who discovered this. He pointed at 4 more. You 4 are with me. I am getting that boy, and nothing will stand in my way. Outside, Hisashi carried Izuku on his shoulders to the car. Well, that was something, wasn't it, Izu? Inko said as she got in the passenger side front seat. Yeah. Izuku said as Hisashi buckled him into his seat. Definitely something to brag to Kaken about. Inko said. Kaken is going to think it's awesome. Izuku said. Hisashi started the car and began to drive. It's definitely something. You might even overshadow my quirk in our family. Can we have Katsudon? Izuku asked excitedly. Definitely. Hisashi nodded. That's when everything went wrong. A giant black van slammed into the car, hitting the passenger side and flipping the car. Hisashi groaned as his eyes regained focus. The car was upside down, his windshield covered in many cracks. Inko? Hisashi quickly looked to his wife. She was still buckled into her seat, but blood was coming from a gash along the side of her face. Hisashi immediately panicked, but he still had to check on his son. Izuku? He groaned as he turned in his seat to look behind him. His son was safely strapped into his seat, but a bruise and some cuts covered him and he was unconscious. Hisashi groaned as he struggled with his seatbelt, burning through it with his flame breath. He crawled out of the car, groaning, before turning and trying to grab his wife. Get the boy now. A deep voice shouted. Hisashi turned to see the van that had hit them had multiple men coming out in full-body black armor and masks. Were they after his son? Why? Hisashi stood up and glared at the approaching men. Stay away from my family. A slim man whose mask didn't cover his crazy gray hair stepped in front of the others. Hisashi Midoriya, the famed pro-hero Spitfire. You don't know it now, but your bloodline will be an amazing part of history. The man made a motion with his hands. If you would kindly hand over your son, there won't be any more harm done. The man was lying, and everyone knew it. Hisashi let his flames rear to life, the flames making his fireproof insides glow a bright orange. I'd rather die than let you touch my son. It must have been about Izuku's quirk, but how did they know so quickly? The man laughed as he removed his white gloves. That is quite within the intentions I have. His hands were actually skeletal, as if made completely from bone. His fingers began to extend into longer, sharp claws. Get the boy while I get rid of this trash stopping progress. The man leapt through the air at Hisashi, who began to shoot flames out of his mouth to burn the man out of the sky. The man crossed his arms to protect his face from the flames, knowing his gear would protect him from the flames. He swiped at Hisashi, who caught the man's arm and swung him over his head, slamming the man into the ground. Before Hisashi could attack again, the man moved and swiped his claws at Hisashi, slashing his leg. HNNGH. Hisashi groaned as he fell to a knee, the cuts not being shallow at all. Hisashi slammed a fist into the man's mask, shattering the glass over the left eye. This hit didn't come without a price as the man cut up Hisashi's right forearm. Hisashi spat out more fire as he didn't relent any part of his assault. The man wouldn't back down from anything either, continuing to get a few cuts into Hisashi. The back and forth ended when the man swept Hisashi's legs and the fire hero fell over. Could have downed this the easy way, less painful death. The man stood over the bleeding Hisashi. You can't stop progress. He prepared to slash Hisashi's throat, but a painful ripping in his hand stopped him from doing it. HH. His fingers all actually got ripped off of his left hand. Get away from my husband, asshole. Inko weakly stood up, having made her own way out of the car. Inko, take Izuku and get out of here. Hisashi kicked the man who was still in shock over his fingers. Hisashi releasing flames at the other men who were after his son, standing weakly on his one leg. Hisashi. Inko took a breath as she went for Izuku, who was still unconscious. Go, Hisashi said. Not wanting to waste a second, he slammed into another one of the men, throwing him into the concrete. Inko nodded and took Izuku in her arms, running quickly. Hisashi stood in between these men and his family, and he knew he wouldn't allow them to touch them as long as he breathed. He could hear sirens as someone must have called the police about this villain attack. Mr. Midoriya. The leader spoke, no longer caring about his loss of fingers on his right hand. He could always make replacements. If you move out of the way, I promise your death will be quick. Hisashi grit his teeth, forcing every bit of his quirk to go off. Sun flames. Hisashi shouted as he sent out a large amount of flames, almost white in color, and the heat could be felt for blocks, as well as the brightness of the flames. Hisashi couldn't see through his flames to know if he got them all, but he could only hope he did. However, fate wasn't on Hisashi's side as he felt multiple stabs into his throat, pouring out blood and making breathing impossible. The man with gray hair removed his claw-like fingers from Hisashi's throat. You can't stop progress. The man pushed Hisashi over, the hero collapsing onto the street, a pool of his crimson blood forming around him. Find that boy. The gray-haired man roared to his still able-bodied grunts. He would not lose his golden piece of the puzzle. Inko ran harder than she had before, only stopping a few blocks away when she felt the heat and saw the bright flash of a huge fire behind her. Knowing it was Hisashi, she started to sob, knowing he was outnumbered and the situation was not easy. Mom. Inko felt her heart skip a beat when she heard her son speak, waking up from the accident. What happened? Sweetie, everything is okay, Inko said as she covered her son's face, putting it in her chest so he couldn't see how badly she was hurt. Where's Dad? Izuku asked. He remembered getting happy about dinner and know he felt hurt and itchy. He will be back, I promise. Inko felt her nerves tearing her apart as she tried to console her son. Just keep your eyes shut and try to think of how Kaken is going to react to your quirk. Izuku nodded, even though his mind wouldn't stop trying to wonder what was happening and why his mom sounded scared. Give me that boy. Inko heard the voice of that evil man shout. She didn't dare think of the implications of him now being after her and what it meant for Hisashi, or how he even found them. A van swung itself a few meters in front of her and stopped, the back opening, and a few more of the men in masks jumped out, blocking her path. What do you want with my son? Inko gripped Izuku tightly, stepping back a few steps. Your son is the final piece of my golden puzzle. The man took a few steps towards Inko, drops of his blood dripping off of his fingerless left hand. I won't hesitate to make you join your husband in a painful way. Inko was surrounded. She had no real hero training, and she doubted that man would let her live no matter what. She had a few years stream down her face and noticed the alley beside her. Seeing one of two options at that point, she went with the one that would give Izuku at least some time. Putting Izuku down, Sue pushed him towards the alley. Izu, run! Inko shouted. Izuku got confused but quickly began to run through the alley, not questioning his mother's tone. Inko turned her back to the alley, tears rolling down her face. You won't touch my baby while I can still stand here. The man glared at her, the last obstacle between him and his prize. You won't be alive when I get him. He approached Inko. Inko used her final moment to wish someone would protect her son. Izuku stopped down the alley, turning around to see if his mom had followed, and he wished he hadn't turned around. Seeing his mother fall to the ground made Izuku start to cry, realizing the severity of the situation he was in. Bad men were after him, and they hurt his parents who were defending him. He couldn't waste the actions of his parents and turned back and ran farther into the alleys. Get him! Izuku heard a voice shout from behind him. He still kept running, trying to take different paths to not be easily found. Sadly, he was 4, and as such had way smaller legs than the grown men, one of which actually had a speed-based quirk. The guard ran up on Izuku and chopped at the back of his neck, making the boy fall over. The man grabbed Izuku by his arm tightly, grabbing a walkie-talkie with the other. I have him, Commander. The guard spoke into the device. Izuku struggled as hard as the 4-year-old could. Let me go. The guard smacked Izuku over the head hard. Quiet you. Izuku started to cry as he still struggled. Quit struggling, or I will give you something worse to cry over. You shall not harm my golden piece. The gray-haired man ordered as he came into view. Eyeing the boy, he grinned. You are going to help me revolutionize the world as we know it, boy. The man gave Izuku a crazy grin through his shattered mask before injecting Izuku with a serum to knock him out. All Might has seen many bad scenes over the years. Villains would always turn to twisted acts to get what they want to achieve, but every time it left a pit in his stomach. This time was no exception. It seems like the unknown villains attacked as they were going through the intersection. Detective Tsukachi said as he pointed to the street the van first came from. A witness claimed they had a leader with gray hair, not hidden by his mask. The man was reported to be after who was implied to be the son, Izuku Midoriya. All Might looked at the black tarp covering the body of someone he had considered an excellent hero, Hisashi Midoriya, the number 9 pro hero Spitfire, had passed away from his wounds. It sickened him that such a great man died in the street in cold blood, seen by many of the people Hisashi himself had worked hard to protect from a similar fate. "Where is the wife and son?" All Might asked. He had met the Midoriyas at one point. Such a lovely family that didn't deserve a horrible event. "I sent a few squad cars in Kamui Woods down that way." Tsukachi pointed down a street. Inko Midoriya fled that way with her son at the order of Spitfire, who held back the villains before they. Tsukachi, as much as he tried to be a man of control, choked on his words. Almost every law official and hero in Mizutofu knew Hisashi. The man might not have been the #1 hero in Japan, but he had the hearts of everyone who lived in Mizutofu. Tsukachi wiped a tear. All Might out a hand on Tsukachi's shoulder. "You don't have to say it." All Might started walking down the street towards where the living Midoriyas were last seen. "I will find them." All Might used his incredible strength to run so fast he was a blur, trying to spot anything that would help him find the Midoriyas. Instead of a clue, he found a Midoriya, Inko Midoriya to be exact. He had arrived at the same time as Kamui Woods, who was covering the woman with a tarp. "We didn't make it in time." Kamui grit his teeth. "The sun isn't here." All Might looked around. The woman had passed in front of the alley. Was there a chance that the boy could have fled? He doubted it, but he still had to check, because if the boy was there, and he didn't search, he wouldn't forgive himself. "I'm going to search the area," All Might stated as he ran into the alleys. But Izuku had already been taken. It was too late. The next day was a quiet one in Mizutofu, Japan. The announcement of the tragedy the night before had spread all over Japan of the death of Mizutofu's prized hero Spitfire, the death of his wife, and kidnapping of his son. A lab that was reported as where quirk tests were happening on Izuku was also attacked. Luckily, no one was harmed too bad there. Only the files on the son were stolen. Mizutofu had a day of silence in respect of their beloved hero and his family. Everyone praying that Izuku Midoriya would be found and taken into safety. A family known as the Bakugos were taking it the hardest in the city, being close friends of the Midoriyas. No one questioned it at all when Mitsuki Bakugo couldn't so much as leave her bedroom being such a mess. Katsuki Bakugo, known as Kaken among other 4-year-olds as the nickname the missing Izuku Midoriya would call him, had shut in also, not wanting to talk to anyone. Izuku woke back up, strapped to a chair in what looked like a doctor's, didn't speak out of fear, his last memory being of that horrible man poking him with a syringe with something in it. "You're awake finally." Izuku heard the man speak from behind him. "Good. I was getting anxious to begin. What do you want with me?" Izuku tried to move his arms. "Don't try it. I tightened more than your little arms could break out of. What I want with you is science. You are a key to the future." The man walked in front of Izuku, and he could see his real face. A large burn covering his left cheek, and 2 crazed purple eyes were the first things Izuku noticed. "Your quirk is the next step in evolution, and I want to use it to guide humanity correctly, even if they don't want it." Izuku felt a shiver down his spine listening to this man talk. He was obviously crazy. "How?" "Quirks take up space, just like any strand of DNA that make humans what we are. But you?" The man jabbed Izuku with a syringe he had, drawing out the boy's unique blood. "Have much more space than anyone, as if your blood is just eager to take its place in history as the first of the next line." Izuku watched as the man took the contents of the syringe, poured them into a vial. "What are you going to do with me?" "You are going to become the first of many," the man said as he took notes. "Izuku Midoriya is dead. You are now Weapon 78. 5 years later, Oboro Shirakumo couldn't take it anymore. He had been kidnapped and used as a test subject by this crazed man, who he learned was named Maruta Shiga. An evil man if there ever was one. He apparently wanted to create a super weapon to help guide humanity into the next era, as he called it. Oboro didn't know what it was, but he could hear screaming somewhere in the complex he was hidden, pained screaming of someone who sounded too young to even know life was like this. It burned into Oboro that he wanted to help the poor soul who was being harmed, but he could never escape his confinement, trapped in a room to be used as a guinea pig for blood that the bastard Maruta claimed was the key to the future. The blood, if it could be called, that was not even red like everyone else's. It was almost like liquid glass. It made him sick, and that itself infuriated Maruta, claiming that humans couldn't just accept the next step of evolution. Oboro could never get so much out of Maryuta to find out what was going on. One time asking what the screaming was and receiving an answer of cries of the future. Oboro needed out. He needed to save whoever was screaming, day in and day out. Maryuta entered the room, his crazed purple eyes looking at Oboro with disgust. I have one final test with you, and if you can't handle it, I will dispose of you. Maryuta didn't wait for an answer before he began to wheel Oboro, who was strapped to a wheelchair, out of his cell and down a hall. I cannot waste my golden piece on such tests, so I must use you. Oboro didn't know who the golden piece was, perhaps the person always screaming? He couldn't ask because Maryuta had gagged him a week ago. He was wheeled into a viewing room, and on the other side of the glass was a boy who was barely 10, covered in soaked rags and looking like he was dragged through hell to be there. This must have been the person who was always screaming. You are going to be the first subject I test on this specific matter, so bravo, Maryuta stated as he cleaned off a syringe, stepping to a door into the other room. I need protection of my golden egg, and if I did my tests right, you shall be that protection, whether your mind accepts it or not. Oboro watched as Maryuta put the syringe in the boy's arm, pulling out clear liquid from the vein, making Oboro realize this boy has the blood that Maryuta seems to worship, in his twisted way. The boy didn't fight it, as if he had stopped struggling long ago. Maryuta walked back into the room with Oboro. As much as it pains me to bring unnecessary harm to my egg, I need your mind to only want to stop that pain from coming to him. Maryuta pressed a button and buzzed in a guard of his, who walked up to the boy. Maryuta put some equipment on Oboro, including making sure he couldn't look away from the boy on the other side of the glass, and injected the clear blood into Oboro's arm. Begin the procedure, Maryuta announced to his guard, who began to torture the boy. Oboro struggled with his binds, wanting to stop the man from harming an innocent boy, ignoring the sickness he felt in his chest. Maryuta grinned sickly as his experiment was working so far. Damned filth, Maryuta screamed, striking the body of Oboro Shirakumo, who had died 2/3 of the way through his test, his body not handling the blood of his golden piece. No person he could find could handle the blood, and it infuriated Maryuta. Get him out of my sight, Maryuta shouted at his guard, who had stopped his torturing of the boy. His golden egg lying on the floor, breathing heavily and crying quietly. The guard heaved the bag with Oboro's body into the back of the van, planning on taking it to a separate facility to keep for future use. May I ask what is in the bag? A chilling voice came from behind the guard. The guard turned and saw a towering man in a suit stood there. The guard didn't even know how he got there behind him. It's just trash, the guard answered. You're lying. I don't appreciate lying. The man said, what are you even doing here? This is private property. The guard remembered and drew his weapon. The man didn't even react. I wanted to check on an old acquaintance. However, I now doubt he would be hospitable judging by your reaction. The man took a step forward. Perhaps I can let you live if you give me that body. The guard's eyes widened. How did he know? Don't bother lying. I have an acute sense of hearing and I can firmly tell you that that man is not dead. However, I feel like he might not want to be around you people anymore if you shove him into a bag without properly checking if he is alive. The man clapped his hands. Hop to it. I don't have much longer before my patience wears out. The guard didn't lower his gun. How was a guy with nothing on him going to intimidate him? TCH, I was hoping that someone might have sensibility. The man sighed before he flashed forward towards the guard, knocking him into the ground with his immense strength, breaking several of the guard's bones. Apparently I was wrong. He stomped on the guard's windpipe, cutting off any more breathing. The man looked at the bag. He could feel a useful quirk in the man there. Perhaps his friend Dr. Garaki could make use of this man. Whatever this is, all for one. It is amazing, Kyudai Garaki exclaimed as he continued to look at the vial of clear liquid extracted from his new test subject. How so? All for one asked. He hasn't seen Kyudai get this excited in a while. It's extraordinary. It's like blood, but a whole over level. You know how quirks leave coating in their DNA found in blood, correct? All for one nodded. It's like this liquid is aware of that and attempted to make itself much more. I think this blood is capable of holding as many quirks as your own quirk. All for One got surprised. Has another quirk like All for One unearthed itself? Is it this man's? Cute Eye shook his head. That bastard Shiga must have engineered this. The man on the table here must have been a test subject. Why did the man almost die? All for One had a pretty good idea why, but he wasn't the doctor here. This fluid seems picky. If I had to say, it might not want to have symbiosis with anything. Can we make it have symbiosis with this man? All for One figured this could be their first Nomu, as Cute Eye wanted to call them. I believe I can make it work, yes. The man didn't die yet, and I left some of it in his bloodstream. Cute Eye took the vial of clear liquid and put it on the table with the body of Oboro. However, I believe that this man might need the entire batch to keep him stable. All for One tried to see if he could absorb the unique blood. However, it seemed to refuse to let him absorb its powers. He couldn't feel even a slight pull on it. Perhaps it was just a serum. He should find out eventually if he could find the person who had this quirk and take it from them, or get them to switch sides. 2 years later, Maruta looked on the other side of the glass, proud of his latest leap forward on possibly the greatest project he will ever have. Through a combination of quirks that on their own would be useless, he had made his first version of his ultimate enforcer. The clear blood with more white specks than before all over the other room did nothing to disrupt his belief of the beauty of the moment. Excellent. Maruta grinned. Send more guards to contain him. He looked to the lab assistant next to him. He won't go back down without a fight. The only problem Maruta saw with his golden project is how the boy still had that spark of fight in him. All happiness, kindness, and other emotions long since dead throughout the years he was a test subject. However, he still seemed to have that spark. It held up the boys while that wouldn't bend at all to Maruta. The boy would comply with tests by all means, learning the hard way that not complying meant he would get punished. But the boy still had his willpower to keep his mind his own, instead of the puppet or willing enforcer Maruta wanted him to be. It didn't matter. He could always take 4 more years if he did his math right, to completely shatter the boy's mind into a puppet. And then he would truly be the ultimate weapon. 3 years later, All for One breathed deeply through his life support system he had become confined to for the last 4 years. Kurogyri. All for One pressed a button to use an intercom, summoning his loyal follower. A swirl of dark mist appeared in the room before Kurogyri stepped out. His yellow glowing eyes focused on All for One. You need me, master? Yes. Tamura should know that you will be gone for the afternoon once I give you your task. What will you have me do? Kurogyri asked. You remember me telling you of that place we found you? All for One grabbed a piece of paper. Yes. How they tortured me, and you freed me. Kurogyri nodded. I want you to find anything you can on a clear liquid that is like blood. I want it to be ours. Destroy the place if you see fit. Leave them nothing. Kurogyri nodded, taking the paper with the address and memorizing it. It shall be done. Kurogyri disappeared in a swirl of dark mist. Kurogyri entered the compound, feeling a sense of déjà vu as he looked at the empty corridor. Feeling that he should go farther, and he stopped when he heard a scream of pain. The scream resonating something inside of him and made him want to go protect the person. He quickly made his way there, avoiding guards with ease as they were lax this far in the compound. Finding his way to a security room and dispatching the guard in it, he was able to find the source of the screaming. It was a boy with white and green hair, being what could easily be described as beaten beyond need. Seeing that boy in particular being in pain made something in Kurogyri's blood boil. Suddenly, Kurogyri had a memory he did not remember pop back into his head. As much as it pains me to bring unnecessary harm to my egg, I need your mind to only want to stop that pain from coming to him. A crazed-looking man spoke to Kurogyri as he pressed a button and buzzed in a guard of his, who walked up to the boy. Maruta put some equipment on Kurogyri, including making sure he couldn't look away from the boy on the other side of the glass, and injected the clear blood into Kurogyri's arm. Begin the procedure. The gray-haired man announced to his guard, who began to torture the boy. Kurogyri didn't know why he had that memory. Maybe it was blocked off from trauma? Even knowing that the need he felt to protect the boy was implanted, he still needed to get that boy away from these monsters. He couldn't return him to All for One because he had a moment of doubt that All for One will be kind to this boy. He also needed to destroy proof that this boy's blood was the actual liquid, and that the liquid wasn't more than just a serum concocted by Maruta Shiga. Kurojairi looked at some papers and read them, finding a name for the boy, Izuku Midoriya, or Weapon 78 as Maruta wrote down. Kurojairi remembered taking walks around Mizutofu and knowing that Midoriya was the name belonging to the late hero Spitfire, someone Mizutofu still grieves over a decade later. Perhaps he can call in and have them raid this compound, freeing the boy. However, he needed to make sure the boy would be free. He fell to the floor, cracking his jaw that immediately healed itself. "For a weapon, you sure are weak." The guard laughed as he adjusted his grip on his staff. "However, your healing is definitely something." He couldn't take it anymore. The constant pain, tests on him, loss of blood, and endless torture had finally reached a tipping point. He used the strength they have him and broke out of his binds, jumping up at the guard, large pointed bones erupting from his forearms that he stabbed into the guard's chest. Kurojairi's eyes widened as the boy snapped on camera. He would have to act insanely fast. Maruta stepped back towards the hall. "Confine him, and we will continue tomorrow." Maruta stepped into the hall and down to his office. The boy tensed up as two more guards entered, both carrying rifles. "Stand down, 78. One guard ordered. The boy didn't comply to his pseudo-name from them, instead pointing his hands with his fingers out at the guards, his last joints all shooting out like bullets and piercing them in multiple places. "Bastard!" One guard yelled as he grabbed a vest and jumped at 78, intent on getting the device on him to stun him and put him down. The boy dodged with high speed, and another jagged bone erupted from his right arm, which he pulled out with his left hand and stabbed into the guard's side. He followed it up by pulling the bone out and stabbing it into the guard's temple, killing him. 78, stand down. The last guard ordered. "HH." The boy screamed as he began to attack the man, who didn't last nearly as long as his ally. The boy was shaking with rage, but he was trapped in the room, it being meant to contain him in a situation like this. A swirl of mist appeared in front of him. "Please step through the mist." A voice said, "If you want to get back at them, that is the way." The boy didn't hesitate to jump through the mist, ending up in the hallway outside of his containment room. "We have a breach," a guard shouted before the boy attacked him. Kurojairi knew the boy would do all right for a few minutes. Next, he had to alert the law enforcement in the area so they can make sure the boy is safe after the night is over. Every single person in the precinct tensed up when a swirl of dark mist appeared and a voice of a man spoke. "I have no time to call. If you want to rescue the son of Spitfire, go to this location. Bring someone strong and someone who can suppress quirks. Please do not mention this happened." The mist disappeared and a paper was left there. Every police officer scrambling to grab it. "We have a breach in Sector C. Weapon 78 is on the loose." The intercoms blared as the boy slashed open the chest of another guard. 78, stand down. Another guard shouted, every guard saying those words in the hope that the boy's mind-breaking they had put him through would kick in. It was in vain, the process never having been finished, so all the boy had was just a shattered sense of reality that was twisted around how he wanted every single one of them who had out him through hell dead. The boy screamed as he jumped through the air at another scientist, stabbing him repeatedly in the chest as he shoot off more finger joints that kept growing back just as fast as he was firing them, shooting multiple guards and staining the walls of the complex red. It was the fastest any raid task force has been put together, every officer, SWAT team, and pro hero in the area of Mizutofu rushing as fast as possible to join the team made to rescue the son of Spitfire. It has been a long decade of waiting for the people in that room. Every single person has been itching to avenge Spitfire and save his kidnapped son. It has actually been a guiding point for some aspiring heroes and heroes-to-be, all wanting to avenge one of the most beloved heroes. All Might was called in from Tokyo, who had said that he would rush to the complex as fast as possible while everyone else prepared for whatever they might face. The warning of the man in the mist was not being taken lightly. Tsukachi pumped a shotgun. You all know why we are here. A team of villains murdered a great man in cold blood and kidnapped an innocent young boy. We don't know what we will see, but we will make Hisashi proud of us here tonight. Every law enforcement officer in the area whooped, and began to load into vans. Maryuta didn't know how 78 was outside of his containment. He had to go sort this out himself before it got too out of hand. Weapon 78 has made it into Sector E. Repeat. Weapon 78 has made it into... The intercom cut out, but not before the sounds of ripping was heard. Maryuta cursed. He can't let his golden egg destroy all of his work. The boy known as 78 threw a guard into a server tower, shattering the machine under the force he used. Another guard tried to shoot the boy, but he used another forced upon him ability to react faster than he should have and dodge the bullets. Getting behind a wall, the boy created a shield from bones that sprouted out of his ribs, covering his midsection. Making guards for his arms, he jumped out of cover, holding his arms over his face to prevent any bullets from hitting it. Rushing at the first guard who was shooting hit, he made spikes of bone sprout from around his shield, impaling the guard in several spots. Rumi Usajiyama arrived at the complex, eager to avenge her childhood hero. Kicking down a door, she saw several guards aiming at a door away from her, all of them whipping around and facing her, not quick enough to save themselves from her quick attacks. Incapacitating all of them, she held her hand to an earpiece. "I entered through the south," Rumi said into her earpiece. Normally Rumi wouldn't work with anyone, only ever dreaming of working with her childhood idol Spitfire, but that dream was cut a decade ago. Now was a special occasion since she had the chance to save her idol's son from whatever hell these bastards put him through. No way would she pass it up, no matter how many people she had to team up with, and there were many people involved in this. "I have entered through the East Tower." All Might broke down the door in front of him, seeing a tunnel that led underground. He heard an intercom go off. Weapon 78 is locked down in Sector E. All personnel equipped report to Sector E to contain Weapon 78. All Might didn't know what Weapon 78 was, but whatever it was definitely causing BA disturbance. "I am investigating this Weapon 78. All Might said as he memorized a map that said where each sector underground was. "Tread with caution. It sounds like Weapon 78 is one of theirs that is not nice." Tsukachi spoke through the mic. "He's over there." A guard shouted as he aimed his gun and started to fire, hoping a bullet would end the homicidal teen's rampage. The boy took several bullets to his right arm, which he ignored as he flashed towards the guard, pulling bones out of his opposing arms to hack at the guard as his wounds began to visually heal fast. "This brat's a demon." Another guard swore as he decided his jump wasn't worth it and tried to run, before a bone embedded itself in his spine. The boy heard slow clapping as he killed the final guard in the area. He snapped his head and faced the man who had caused him hell for 10 years. "Bravo, my golden egg."
Enra.
Maryuta clapped. "I knew you would be a marvelous weapon, but this much devastation with no proper training? I can only imagine how you will grow under my teachings in the next few years." The complex above ground was quickly taken by the heroes and police, half of the guards having gone underground to stop this Weapon 78 from breaching containment.
Tsukauchi?
An officer said from a security room.
What?
Tsukachi ran over to the officer. "I found him." The officer pointed to a screen. Tsukachi looked in astonishment at the boy who had been missing for a decade, surrounded by bodies of the men he had slaughtered and staring down the man who started this all. "I knew you would be a marvelous weapon, but this much devastation with no proper training," the man said on the camera. Tsukachi put a hand to his earpiece. "Midoriya is Weapon 78. Repeat, Midoriya is Weapon 78. Tsukachi ran for a tunnel to go underground. He is being confronted by the leader right now. Hurry. The boy glared at the man with so much hate, no longer trying to hide his only emotion he could feel anymore. Don't be like that, 78. This was a good little break for you. And now I know the multiple quirks you have now are wonderful together. You truly are a golden egg. Stop calling me that. The boy shouted, spikes of bone erupting from his hands. I am not a damn egg. Maryuta didn't even seem fazed by the yelling. Yes, you are a golden egg. Stop calling me that. The boy growled. Every law officer not containing the left alive guards crowded the security cams to watch the scene. All Might ran down the corridors, trying to find where Izuku was. He had to hurry. Rumi found the area. She could hear shouting on the other side of a thick metal door. Rumi screamed in frustration as she couldn't break it down. She was so close to avenging her idol, and a damn door that was locked was blocking her. Maruta made his one intact hand erupt into much larger bone claws than he had used on the boy's parents. I believe it is time for the egg to go back to his room. Rage crossed over the boy's face even more. He yelled before he jumped at the man, more bones sprouting over his body. Maruta blocked the attacks of the boy. Being more trained than the boy have him an advantage over the murderous rage somewhat. However, it didn't last as the boy slashed off Maruta's entire left arm. It made Maruta fall over in pain. Maruta managed to kick him away as he fell. I'm going to make you feel how I have for the past 10 years. The boy shouted as he stomped towards Maruta, ready to make this man die. Move out of the way, miss. All Might shouted as he charged past Rumi and broke down the door. The giant locked metal door broke down and Rumi and All Might entered right as the boy stood over Maruta. I made you the next step in evolution. Maruta shouted at the boy. It was not suffering. He couldn't believe the boy was defying him. The boy slammed his fist with bone spikes into Maruta's chest. I haven't felt safe in 10 years. The boy began to repeatedly stab bones into the crazed scientist's chest, cutting up everything inside. I hate you. He kept shouting over and over again. All Might and Rumi didn't know how to react at first, the boy's pure hate scaring them both momentarily as he hacked into the man who has caused him so much pain. The boy slowed down after a minute and began to start crying slightly. Rumi was the first to react, moving over to the boy who was crying and held him, facing him away from the scientist he just murdered. It's okay, Rumi whispered. He's gone now. She wasn't one for comforting people, but those felt like the right words. All Might watched as the boy began to sob hard into Rumi's shoulder, his suffering finally over. Kurogiri had a grin as he watched the pro heroes All Might and Mirko escort Izuku out of the compound. Rumi felt slightly miffed that at this point the boy hadn't so much as moved more than a meter away from her, making her an escort. She wasn't complaining by any means, she just wasn't expecting the boy to latch onto her of all people. Right now she was beside him in a clinic, where Recovery Girl was trying to check on his health. He was tensing up too much and looking like he was on the verge of freaking out just being in the clinic. However, Rumi's presence and her saying it was fine did help him somewhat. The hardest part was when Recovery Girl needed a blood sample and he actually did flip his shit for a second at the sight of a syringe, bones sprouting from his arms in self-defense. Rumi managed to get him to calm down so Recovery Girl could get the sample after a few minutes. Whatever those bastards did to the boy made him not like anything resembling a hospital. Recovery Girl had been consoling as well. Her many years of experience helped her know how to work with a disturbed patient. After it was all done in there, Rumi led Izuku to a couch outside of a meeting room, where a few officers were watching the boy. I need you to stay here, Rumi said to him. I need to be in that room for a while, and I promise I will be back out in a minute. Izuku still didn't speak, not saying a word since he screamed at Maruta. He did nod uneasily, however, and sit down, gluing his eyes to the door that Rumi went into. Nizu tapped on the desk as the higher-ups of the raid all stood around a table. Nizu being allowed despite his not being involved in the main raid. He was invited because of the next part of this night. What happens to Izuku Midoriya? All Might, Chief Tsukauchi, Kamiri Woods, Rumi, Nizu, and a few higher-up officers made the list of people in the room. What happens to him now? Kamiri Woods asked. We were too busy wanting revenge to not prepare for something like this. What is his status? Nizu asked. Tsukauchi sighed, feeling like the events of the day had aged him by years. He can't stay calm when we had Izuku in the hospital room. Recovery Girl says it might be caused by the layout of that complex and his containment area being like a hospital. He also at this point can only stay calm if Mirko is with him. All Might added. I believe his hate for the people in that lab was the last part of him to be there after all that happened. So when the man we identified as Maruta Shiga got killed and everything ended, Izuku had nothing left, and Mirko being the first one to console him made him attach himself to her. Kamui spoke next. Did anyone find files that explains what happened to Midoriya? Tsukauchi patted a briefcase next to him on the table. Everything they have ever done to him specifically has been found and put here. Tsukauchi pulled some papers that had been highlighted. skipping last all of the horrible things. It turns out that Izuku has multiple quirks, all because of his original quirk, which is labeled as clear blood. How does he have multiple quirks? Nizu raised an eyebrow. Notes from that madman show how Izuku's blood was made to carry more quirks, either as a coincidence or his quirk specifically did that. The man wanted to make him a weapon, which had been mentioned multiple times here. I can just off all the quirks that were added. No one stopped him, so he spoke. A quirk labeled Super Regeneration was added first. He can regenerate wounds and injuries apparently really fast, which I think a few of the men saw when he went through the guards at that compound. The next few are all small things, but added together they created a quirk Maruto labeled Skeletal Control. The ability to control his osteoblasts, cells responsible for producing bones. The ability to control his osteoclasts, cells responsible for breaking down bones. The ability to regulate his bones' calcium density. A fifth quirk was added to energize and keep these quirks going no matter what, as long as Izuku can fight, labeled Mako Fa, helps him use these abilities without limit. Mako Fa? Kamui asked. All Might felt a twinge of guilt, knowing that Mako Fa pertained to him. He was also worried that somehow someone even knew about it in the first place. Apparently this Mako Fa is mentioned to not have its own strength aspect, but only energy stockpiling. Tsukachi read the notes. It's just a battery for the boy. He also has quirks labeled Senses, which boosts his senses greatly. A reflexive quirk that gives him reflexives on the verge of premonitions pretty much. And a final quirk labeled Super Strength, which makes his strength and speed be high up there on the scale of strength. Quite a list. Nizu remarked. That takes away the mystery of him taking down a whole compound of guards. His mental state isn't exactly healthy right now, Kamui stated. What do we do with him? Rumi spoke for the first time at that meeting. Let him stay with me. Everyone looked at her confused. Mirko, with all due respect, we dash. He isn't calm around anyone but me right now. Rumi cut off Nizu. I don't like people, but he is the son of a man who saved my life when I was his age. Let me return the favor and save his son from himself. Mirko, he isn't stable. He could very well attack you if he has a breakdown. All Might warned her. If you keep treating him like a ticking time bomb, he will act like a ticking time bomb. He attached himself to me because when he finally got to end what could be described as hell for him, he had absolutely nothing left. I was the first one to try to help him. I won't take no for an answer. She wanted to leave the room to where she had asked the boy to wait, the boy not wanting to really leave her side. You people can keep checking on his mental health, but I will keep him with me like a little brother. Everyone could tell by her facial expression she wasn't going to take anything short of yes as an answer. Nizu nodded. Very well. Tsukachi nodded as well. Every week. What will we tell the public? Kamui asked. Everyone in Mizutofu hasn't let go of Spitfire's death, and rumors of this raid have no doubt already been spread. If we don't tell them enough, there will definitely be riots until they get more. As much as I don't want to reveal the sordid details of what happened to poor Midoriya, the public won't test until they get the details of why Shiga kidnapped him and murdered his parents. All Might said. Once they find out it was because of a unique blood quirk, they will inevitably find out about the other quirks he has. Other crazed villains might try to stake a claim in the boy as well. Some officers and people who helped with the raid have already gone home by now. People will already know the truth, and we can't cover it up. Tsukachi said. I believe that as bad as it would be for Midoriya, we have to reveal everything. The best we can do for him is to keep him as far out of the spotlight as we can. If the slaughter of his captors is called into question, we will state the facts. A decade of torture made him fill with hate for them, and whoever that man of mist was helped release him and take out the villains. Nizu said. What notes did that man have over Midoriya's mental state? Tsukachi, read more. Shiga was in the middle of trying to break the boy. He had notes applauding the boy's will to defy him, but said in more recent notes he was close to finally breaking him. It looks like we got lucky and saved him before he was a puppet. If it wasn't for that man in that mist, we wouldn't have found Midoriya in the first place. What about his education? Kamui asked. It will be helpful in restoring his mental state. Nizu thought about it for a second. May I offer UA when the time comes? It will be easier to watch him there, and I can give him a personal test when the exams come, and until then as his caretaker it should be up to Miss Mirko. Rumi nodded. I can homeschool him to make sure he is fine. He remembered his name was Izuku. Not hearing his real name for 10 years and only having pain made him forget the years he had beforehand, as few as they were. He could hear everyone talking in the room next to him thanks to his senses-boosting quirk, which made his hearing sharper. He didn't like how everything was out of his control again. He wouldn't fight these people on it because he knew that unlike the people at that cursed lab, it was for his good, not their personal gain. He just wanted to sleep at that point. Not the half-sleep he had done for the past 10 years in between tests and torture at that horrible place, but actual deep sleep. The few officers who would walk past all weren't afraid of the boy. Some seemed to look at him like he was a ghost for a second. A few asked him how he was, but he didn't know how to answer, so he would just stare at the floor. The meeting finally ended and Rumi felt irritated. Of course, they would want to have a press conference an hour from now. She actually had to be there, and Izuku had to come with her so people could see that the long-lost boy truly was okay, for lack of a better term. It was made clear by everyone that Izuku only had to be seen for a second. No one expecting him to speak at all if anyone tried to talk to him. "Hey Izuku." Rumi called to the boy as she went into the hallway, the boy instantly getting up. "We have to do one more thing, and then I'm taking you home." The boy nodded and began to follow her. Rumi decided right then to take the next day off and get him actual clothes, because the clothing they gave him to replace his bloody outfit from the compound was not enough. "Mirko." All Might approached the rabbit hero. "May I speak with Midoriya privately?" Rumi raised an eyebrow, wondering what the #1 hero wanted to talk to Izuku about. His facial expression seemed like he was hiding something. "It's up to him." Izuku looked at All Might and knew what he was going to ask about. Mako Fa being something he heard them talk about in the other room. Izuku spoke for the first time in hours. He knew. All Might sighed, getting the answer he didn't want to hear to the question he hadn't answered yet. "I was afraid of that." Rumi definitely wanted to know what was going on. Who knew what? Izuku added to what he said to All Might. "I heard him talk about plans of tricking you into giving me it." All Might sighed yet again. This situation was not good for him. A madman knew his secret, and if it wasn't for some man in dark mist, he might have passed on his secret to a weapon. Luck was on his side as the boy was saved, and the mad doctor was dead. "I won't tell," Izuku said, and then he stopped talking. Rumi wanted to find out what it was, but Izuku wasn't someone she was going to push for information, and All Might seemed worried about it. "Let's go to that conference." The press conference took place an hour later, and probably every single reporter and media person in Mizutofu had tried to make their way to it. Learning that it was about a raid on the man who killed Spitfire made everyone in Mizutofu watch it on the edge of their seats, eager to get closure on the tragedy of their prized hero's death after a decade. Katsuki Bakugo, upon hearing of it from his mom on the phone, ran home just to be able to see if his old childhood friend was okay. The kidnapping of Izuku shaping Katsuki's growth as a person greatly. Is it true that the man who killed Spitfire had been put down himself? One reporter asked. Yes. All Might nodded. He has been identified as Maruta Shiga, a scientist on quirk research who went off the deep end years ago. Which hero killed Shiga? A reporter asked, everyone paying close attention. As much as killing was frowned upon at the Hero Society, Spitfire was too beloved by Mizutofu, and his death hurt them, making them all wish his killer would die as well. Finding out that the man has been killed in a raid made everyone want more answers. He was actually killed by his victim of kidnapping, Izuku Midoriya. Nizu answered, they couldn't lie and had to make sure that the boy wouldn't be smeared in the press, which Nizu doubted would happen because of the love Mizutofu had for his father and the situation Izuku was in. Where is Midoriya? Another reporter asked. Tsukachi took this question. He was out through hell for the past 10 years. He isn't well right now, and we are doing everything we can to help him recover. He is in the back with our own Mirko. Can we see him? That reporter followed up his own question. If seeing him would put everyone at ease, yes, but please don't overwhelm him. All Might said. A few seconds later, Mirko, frowning, feeling like this was wrong for Izuku, brought out the boy, who stayed behind her. Katsuki couldn't believe his eyes. It was his childhood friend. His appearance had changed radically, but he knew it was still him behind the emotionless eyes. Izuku had gotten taller, more athletic build, but still on the verge of being malnourished. His emerald green hair had spots where it was now white like bones, and was matted down and ragged. He had a large scar right below his left eye that went from the edge of his eyebrow in a curve towards the edge of his mouth, as well as multiple small faded scars along his arms and body where his clothes weren't being what would be assumed as more. The reporters were all silent for a second. The resemblance Izuku had to his father was noticeable, but not as much as his scars and the dead look in his eyes, as if his emotions were long gone. He was avoiding eye contact with everyone staring at the floor in front of his bare feet, not wanting shoes. He quietly spoke, but everyone heard it because of how silent it was in the room. "Can I go now?" Rumi shot everyone a look, like they better let the boy leave. All Might nodded. "You can leave now, son." Izuku shuffled on his feet and left the way he came, Rumi following him. Once the doors closed behind the two, a reporter spoke. "What did that villain do to the boy?" All took the question. Shiga discovered that young Midoriya had a unique quirk that makes his blood vastly different from anyone else's. He, in his madness, wanted to make Midoriya a weapon to guide humanity where he believed it should go next, thinking that Midoriya was the first in the next step of evolution. All for one would have raised an eyebrow if he had one. It wasn't a serum, but the boy's blood? That explains why it only seemed to want to work with him. Years from now, when he can leave the damn bed he was confined to, he would seek the boy out. Maruta was close to breaking the boy, but All for One knew he could finish the job. What exactly about his quirk made it something the villain would go to such lengths to get? The first reporter asked. Tsukachi took the question. "Quirks take up space in our DNA and in our blood. Midoriya's blood actually makes that space much larger to accommodate more quirks if possible. The villain Shiga, with sick methods, forced quirks upon the boy. We have a list of every quirk he has. Is it true that he went on a rampage and killed most of the people who held him hostage?" A reporter asked. Tsukachi wanted to find whoever let that slip and smack them over the head. 10 years of something this stressful led to Midoriya snapping at them. An anonymous tip thankfully alerted us to the situation, and we came there during that event. Does he now have violent tendencies? Or was that just a result of their treatment of him and his lashing out? A reporter asked. It has yet to be made clear what his mental state will be after everything that has happened, but we will have proper people on hand to help him recover. Nizu answered. How did one boy slaughter that many people? Another reporter asked. The combination of quirks he has does make him quite a fighter, even with no proper training. He ironically used what they forced upon him to return the harsh treatment of him back. What will happen to Midoriya now? The first reporter asked another question. Kamui took that question. He doesn't feel safe or calm at the moment around anyone except Mirko, who was the first to reach him during the raid. She has volunteered to watch over him, and for the seeable future it will stay like that. Izuku followed Rumi into the apartment. This is my apartment. Since you seem to like me, it's yours also for the time being, Rumi said, and Izuku nodded quietly. I have a guest room, and you can have it. Rumi pointed to the room. If you need anything, I will be back in a sec. I'm getting out of my hero suit. Rumi left for her room, and Izuku looked around the living room of the apartment. It was a simple design. A TV that had a coffee table, recliner, and couch in front of it. 2 shelves with books and Rumi's personal items. Izuku went to the guest room and saw that it also had a simple layout. A single bed with white sheets and a balcony he assumed was shared with the other bedroom. It felt strange to Izuku to no longer be afraid of every second a person coming to run cruel tests on him, every sound not being of something meant to tear him down. Instead, the room was quiet. It felt almost wrong after the last 10 years to be safe. He sat on the bed slowly, afraid this might all be a sick dream to lower his guard. The fabric of the sheets felt real, and that comforted Izuku. Maybe he can finally feel safe again. Rumi came to the room a few minutes later to check on Izuku, who had not made any noise since he followed her in the apartment. She found him sound asleep on top of his covers, probably passed out from exhaustion. Rumi carefully brought a spare blanket to his room and placed it over him, hoping he wouldn't flip out on reflex. Luckily he didn't, and Rumi left the room, letting the boy sleep. Tomorrow she could start teaching him things he missed out in the past few years and help him recover from everything. Kurogyri stood on the balcony, a feeling of happiness at seeing the boy sound asleep, no longer in danger or the hands of a twisted man. He knew he would have to tread carefully with All for One now, to make sure the man didn't question his loyalty that had wavered towards the boy. /in, that's chapter 1. Hope everyone enjoyed it. Sorry if people are freaking out thinking Izuku is now going to be a ruthless killer. I wanted to try writing a story with a few darker elements, and this chapter definitely has that. I honestly had a struggle deciding what to do with Maryuta during this chapter. By the way, that's actually the original name of the Noma Dr. Kyudai Garaki, who was also in this chapter. I felt like keeping Maryuta around after Izuku got freed, but I felt like the man I made wouldn't let his golden egg just leave, so I had them fight. Him underestimating Izuku and believing Izuku to be under his control at that point. Sorry to anyone pissed that I killed off Hisashi and Inko. I want to make my writing better and wanted to test how well I can handle that. P.S. Please tell me how well I am. If no one noticed yet, which is weird because title, I actually gave Izuku the dead bone pulse from Kimimaro from Naruto. Listing 3 random quirks is what makes it possible. If anyone wants to know, because I feel like I should state it right here in all caps, Izuku is not getting OFA. I gave him mock OFA to make up for it, and I already made the kid OP as shit, so that things gotta go to someone else, and I honestly want to give it to the person I had at the beginning of the chapter, but that's something I want to ask people about. As I normally say at this point, I hope you enjoyed it, and let me know how it is. 116 Chapter 2.
/in, I don't own MHA.
In case no one noticed, I changed the title because I think this one fits better. Questions are being answered at the bottom. BTW. Rumi entered Izuku's new room early in the morning to see him on the floor, sitting against a wall with his head in his knees. She had heard a scream a minute before and rushed to find out what was wrong. She was glad that at the least it was just him and the numerous bones that must have popped out of him in self-defense. Are you okay? Rumi asked as she got closer, stepping over bones that were decaying at a fast rate. I had a nightmare. Izuku spoke quietly without looking up. I have those too. They suck. Rumi slid down next to the boy. The best part of a nightmare is afterwards when it's all over. I was back there, Izuku said, Rumi guessing he was referring to the compound they saved him from. Was it really saving him if he slaughtered 3/4 of the people there himself? I normally have nightmares about the time a villain had me hostage also, Rumi said, remembering the villain Spitfire had saved her from in her early teens. You were kidnapped also? Izuku raised his head a little. It was a sick man who wanted me for my body. He wanted it for his own personal gain also, Rumi stated. However, I got saved by your dad actually before long. Izuku tried to remember his father but couldn't. He knew there were memories before the compound, but they were too far away and overshadowed by the pain of the past 10 years. I don't remember my father. Rumi felt angry that Izuku couldn't even remember good memories from before his own hell happened. He'd be proud of you for keeping your will for so long. I was a hostage for a week and I could barely handle it. Before Izuku could say anything, his stomach growled. How about we go get breakfast and then everything else I want to get you? Rumi offered. Izuku nodded, getting up and following Rumi out to the living room. Rumi frowned looking in her fridge, realizing she didn't really have much because she never bothered to have a lot on stock. Why stock up a lot when you only fend for yourself? Now she had to also provide for Izuku. Let's go out for breakfast, Rumi said as she closed a cupboard. Once they had breakfast, they can go get supplies and such for Izuku. Okay. Izuku nodded and followed her. All for One pressed on the intercom next to his bed. Kyudai, I would like a moment to speak. All for One said into it. I shall be right there, Kyudai replied. A moment later, the doctor entered the room. Are there any health concerns? All for One shook his head. No, I am as fine as I can be given my situation. I, however, want to discuss this clear-blooded boy. I assume you saw the press conference in the raid last night? Kyudai nodded. It made my night to find out Maryuta bit the dust because of his own creation. I knew that he couldn't have created a serum and was just stealing from someone. His arrogance was his downfall. The man was always a blind fool. All for One let his friends speak ill of his rival for a moment. Yes. However, onto the boy more so. Those foolish heroes have revealed too much, and I believe we can use this to our advantage. How close do you think Maryuta got to breaking that boy? Kyudai took a second to think about the methods he saw his rival use before they hated each other with ferocity. If the few seconds that boy was on screen supplied anything, it was that he was close. I know his methods, and he would have made it so the boy's mind was so warped that Maruta's will was the only thing that mattered, much like our Nomu's. However, if the reports of last night's raid suggest anything, the boy was close to breaking completely in that manner. I have no doubt that the boy has no will of his own for the most part. He probably found the first person and attached himself to them and what they want. How hard would it be to break him into one of us? All for One knew he could break the boy if he wasn't bedridden, but Kyudai has enough of his own methods to help All for One. If not, he could always break the boy into a puppet bodyguard for Tamura. If we get him here, it should be no problem at this rate. However, we should make sure not even an inkling of a connection is there for him to hold on to, Kyudai stated. However, since he has had an incomplete process of mind breaking, I believe that there might be symptoms and effects to the boy. Like what? All for One asked. Like a spasm of the mind, for example. He might suffer from searing headaches and mental traumas. Might strike out an impulse at people now that he knows he can fight back in self-defense. All for One had an idea. The heroes all were playing themselves for fools the night before, revealing the sordid truth of that compound and what happened to the boy for 10 years. What was worse was that they, in their infinite stupidity, revealed that the boy had numerous powerful quirks and mental instability. He could easily manipulate the fools in Mizutofu against the boy, and when the boy had no way to go or person to trust, All for One could be there, offering an open hand to a world that would hold him in a regard of the superiority his blood made him. Let the heroes believe that they have him for now. However, I would like some of his blood to bide time. Make a new powerful Nomu perhaps with it. Kyudai grinned. I know exactly which one to send to get some blood. Rumi had never seen someone so confused by the sight of a normal breakfast, and it hurt her a little. She watched him poke it and knew he was probably still doubting his release from the compound was real. She wouldn't call him out for it because she was not that bitch. She would let him take his time adjusting. One other thing she wanted to say something about, but couldn't, were all the people who saw them on the street. Apparently everyone in Mizutofu had to see that press conference the night before banned. They all had one of a few reactions upon seeing the boy. Either one, stare at him like a ghost because of his resemblance to his father. 2. Stared at him in wonder because of the news of his powerful arsenal of more quirks and the fact that he took down a compound basically by himself. Or the final one that made Rumi mad. Actually being worried around him because of what was said about his mental health and how he actually ruthlessly killed about 40 people. Even sitting down in a diner, people would keep looking over, and Rumi could tell some were waiting to hear him speak or do anything. Ignoring them, Rumi spoke to Izuku. After breakfast, I was thinking first we go get you some clothes. I doubt you want to wear just those every day. I'm also making you get shoes. It has to hurt walking everywhere barefoot. Izuku poked his eggs a little as he ate slowly. I don't mind. Walking like this isn't bad after having drills making holes in my feet for tests. It wasn't what had happened to the boy that bothered Rumi about what Izuku just said, even though that itself was horrible. It was the way the boy spoke calmly about it and shrugged off something so horrible that happened to him like worse things have happened. Rumi fixed herself. You might be fine, but you should still have some shoes. Okay. Izuku responded quietly, not arguing. He didn't like how he could feel people staring at him, waiting to see what he would do at any given time. He continued to eat, but the looks made him nervous. A few minutes passed, and soon people stopped watching as much. It was almost normal, but it was quickly ruined. Izuku's head throbbed, and his vision became flashes of black and white splotches. He felt like his head was on fire. Izuku fell out of his seat, clutching his head in pain, screaming like he was being attacked, and dozens of bones sprouted out of him hectically. Everyone jumped out of their seats away from the boy when it happened except Rumi, who had gotten startled definitely, but she didn't jump away. Rumi didn't know how to approach the boy while he was screaming. His bones could cut her for all she knew. After a few seconds, he stopped screaming but was still holding his head in pain. Rumi moved slowly towards him and out a hand in his shoulder. Izuku, are you okay? Rumi felt like an idiot asking that. Of course he wasn't, but what was she supposed to ask? Izuku made a sound close to a whimper as his grip on his head lessened. His vision started to turn back to normal. Rumi decided to add a new item to the agenda. She was going to take Izuku to Recovery Girl to see what the hell that just was. Recovery Girl tapped her pin against the papers. Rumi had brought that poor boy back to her because he had some sort of mental breakdown. Going over files retrieved from the compound and checking on the boy, she had a clear picture of what had happened to him. She hadn't seen it in quite some time. It was a good thing Rumi had taken to the boy who latched onto her. She can definitely help his recovery mentally. What is it? Rumi asked. I am sure you are aware that the man who tortured this sweet boy tried to break him into a puppet, yes? Recovery Girl spoke. Rumi nodded. What exactly made this happen? That man didn't get to finish breaking little Midoriya. The process he was using left a mental imprint that was unfinished. Luckily, at the point everyone intervened, he can still recover. However, it is like running a program with a bug in it. Occasionally, there will be a glitch. What kind of glitches do you think he might have? Rumi was hoping he wouldn't have anything bad. Recovery Girl thought for a second before answering. The episode he had earlier is a good example of things he might experience. He can recover completely from it, right? Rumi asked. He can. It won't necessarily be easy or quick, but there is a path to heal. Can't you just kiss him with your healing powers? Rumi asked. I can't heal mental troubles like that. Recovery Girl answered. Just try to encourage good thoughts in him and help him become whole again. Rumi nodded. I'll do my best. Recovery Girl handed Rumi some gummies for her and for Izuku. He will appreciate it. Kyudai looked at his creation inside of the vat of liquid. It was magnificent given what he had to work with. His nomas all were indeed marvels of science, but because he didn't have that piece that Maruta had, he had to improvise putting more than one quirk in a body. They still operated wonderfully, but the stress if the many quirks causes all of the noma's brains to cease the capabilities if higher thinking. The only nomu he had been able to make that can think on its own was Kurogyri, and it was because he had that boy's blood as a product inside of him, being the filter and way the multiple quirks can work together simultaneously and not overwhelm the brain. If he can get blood from the boy, he can surely make more higher-end nomus, which brought him to his nomu in the vat he was looking at. It was perfect for this, as the original person that this nomu was when they were alive was someone who had a quirk that gave them teeth like a vampire from old stories, among other quirks Kyudai gave it. The fangs actually being able to suck in blood to be stored in sacs hidden inside the noma's upper cheeks. The nomu would follow any order given by one of the three people who had complete control of the nomus, so all Kyudai had to say when he let it out was its task, and it would carry out that task until it was completed or it died trying. Kyudai pressed a few buttons, draining the vat and releasing the nomu. It slowly stood up to its massive height and stared blankly ahead, awaiting a command. Nomu, Kyudai said as he pulled out his phone, which had been paused on the press conference the night before where Izuku was seen. The nomu looked at Kyudai with intense focus. I want you to find this boy, Izuku Midoriya, and take some of his blood. Do not kill him, but fight off anyone who steps in your way. I want both of your sacks filled with blood, do you understand? The nomu nodded as it stared intensely at the screen, memorizing what Izuku Midoriya looked like. I will have you drop near where his caretaker is holding him once we find his location. Do not chase after or pursue others in any way too much, just make sure they won't get in the way. Your job is to take some of his blood, without killing him, and go to this point for extraction once the job is done. When Rumi left the office and gave Izuku the gummies, he was at first confused, not knowing what to do with it. Before they left the grounds of U.A., they got stopped by one person, Principal Nizu. Hello, Miss Usajiyama and Mr. Midoriya. Nizu greeted. How are you doing on this fine day? Rumi didn't really want to talk to Nizu, or anyone from that press conference. She felt they had revealed too much about Izuku. However, they were literally right in front of him, and he was addressing them. As well as Izuku's normal silence, she would have to be the one speaking. Just doing a checkup, Rumi answered. And how are you, Midoriya? Nizu looked to the boy. Izuku didn't respond immediately, taking a second. I have mental trauma. Rumi wondered if Izuku was eavesdropping when she was talking to Recovery Girl, but remembered he has heightened senses and probably couldn't help hearing it. Nizu wasn't expecting the boy to be blunt about it, but nodded. It was a tense situation you were in. Izuku didn't react to that understatement. If you need anything, we always have an open door for you, Midoriya. Nizu offered. Izuku nodded, still not comfortable speaking to everyone yet for that long. We have to get going. Rumi spoke. We have a busy day. I won't be keeping you then, Nizu said as he stepped aside to go around them. It was a nice pleasure to see you. The two walked past Nizu, Izuku feeling like Nizu was watching him closely, just like everyone else, waiting for him to explode. Alright, so when it comes to clothing, honestly go with what feels comfortable, Rumi said as she guided Izuku into a clothes store. Nothing feels uncomfortable to me. Izuku spoke. Rumi wanted to curse herself because she remembered earlier when he passed off getting holes made in his feet. She should definitely make a note that she's pretty sure his pain tolerance and being comfortable with clothing was really high. Okay, how about colors? Green or white? Izuku answered. She noticed he had picked the colors of his hair, which made her want to ask a question. She had seen a photo of him before the raid to know what to look for, and back then his hair was all green. Why was half of it white now? Hey Izuku, why is some of your hair white? Izuku stopped looking at a rack of shirts next to him and put a hand in his hair. I don't know. It became like this after the quirks were added. The three that make me control my bones. Izuku looked sad remembering the compound. Oh, Rumi replied. She decided quickly to make Izuku feel better with the first words that came to her mind. I thought it was just you copying my hair color. She tried to use a tone to make sure he knew it was a joke. Izuku didn't notice, humor being something he has long since forgotten about. I didn't meet you until yesterday, he replied with confusion. Rumi sighed. Remembering that he was taken at the age of 4, pretty much everything will go over his head. I know. I was making a joke. Izuku still didn't get it. Oh. After I get you some books to catch up your education, I gotta get a sense of humor for you. Rumi patted Izuku's head, him looking confused by the action. Okay. Izuku responded. Well, if you like green and white about this for a jacket? Rumi held up a light jacket that was white and had green stripes going up the sides. It has them both. Izuku held the jacket. The fabric was nice. He was about to respond but got cut off as something large crashed through the front windows of the store. Racks of clothing got knocked over as a hulking figure stood up to its full height. The figure had black skin, large claws for fingers, large fangs that were visible because the person had no lips. The figure was also missing the top of its head and skull, its brain being completely exposed. The most problematic part for Rumi and Izuku were the cold, dead white eyes trained on Izuku, holding a same emotion Izuku had himself. The person took no time to jump at Izuku, who had little time to brace himself. The person struck Izuku with a punch that shook the building, breaking Izuku's shoulder and sending him back into the other wall, cracking his back as he hit it. Izuku! Rumi yelled as she saw the boy slowly picking himself up, his shoulder fixing itself. It reassured Rumi that Izuku's regeneration quirk was so fast. However, she was definitely going to kick this large villain's ass. She ran after it as it jumped at Izuku. Izuku thankfully had time to react and created a wall with his bones to block another blow, the bones cracking underneath the strike. Get away from him! Rumi yelled as she slammed a kick into the person's shoulder, cracking it. The person responded by having their arm heal just as fast as Izuku's had, and swung that same arm into Rumi, sending her into a rack of clothes. The person rushed at her. Izuku jumped away from his bone wall and had spikes come out of his forearms, jumping at the perfect opportunity to attack the person, impaling his bone spears into the person's shoulder blades. The person let out a screech and twisted their arms behind their back, despite the bones Izuku had stabbed in his shoulder blades, and bashed his fists into Izuku's back, crushing him and breaking his bone spears off. Izuku was pulled by the person to in front of him, the person preparing to bite Izuku's neck. Rumi stopped the person by launching a foot straight into their temple, twisting their neck. Izuku was dropped like a bag of rocks, his regenerative ability working at fixing his forearms and back. Rumi attempted to attack the person again, but they grabbed her by her leg and swung her into the floor, cracking the floorboards underneath her. Izuku saw Rumi's weak movements and glared at the person. Why was he even here? What reason does he have to attack them? He didn't care about those questions and only felt rage, bones sprouting from his palms as he slammed them into the person's collarbones. The person screeched again and tried to slam a fist into Izuku's side. Izuku was counting on that, and a large spiked bone erupted from Izuku's side, and the person's fist split in half, getting cut in half down to the wrist. Izuku wasn't prepared for the next attack when the person slammed forward into a wall. And since Izuku was on his chest, Izuku got smacked into it hard, his bone spears breaking off. Izuku was too disoriented to prevent the freshly healed person from grabbing Izuku, pinning his arms to his sides, and clamping down with his large fangs on Izuku's neck. Ah! Izuku screamed in pain as he felt like his blood was being drained. Rumi struggled to get up. Her ankle was definitely more than sprained off of being swung like that. However, she needed to protect Izuku. Looking at the scene, she saw the thing drop Izuku, 2 holes in Izuku's neck that were closing, and the clear liquid that was Izuku's blood dripping off of the thing's fangs. Was it possible that this was a villain after Izuku's powerful blood? She couldn't let it get away with any. "Hey, jackass!" Rumi shouted as she leaned on her good leg, getting the thing's attention as she launched another kick. "Eat shit." She cracked the kick over Thing's cheek, unknowingly rupturing one of the sacs and releasing the blood out of the creature. The kick had sent the creature out onto the sidewalk. Rumi didn't notice as some of the clear blood seeped in through cuts in her arm, entering her bloodstream. The Nomu felt the blood that released from the sac. It actually wasn't capable of healing and knew that its parameters of the task were ruined. It couldn't return with both sacs, so it had to use just the one. Rumi smirked as the blood was lost to the creature. All she had to do was break the other one, or just dislodge the thing's head entirely, since she had high feelings that this thing wasn't human. Her smirk was gone, however, when the thing screeched again and jumped at her, hitting her hard in her midsection, and she got sent into a wall, falling unconscious as she fell to the ground. Izuku weakly got up, his loss of blood making him feel weak. However, he wouldn't stop until this bastard who hurt Rumi suffered. "AGH!" Izuku shouted angrily as he jumped at the creature, more bones than before sprouting out of every part of him as he spun in the air, cutting up the creature in numerous places. Izuku shot half of the bones off of him as they cut into the creature, making them impale into the creature. Izuku extended his finger joints into claws as he began to use them to hack into the creature's face without remorse, tearing it to shreds. "I'm going to kill you." Izuku shouted his rage at the creature over it hurting Rumi as he kept hacking and hacking away at the creature. Seeing that its regeneration speed was slowing down, meaning Izuku was close to killing it. The thought kept Izuku going despite the blows the creature were giving him. The only thing keeping Izuku attached to the creature being the bone spike Izuku kept attached to his knee that was going through the creature's chest. The creature finally got a good strike in, hitting Izuku's thigh and breaking it. As a result, his bones spiked from his knee unattached from him, making Izuku lose his standing on the creature. The creature slammed a punch into Izuku's stomach and sent him flying into a car, Izuku groaning and not getting back up. The creature, missing an arm and half of its face, quickly jumped away and disappeared before the police or heroes could show up. Izuku sat up straight, his healing that slowed down slightly fixing his wounds. He looked at the area they had fought in, bones that were quickly decaying into dust littering the ground. That thing was there for him, and Rumi was hurt because of it. Izuku had to find Rumi. Trying to stand up, Izuku fell off of the car and onto his knees, too dizzy to see clearly. Suddenly his vision became splotches of black and white and his head seared in pain again. He didn't scream this time because his throat was too sore to do it. Spiked bones erupted from him again. The episode only lasted a few seconds, but it would influence Izuku's big decision a few minutes later. Izuku weakly stood up, hearing sirens nearby. He moved towards where he last saw Rumi get hit and found her unconscious on the ground. The creature was there for Izuku and his blood, meaning another villain was after Izuku. This was definitely not the last time this would happen, and Izuku didn't want Rumi to get hurt again just because of him and his blood. Izuku found a pencil and a piece of paper nearby among all of the discarded items that were thrown everywhere in the fight and wrote a message on it. Quickly stuffing it into Rumi's pocket, he got up and ran away. "Yo, Bakugo, did you hear what happened?" An extra spoke to Katsuki. Katsuki turned to look at the extra. "I don't care about whatever damned fight happened in the hallways." "Well, the fight was a villain attack." The kid held out their phone for Katsuki. It's Izuku. What? Katsuki snatched the phone to see what happened to his old friend. He is either missing or kidnapped again. The police can't find him, and some witnesses say that apparently he ran away. The kid said. Katsuki ignored the kid to watch someone's phone recording of Izuku tearing away at whatever the hell that thing was. I'm going to kill you. Katsuki couldn't believe he was watching his gentle friend fight so savagely and violently. Maybe Izuku wasn't the person Katsuki remembered him to be, and that thought scared him. This was a headache that Tsukachi didn't expect. The police investigation of the scene couldn't find any trace of Izuku. He had simply vanished into thin air, just like the villain that had attacked him. Mirko was hospitalized, and the press were tearing the heroes apart over the situation. Midoriya was just rescued from captivity not even 24 hours ago, and now he is missing again. A reporter said to the cops and workers trying to clean the area, as well as investigate where the boy could have gone. How have the police become so lax that something like this could happen? Tsukachi pinched the bridge of his nose. In hindsight, it wasn't wise of us to reveal as much as we have done when it came to Midoriya's unique situation. It seems a villain tried to take advantage of Midoriya and take his blood for his own. We are doing everything we can to find him. What about Midoriya's actions? A reporter asked as they played the recording that no doubt would be used quite a bit over the next few days. I'm going to kill you. The by now unforgettable rage-filled voice of Izuku came from the phone. How can we trust that he can avoid using violence like that against a random citizen? What justifies acting like a monster? A reporter asked. That boy was tortured from the age of 4 for a decade, for God's sake. Tsukachi snapped at the reporter. He is not going to act like a saint on the first day of freedom. A villain attacked him, and he could only use what he had after years of pain. Tsukachi took a breath. When we find him, we can help him control it. All for One grinned, as it was definitely a good day. The Nomu had returned in a broken state, but luckily it had managed to keep the amount of blood for just one more Nomu. However, that wasn't what made him happy. The whole situation had made the heroes get called into question for how poorly everyone handled Midoriya's situation, revealing too much and how he was missing. Even better, someone actually compared the boy's actions to that of a monster. Soon more people might do so, and that will help ostracize the boy, pushing him closer to All for One's grasp. The boy's disappearance did make things a bit difficult, but time would remove all hurdles. Rumi opened her eyes weakly, trying to figure out why every felt sore when it came back to her. Izuku! Rumi shouted as she sat up, seeing she was in a hospital. All Might was sitting in a seat nearby, as well as Kamui Woods. Ah, Miss Mirko, it is good to see you awake this soon. All Might smiled. Can it? Where is Izuku? Rumi didn't want to waste time on pleasantries. All Might bit his lip. We don't know. You don't know? Rumi repeated. How do you not know? A witness claims he ran off in a similar direction that the unidentified villain had escaped to, but so far no one has seen him since. All Might hated that the boy was now missing. Why would he run off like that? Rumi grit her teeth. It's your fault. Excuse me? All Might got confused. It's your fault this happened. It's yours, and everyone that was at that damned press conference. Rumi stated. You all acted like dumbass, too busy concerned about not wanting the media to be too fucking annoying, so you revealed what should have been kept a massive fucking secret. What were we supposed to say? Kamui asked. Not that Izuku has blood that lets him have multiple quirks, or who he was with, or the fact that he has mental trauma. Rumi yelled. You could have just said he had a rough fucking time, because that was the truth. Now he has an even worse time because everyone in Japan knows by now that he has unique blood and is mentally unstable. Any number of villains can just finish what that fuck started on Izuku because they are going to want to. A nurse came in to see why Rumi's machines were going off the charts to see her yelling at the two people, who despite being in good condition were actually worried for their safety from the hospitalized rabbit hero. The nurse didn't want any vitals to go bad for Rumi while she was healing, so she pointed to the door. Can you gentlemen please leave? All Might and Kamui both left. The nurse did a checkup on the stewing rabbit hero. Rumi felt angry still. Izuku was now alone with possibly the biggest target on his back, and she couldn't so much as leave this bed because of her own injuries. Before the nurse left, She pointed to the chair next to Rumi. All of your belongings are right there. Rumi, now alone, decided to at least check her phone. Grabbing her jacket, she saw a paper fall out of it that she didn't remember being there before. Grabbing the paper, she read a message she knew was from Izuku. I'm sorry for everything. Reading it made Rumi upset. Did Izuku apologize for running away? Thinking he was being a burden on her that he definitely was not? She knew right then that the second she could leave that hospital, she was going to devote all of her time to finding Izuku. The son of the late Hisashi Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya, is now missing. After yesterday's raid that rescued the teen from a crazed Dr. Maruta Shiga, a villain attack happened at noon today. Izuku heard a TV report what had happened a few hours ago. He still hadn't quit moving. He didn't know where he was going, but he had to be far enough away from Rumi that no other villains would hurt her trying to get to him. He had taken the jacket that Rumi had grabbed for him at the store and used the hood to hide his face, seeing as how everyone around him all seemed to be hearing about, or only wanting to talk about the villain attack he was in earlier. Everyone would soon know his face, so he had to keep it hidden. The hood. It was a good thing it was starting to rain, so his hood up and his head staying low wouldn't be as odd. His only problem now was the fact that there were some tips in the sweats the police had given him the night before, and he was barefoot, something that would definitely attract attention. That kid fought like a savage. Izuku heard someone say as they watched the fight. After what happened to him, what do you expect? A person replied. They made him a monster. Izuku skipped a step when he heard that. Was he really a monster? He did ruthlessly kill many people the night before. No, that was different. They were the monsters torturing a kid and he was acting in self-defense. Was it different really? He had enjoyment for the first time in years killing them. Only a monster would enjoy killing others. He wouldn't have felt so many people watching with caution if he wasn't one. It didn't help that the few people who were caring of him, his mother, father, and Rumi, all got hurt because of his blood. How did they even expect to reintegrate him back into society so fast? The first person asked another question. Did Izuku not fit in anymore? Would he ever fit back in? Something boiled in Kurogiri's blood. Upon finding out what happened to the boy, he was secretly protective of his blood had started to burn. Getting worse when he found out Izuku was missing and he couldn't just up and leave to find him. He had to figure out what was going on in his blood that made it burn. Rumi was still pissed later. They wouldn't let her leave because of something off in her blood. The nurse from earlier walked back and followed by Recovery Girl. Hello, dearie. The sweet old lady Recovery Girl said. Didn't expect to see you twice today. Hello. Rumi wouldn't be rude to Recovery Girl. She was too sweet of a lady. Why am I still here? I thought I was fine. That's actually why I am here. Recovery Girl said. You technically shouldn't be fine. What? Rumi asked. She had a doctor early with a healing quirk and nothing was broken anymore. What was supposed to be wrong? Apparently you have some, if Midoriya's blood in your system. Recovery Girl stated as she tapped a paper the nurse handed to her. And all of the records found say that everyone ends up dying after not even an hour of having it in their system. The only person who lasted past the hour was Oboro Shirakumo, who was thought to be missing for years. What happened to him? Rumi felt like she should be worried for her safety, but something in her was telling her she was fine. It is reported that he died, and that's all. Recovery Girl looked at Rumi. It's possible that you survived because of how small the amount was that entered your system, but it was still enough that you should be ill at the least. Maybe I'm lucky. Rumi suggested. Possibly. I want to personally make sure there are no side effects to it being in your system by running a few tests. Is it possible I might gain the quirks he has? It is unlikely. Recovery Girl said. I've been reading notes, and it seems as if Midoriya's blood only takes to working properly for him. You might gain a healing factor that is small, but that is it from what I can tell. How long before I can leave? Rumi asked. Recovery Girl knew why Rumi wanted to leave so badly. She wanted to go find Izuku. I can make this quick, not even 20 minutes. The rain was pouring hard by the time Izuku had left the city. His bare feet should have been making him shiver by now, but because of his added quirks and his poor treatment over the years, he didn't mind it at all. In fact, to him, it was nice to feel the rain that bounced off of his bare skin and the splashes his feet made in the puddles formed by the rain. They were experiences long lost to him, and it was comforting. He had luckily not been questioned by anyone on his path out of Mizutofu, no one wanting to stay out in the rain. Izuku didn't know what to do anymore once he stopped at a distance marker on the road. He was free for the first time to make his own decisions. Where would he even go? A car pulled up beside of him and stopped. Izuku tensed up as the window rolled down, and he saw a blonde woman looking at him. "Hello." The blonde woman greeted him. "Do you need a ride? It's raining bad out right now." The woman then noticed that the boy she was talking to didn't even have shoes. He must be a homeless kid. Izuku shook his head, feeling more at ease because it wasn't someone after his blood. "Are you sure?" the woman asked. "You could catch a cold. I've had worse," Izuku replied. Suddenly the blonde realized who she was looking at. He was the missing boy from the news. Why was he all the way out here alone? Was he running away? "Ryuko," the emerald-haired woman in the driver's seat, said quietly. She also figured out who he was. "Tomoko, I know," Ryuko responded. She knew there had to be a reason the boy was leaving the city. She wouldn't force him to go back, but she at least could offer him a place to wait out the storm. "Izuku," she said to the boy who flinched at his name. "Do you want to join us for dinner?" Izuku looked at the woman slightly confused. Why would anyone who knows what he is offer a place to test it all? "I promise we won't tell." Ryuko elbowed Tomoko slightly to get her to agree. "It's this nice camp that you won't get rained on." Izuku shook his head. If he went with them, then no doubt pain would come to them also. Ryuko bit her lip. She really didn't want to force the boy to get in the car, but he couldn't just wander down the countryside like he was. She considered them lucky that he didn't immediately flew when they said his name. Tomoko spoke next. "They won't find you at the camp." She also didn't want this boy to just wander around aimlessly. "You can leave whenever you want, but please don't stay out here in this rain." Izuku wanted to shake his head again, but he finally started to feel cold from the rain. At this rate, the rain was getting worse, and if Izuku didn't find shelter, he would freeze before the rain stopped. He figured he could trust these two, so Izuku nodded slightly. "Okowo." Ryuko smiled as she reached behind her and popped open the back door. Izuku climbing in. "I was going to be worried sick about you if you stayed out in the rain. That's not healthy." "It wasn't bothering me for a bit," Izuku responded. "I believe that. I'm Ryuko Tsuchikawa, and this is Tomoko Shiratoko." Tomoko waved when Ryuko introduced her. "Hello." Izuku weakly waved back. He felt awkward being in the car, especially after telling himself over and over again that he doesn't belong anymore. It was such a sudden switch to agree to go with the first nice person he met. Ryuko had a small frown as she saw how conflicted Izuku looked with himself, worried about whatever was going through his mind. She wouldn't be stupid and immediately start asking him questions. She saw how fragile he seemed to be on the news the night before. If she had to guess, he must have ran away after the villain attack thinking he was the problem. She pulled out her phone to let the others know through text that they have a guest, and to not overwhelm him. "Where are we going?" Izuku asked quietly. "We have a training camp we go to on weekends to practice our quirks and such," Tomoko answered. "We actually train UA students sometimes at one of our camps during their breaks. We like to keep ourselves at the top of our game," Ryuko added. "No one should be there but us here, and our teammates plus a nephew." Ryuko wondered how Kota would act around Izuku. His parents' recent deaths have made him bitter towards most people. Tomoko parked the car and waited until she saw the front door of the main building open before she turned off the car. The rain was absolutely pouring now, like someone was just dropping buckets of water from the sky. Tomoko and Ryuko rushed to get out of the rain and to the lodge, while Izuku walked. He didn't know why they were running, it was just water. Ryuko turned once she got to the lodge and looked back at Izuku. "You'll get sick if you walk slowly like that." Izuku stepped onto the porch. "I have a high immune system." He didn't want his weapon to get sick. Ryuko and Tomoko both frowned. They knew he didn't have a good past, but the way he spoke about it was just off-putting. "Well, you're not a weapon, and that means you could get sick eventually." Tomoko spoke as a large person approached them.
Iyawara.
Ryuko hugged her friend. "How is the rain?" Yawara looked out of the open door to see how bad it was dropping. "It's bad, but apparently he thinks it's sunshine." Ryuko commented on Izuku. Yawara looked at Izuku and understand the somewhat cryptic message Ryuko sent him and Shino. The boy had mud-soaked bare feet, tattered pants, and a green jacket that was soaked. He did look worse for wear, and he was staring back at Yuara. It bothered Yuara to see the boy's eyes that had virtually no life to them. "Hello, I am Yuara Chatora." Yuara offered a hand to Izuku. Izuku remembered how to shake hands and did so. "Izuku Midoriya." Yuara was surprised at the strength he could feel Izuku had. For someone skinny, he had a high level of strength. "You have a good grip?" Izuku didn't know how to respond. "Thank you. He's like that," Ryuko said as Yuara noticed Izuku's lack of social understanding. "I got him to agree to dinner because a boy his age shouldn't be wandering around random roads during a storm. I will let Shino be aware of who our guest is," Yuara said as he went to find Shino. Tomoko looked at Izuku's current clothing and messiness. "We have a shower and spare clothes you can borrow." Izuku nodded to accept the offer. Ryuko wondered if he was going to stay silent a majority of the time. "It's this way. We keep spare items for the students when they are here." Izuku followed her quietly. Rumi was itching really bad to leave the damned hospital. It was storming outside and either Izuku had fled back to their apartment or he had ran off somewhere else. She had to go find him. "Okay, sweetie, I am done," Recovery Girl announced. "It appears you do not have one of the quirks, just a little bit of the blood that seems to have made its way to your heart. Nothing bad will come if that as far as I can tell. In fact, it seems to be healthy. Wouldn't it be considered unhealthy to have different blood in your system, especially your heart?" Rumi asked as she was quickly grabbing all of her stuff so she can leave. "Normally, yes, especially since Midoriya's blood is its own blood type that even Maruta didn't seem to understand after a decade with it. We can run more tests at a later date, but I can tell you really want to go." "Sorry, I just have to find him," Rumi said as she put Izuku's note back in her pocket. "It's all right. Good luck finding him." Recovery Girl waved as Rumi disappeared out the door. Shino Sosaki looked at Izuku with concern. She was told by Ryuko and Tomoko he wasn't talkative and seemed to either think he was stronger against the elements or just didn't know how to show more concern for himself. Shino was also told by Ryuko that she had promised the boy that she wouldn't make him go back, thinking that it would be better to coax him to stay somewhere else safely, like the lodge, since it was out of the way of most people's attention. Izuku had eaten his food. They have him slow. Shino could tell after seeing him for all of 5 minutes that he really didn't talk much. He would answer with a movement if his head or some very short answer. Kota didn't speak to Izuku at all, just gave him one look and then went to eating his own food. Shino considered that good since Kota has not exactly been kind to others since his parents' deaths. She had explained that Izuku is a guest that doesn't exactly have a happy past. After they ate, Izuku had disappeared and everyone thought he had left already, but Tomoko's quirk located him on the porch. "He is just sitting there." Tomoko spoke to the other 3 pussycats. "I think he is going to stay until the rain is gone at the least." Rumi didn't even know how to begin finding Izuku. She wasn't a tracking hero, and the scene of the villain attack had been cleaned up before the storm. She had no idea short of just yelling Izuku's name everywhere. As much as she hated working on teams, she had to call one of the best teams for finding lost people. Izuku sat on the porch watching the rain. It was another foreign action to him, but it was somehow comforting. The sound of the drops if water hitting the ground, trees, and the lodges themselves felt soothing to Izuku. Izuku heard a phone ring inside and Tomoko answer it. "Hello, Ragdoll speaking," Tomoko said. The person on the other side of the line made Izuku guilty when he heard them. It's me, Rumi." It was Rumi on the phone. Did they lie to Izuku and tell people he was there? "Oh, Rumi." Tomoko got happy. "Are you reconsidering the offer to join the Pussycats?" "I'm a rabbit, not a cat," Rumi responded. "I need help." Tomoko had a good idea what the help she wanted was. "What do you need?" "I need to find Izuku. I'm guessing you guys already know what happened this morning? I want to help him, but I don't know how to find him." Izuku felt confused. He was the reason a villain attacked her. Why did she still want anything to do with him? Tomoko sent a glance to the outside where she knew Izuku was. "We are on a retreat this weekend. I promise after that we will offer help." Tomoko hated saying that. She knew that any given person being missing the Pussycats would drop everything to help find them. This was difficult since they promised Izuku not to reveal where he was. I can't wait the whole weekend. I'm scared for him. Rumi replied. Izuku felt guilty. She was worried and scared for him, and his reaction was to run away? Izuku stood up and walked into the lodge, right up to Tomoko. Tomoko looked at Izuku and saw an emotion in his eyes for the first time all evening, guilt. Can I have the phone? Izuku asked quietly. Tomoko nodded and handed him the phone. Rumi, still thinking Tomoko had the phone, spoke again. Please, I'm worried sick about him.
I'm sorry.
Izuku said, and he heard what sounded like Rumi's breath catching in her throat. Izuku? Rumi asked quietly. Yes. Izuku answered. Oh God, are you okay? Rumi couldn't believe Izuku had wound up with the exact person she would call. Yes. Why did you leave? Rumi asked the question that was gnawing at her all day. Tomoko and Rumi were both surprised to finally hear emotions in Izuku's voice. Everyone who gets close to me gets hurt. Izuku had a tear drop from his eye. I don't want people getting hurt because of me. Rumi was glad she was driving up to the lodge as she was in the phone. Izuku my mom and dad died because of my blood. Izuku was full-on crying at that point. Why didn't she hate him like she should? I don't want any more pain. Tomoko didn't know how to react when Izuku dropped the phone and ran outside into the rain. Izuku, wait. Rumi's heart felt pain for a second hearing Izuku blame himself. It got worse when she heard the phone drop and Tomoko shout for Izuku to wait, as if he was running away again. What just happened? Yawara ran into the room, Shino, Ryuko, and Lots all coming in behind him. Izuku just ran off, Tomoko said as she grabbed her jacket and the one Izuku left behind. Kota, stay here. Shino asked her nephew as all four pussycats went to go find Izuku. Rumi jumped out of her car and saw Ryuko. Where is he? Rumi asked. I was told to search around here so that you could help us. Ryuko said. Why did he run off? Rumi bit her lip as she tried to look around. It was still raining heavily, and that would make it difficult to find Izuku. He thinks he is the problem. He is trying to not be around anyone to avoid anyone else getting hurt. Ryuko noticed how frantic Rumi looked as they began to search around. We'll find him. I hope so. Izuku didn't know where he was running this time. He didn't care. He just had to get away. Izuku kept running blindly through the rain until he tripped, sending him down a small hill towards a lake. Izuku smacked his cheek against a rick as he landed on the edge of the lake, cutting his cheek open. As he got up, Izuku was able to see his reflection briefly in the water, which was disrupted when his blood dropped into the water. His blood. His blood was the reason everything had happened to him. His father dying. His mother dying. 10 years of nothing but pain and misery that every minute he wished someone would just end it or him. Izuku started shouting all of his thoughts. He didn't know who he was shouting at, but he still did. Why me? Why was it me who got this? I never asked for this. Izuku slammed his fist into the reflection of him in the water, hitting it where he the blood on his cheek. I don't want to be a monster. It's not fair. It's not fair. Izuku kept shouting until his voice went hoarse and he gave out from exhaustion, falling into the water. Tomoko pulled out her phone, finally sensing Izuku with her quirk. He's at the lake north of the lodge. Rumi got there and found Izuku passed out in the water, thankfully face up. Tomoko was holding him so he wouldn't drift away. Izuku, Rumi said as she slid next to Tomoko, trying to see how Izuku was. He was ice cold and shivering slightly in his unconscious state. We need to take him back to the lodge and heat him back up, Tomoko stated. Rumi didn't hesitate to grab the boy and slide him onto her back. Try to keep up. I don't know my way through here as well as you. Later, after they got Izuku back to the lodge and heated him back up, Rumi placed him in a bed. Sorry that you guys got involved in this, Rumi said to the four pussycats. It's no problem, Ryuko said. He definitely deserves help. He can stay at this lodge anytime he needs it, Shino said. Rumi thought for a second. I don't trust taking him back to Mizuta for right now. Can he stay here? Yes, he can, the four said at the same time. We can help him also, Tomoko offered. We don't know what he wants to do with himself, but we can help him with whatever he desires. We will make sure that it isn't public knowledge that he is here, Yawara stated. Rumi smiled, glad to see others thinking smartly about Izuku. She then frowned again because of Izuku. I don't know how to get him to realize it's not his fault. We can work on that later, Ryuko said. Izuku woke up in an unfamiliar bed. Sitting up, he saw through a window that it was morning and no longer raining. Getting off the bed, Izuku found a paper next to the bed on a nightstand. When you wake up, we are downstairs. Izuku felt like he was back at the lodge and sighed heavily. He felt conflicted at that moment. Should he go down the stairs to them or try to leave so they won't get inevitably hurt? They brought him back here during a storm, so the least he could do was go down to them and have a conversation. Going down the stairs, he saw the 4 pussycats and Rumi sitting around a coffee table.
Izuku.
Ryuko smiled at him and announcing that he was there to the others. Rumi stood up and faced Izuku, making all of his guilt come back. I'm so dash. Izuku got cut off as Rumi whacked him over the head, only hard enough to cut him off. Before Izuku could react to being whacked upside his head, Rumi hugged him. Don't make me freak out like that again. You have nothing to apologize for. Izuku wanted to argue that it was his fault, but the hug was too comforting, so he stayed quiet. Rumi let go of the hug and sat back down. We have a few things to say to you, Izuku. Izuku sat down also. Okay. If you want, you can stay here. Shino started. No one besides us here and Kota know you are here, so no villains would be attacking. We also wanted to offer helping you with whatever you want to pursue in life. Izuku paused. What did he plan to do with his life? Before he was kidnapped, he wanted to be a hero, but things have taken a slight turn from that. He thought of how he suffered and knew exactly what he would set his life to do. I don't want to have anyone go through what I did. Izuku spoke. I don't think I can be a good hero, but I want to help people have the opportunity to live their life and not have it taken from them in any way. Tomoko clapped her hands together. That's a wonderful choice. She and everyone decided not brush past the part about not thinking he would be good. Rumi grinned. I can definitely teach you to kick ass then. Do you think you can learn quick enough to go to one of the big schools like UA or Shiketsu? I can try. Izuku answered. Good enough for me. Rumi kept her grin. Ryuko nodded. We can tutor you on anything you need to know for the entrance exams. Izuku nodded again. Later, Rumi got a call from Tsukachi. Hello, Miss Usajiyama. Tsukachi greeted her. What is it? Rumi didn't really have patience for anyone from that press conference anymore. I was just checking to see if you had my leads on Midoriya. We have none here ourselves. Tsukachi admitted. Rumi didn't know if she should say he was found and safe. However, she was technically his guardian, so she didn't have to, not would she disclose his location. He is safe now, but I am not saying where because he doesn't need any media attention right now. Rumi could hear Tsukachi sighed in annoyance. You know, we at the least have to reveal he is safe. That's the exact amount of information that should have been shared last night. He is safe, don't worry. Rumi didn't care about the consequences when she hung up on Tsukachi. Later, Rumi knew she had to do it and called Nizu. Nizu, I assume you heard by now? I did indeed hear that Midoriya is safe. Nizu replied. Get a seat warmed up at UA for him. I am filling out an application for him right now. That is wonderful news as well. Nizu said. Is he going for recommendation or normal entrance exams? Rumi looked at Izuku next to her, knowing his insane hearing definitely heard Nizu's question. Normal. Izuku answered quietly. He is taking regular by choice. Rumi said. Can't wait to see his performance next spring. Nizu said. Kota watched Izuku with interest. At first, Izuku was just some random kid that was there at the lodge, but Kota learned that he was much more. As much as Kota despised heroes and villains, and the stupid show they put on, he was intrigued by Izuku. Izuku lost his parents like Kota did, but didn't hate heroes and villains for it like Kota. Instead, he wanted to go down what Kota thought was a foolish path, but for a cause that Kota only partially understood. In the week Izuku had started staying at their lodge, Kota has learned close to nothing concrete about the teen. Kota had learned that Izuku has a dark past that the adults all felt uncomfortable talking about, that he has mental troubles that weren't clear to anyone how bad they were, and that Izuku's parents had also been killed by a villain. He heard what Izuku said about his goals, that he didn't want to be a hero, he just wants people to not suffer. Izuku never spoke to Kota, he would just mind his own business. Izuku walked past Koda and went outside, not giving any attention to Koda. Koda wanted to know more about the teen, so he got up and followed him. Izuku was going into the forest, not too far into it, and stopping at small clearing. Koda watched as Izuku just sat in the middle of the clearing and stayed there silently with his eyes closed. Some time passed, and Izuku still sat there. "I know you were there." Izuku broke the silence, not moving to look at Koda, but the boy knew that Izuku was talking to him. Izuku didn't sound like he was mad. He sounded like he was just stating it. "What are you doing?" Koda asked. He might as well just get to why he was there. "I am meditating," Izuku answered. "Why?" Koda stepped into the clearing. "Ms. Shiratoko says it can help me clear my head." Izuku replied with his eyes still closed. "Does it help?" Koda figured if it helps Izuku, it might help him. "I have a lot of problems," Izuku stated bluntly. "It won't be immediately better." Koda wondered why Izuku wanted to be a hero with his problems. "Why do you want to be a hero?" "I don't want to be a hero." Izuku opened his eyes and looked at Koda. "I want to make sure I can stop as many people from going through anything like what I did. By becoming a dumb hero." Koda didn't hide his dislike of heroes. Izuku noticed the dislike. Is it wrong to want to help people? They fight for popularity and attention. That's not heroism, Koda said. Not everyone who has the title of hero nowadays is a hero, Izuku said. He had been looking at current events lately to catch himself up. But just because one is bad doesn't mean all are bad. Izuku had been reading a philosophy book as Tomoko suggested. Koda narrowed his eyes at Izuku. Then who do you think is a hero? Izuku remembered far memories, ones that haunted him because of the fallout. My parents. Koda thought for a second that Izuku was just being that person who held up their parents before he remembered that Izuku's parents were dead. How? Koda wanted to hear Izuku's reasoning. They both gave it their all to protect an innocent person. If you believe heroes are becoming something that doesn't fit the word, you should try to fix it instead of belittling it. Koda gave Izuku a look. He wanted to ask what Izuku even knew about this, but what the boy said made a little sense. Izuku's parents died protecting Izuku just like his own did, but yet Izuku wanted to move on and make a change while Koda stayed bitter. Koda sat down next to Izuku. How do I meditate? Months later, Rumi looked at the boy in front of her. Izuku had definitely grown in the months she has known him, getting taller and definitely more muscular. Izuku's hair had gotten swept back and shoulder length. It bothered Rumi that he had gotten more cold towards pretty much everyone, as if he was purposely trying to not let anyone get close to him. The only exceptions being Rumi, Koda, and the Pussycats. The few times Izuku would be in the city to get lessons, he would be completely silent and not talk to a single person outside of his teacher. He had finally gotten his own clothing, and he kept the white slacks, basic dark green shirts, the jacket that he kept from before, and wooden sandals. Rumi tried to get Izuku to have normal shoes, but Izuku wanted the sandals, saying that he liked them. After Izuku got comfortable at the lodge, Rumi was surprised that Koda eventually took a liking to Izuku. She had heard that Koda was starting to become a bitter kid, but apparently things about Izuku attracted Koda's attention, and the boy had even stated he wants to follow in Izuku's footsteps, to be a proper hero. Despite Izuku saying he wasn't a proper hero, kick ass and let them know you were there, Rumi said to Izuku as they stood in front of Yue on the day of his entrance exam. Okay. Izuku nodded. At this point, no regular basic ass villain should be able to touch you. You know that once people hear you are back in Mizutofu, and here at Yue they might swarm the place with reporters trying to get anything on you? Rumi didn't like that the media might try that, but she knew they would, and just wanted to make sure Izuku was aware. Izuku nodded. I know. Rumi ruffled Izuku's hair, her normal way of interacting with him. Be careful, okay? I know you can handle yourself, but I still worry. I will be careful, Izuku replied. Your definition of careful isn't that concrete, you know that? Rumi asked. I won't get hurt, Izuku said. Nizu said that he wanted to speak to you after the main exams, so remember to stick around for a minute after, okay? Rumi asked, and Izuku nodded. Can I go now? Izuku asked. He didn't mind Rumi being how she had grown to act around Izuku, but he did have an exam to take. Yeah, you can go. Rumi nodded. By Rumi. Izuku said as he started to walk for the exam's entrance. Katsuki had frozen the second he had gotten to UA. He couldn't believe that he was seeing his old friend that had been no longer missing but staying somewhere that wasn't public information. Now Izuku was there, and so was Katsuki. He had to at least talk to Izuku. /N. Here is Chapter 2. I hope people liked it. Here are my answers to questions people had, or just replies. Yes, that's the pairing. Also part of the reason I thought they would be a good pairing. Chapter 3. /N. I do not own MHA. I do, however, hope to write and own my own original stories one day. Writing is my dream after all. Izuku felt eyes on him as soon as he entered the auditorium where he would be taking his written test for the exam. He didn't like it, but he didn't say anything to anyone, walking past the people who were shocked to see him there. Izuku moved to the back of the auditorium so he could stay as far out of as many people's gazes as possible. Izuku sat in silence, meditating to keep his calm and not maybe a mental shutdown episode again. He especially didn't want one in that auditorium in front of so many people. Once it gets to any reporter's attention that he was at those exams, he knew they would swarm him for any amount of info they could get. He was mentioned a lot on the news because everyone apparently won't forget about anything that has happened involving him. The longer he could stay out of the spotlight, the better. Hello, is this seat taken? A voice interrupted Izuku's meditation. Izuku didn't open his eyes or move at all. It is not. Nice. I don't want to sit farther down. The other person said, I'm Ijiro Kirishima. Are you psyched for the practical also? Izuku didn't want to talk to anyone, but this guy didn't seem to know who he was yet, and it was a pleasant thing to not have someone else flipping out over him. I guess I am. Ijiro noticed how Izuku had his eyes closed and seemed to be trying to be quiet. Oh, you must be calming your nerves before this. I'll leave you to it, man. I can get your name later. That confirmed for Izuku that this Ijiro had yet to know who he was. The guy was at least polite. A few more minutes passed before someone was seen walking onto the stage and facing the test takers. Hello, little listeners. The man shouted with volume. Today is the day you kids prove if you got what it takes to get into UA. We will first have our written test, and then after that your favorite hero Present Mike, will lay down the rules of the practical. Present Mike paused for a second. He was searching the crowd as Nizu had given him and the staff a side task at the exams, that they should keep a watch on Izuku. It wasn't that Nizu didn't trust the boy and was afraid of him, but he was told by Rumi that he still had those mental episodes, and he wanted to make sure that if Izuku did have one that he would be fine. The test will have your IDs for your practical. Make sure to write your name clearly next to it, so our own ectoplasm can make sure you get your proper grades. HR will be walking around to enter your IDAMD name into our system. Present Mike finished as clones of ectoplasm began to pass out tests. The test is probably my worst part. Ijiro whispered. He was hoping to get some words out of the guy next to him, but the white and green-haired boy stayed silent. Izuku took his packet and immediately filled out the information that the school asked every participant of the exams to fill in. It was the top sheet that had their ID number and had questions for that person about their quirk. Izuku didn't answer with his true quirk, not wanting more attention drawn to his blood. Instead, he answered with a name that Tomoko gave his bone quirks combination, Shikatsu Miyaku, or Dead Bone Pulse. Izuku mentioned how he can sprout bones from anywhere on his body that were as hard as steel, but physically removing his real bones made for stronger weapons and attacks. New bones would instantly replace any he removed, but the more tired and exhausted he was, the slower they would grow back. Finishing with his first sheet, he put it aside for ectoplasm to take when he got to it, going on to take his test. Ijiro glanced at the sheet the boy next to him had finished, only for a second, and finally got his name, Izuku Midoriya. That made Ijiro pause because he was trying to remember where he had heard that name before. Minutes later, ectoplasm and his clones had finished gathering the quirk sheets from all students, and a clone turned to present Mike and the real ectoplasm. He is near the back, the clone stated. Near the middle back by the wall. Present Mike nodded, looking over to finally see Izuku, silently taking his test. Well, he seems calm. Soon the written test was over and Present Mike turned on a screen, which would show the rules as he spoke. Pay attention, listeners. We'll be seeing if you got skills to pay the bills in a 10-minute practice run at our replica city districts. First, however, I am here to explain the goal and rules of the test. Ectoplasm began to distribute handouts for the presentation that also had a site location numbered along with for each student, telling them where they were to go later. You can take whatever equipment you want. Just gather at your designated meeting area after my presentation on the rules you dig. Present Mike paused to let everyone remember as much as they can. All right, listeners, if you look at the screen above me, or your very own handout, you will see that there are faux villains in each replica city. Loads of the baddies spread all over the battlefields. Each one will be rated as a 1, 2, or 3-pointer. Your job is to use your quirk to take out as many of them as you can and rack up a high score. Also, you can't attack other competitors directly. That's nasty anti-hero stuff, and it's against the rules. Present Mike explained. Excuse me. Everyone in the auditorium turned to look at the person who spoke. It was a glasses-wearing kid with a stern look that appeared to be permanently stapled on his face. On the handout and the board above you, there are clearly 4 types of villains listed, not 3. If this is an error, then it's a huge embarrassment for a top-tier National Academy of A's caliber. What is the meaning of this? I was actually about to get to villain number 4. Present Mike started. The 4th type of villain is called the 0-pointer. It's a big gimmick that goes wild near the end. They are too strong to be defeated and are there just to stir things up, so fighting them is hopeless and useless. If I were you, I'd do my best to avoid that sucker. The kid nodded and sat back down, satisfied with the explanation. Well, that's pretty much all I have. Mike went on. I'll leave you with a quote that my academy prides itself on. Go beyond.
Plus ultra.
Now get out there and have a fun time this test. Everyone in the auditorium stood up and began to make for their given test location. Izuku stood but didn't move yet. Hey, what location do you have, man? Ijiro turned to Izuku. I have test site 7. Izuku held up the handout he had received, showing the number 8 on his to Ijiro.
Yang.
I was hoping to have a partner during this. Ijiro said. You seem like a cool guy even if you're quiet. To prove his point, Izuku didn't really respond, just giving a head nod as they separated. As much as he didn't want to talk to the others, Ijiro seemed okay to Izuku. On the way to his bus, Izuku stopped when he heard his name. Izuku? Katsuki finally got the quiet boy's attention. Izuku stopped and turned his head slightly in Katsuki's direction as he got closer. Izuku, it's me. Izuku looked at the blonde with confusion. This guy claimed to know him? He couldn't remember anything before Maruta used him. For all Izuku knew, this guy might have known him, but that Izuku had long been changed. The quiet boy didn't say anything to the blonde, just looked at him blankly. Katsuki didn't like that Izuku's eyes were so different. They had no life in them. They felt like they were seeing right past him. They didn't hold any sign of Izuku recognizing Katsuki. Do you not remember who I am? Some people were now watching. Izuku's name being heard, and everyone wanted to see the boy with clear blood. His few times being on the news having made a name for him.
No.
Izuku replied flatly. You don't? Katsuki felt hurt by that. This was his closest friend. Hell, they were inseparable back in the day, and Izuku doesn't even remember him? Katsuki had made his entire path to becoming a hero around Izuku's tragedy, wanting to prevent something like that from happening to any family again and to save his friend. But Izuku doesn't even remember him? I don't remember anything from back then. Izuku answered.
I'm sorry.
Katsuki sighed. He couldn't even get mad at Izuku over this. It's fine. Just let me know if you ever do. Izuku began to walk away. Okay. Katsuki sighed again as Izuku left. That hopefully won't be the last time he saw his old friend. Izuku stepped onto the bus for Site 8, and it got quiet on the bus when everyone saw him. He showed no reaction to people looking at him, walking silently to an open seat and taking it. Soon the bus took off, and no one had sat next to Izuku. The bus rolled to a stop at a gated wall that lead into a fake city. All right, kids, you can go up to the red line, but do not cross it until Present Mike gives the okay. Their bus driver said. The area you can wait in enters the gates for a little bit. Anywhere inside the red lines are okay to wait in. All of the kids got off of the bus, and Izuku had ended up near the middle of the front of the group that were all waiting to begin their test. Excuse me, but you're Izuku Midoriya, are you not? A voice that sounded like it belonged to the kid who had asked about the robots earlier came from Izuku's side. Izuku turned his head slightly to see that it was in fact that same teen, and he was looking at Izuku. The question had drawn more attention to the two, others looking at them. Yes, Izuku said flatly. It's inspiring to see someone standing strong after such a tragedy. The teen said. Izuku didn't respond to the teen. I am Tenya Ida. My brother used to do some interning with your father. Tenya said. I don't remember my father, and I would like to not be reminded of my past. Izuku stated. Tenya looked bothered and embarrassed by that.
I'm sorry.
I did not think of that. Izuku didn't say anything else to Tenya, who stopped talking as well, thinking Izuku was upset now. Izuku closed his eyes and began to think of what he will do once the test began. People would no doubt rush for every robot in sight of them, so his spot in the middle of the group wouldn't be as good as the people on the edges. Fixing that, Izuku walked slowly to the edge of their waiting area, stopping only centimeters from the red line painted on the road. His next issue was still how he would fight the robots, and he decided on one of his fighting styles he had developed based around his bones.
Tsupaki no Mai.
Izuku whispered as he took a long breath. People looked at him confused as a ripping sound was heard, and a form was taking shape over one of his shoulders underneath his jacket. Izuku put his hand over the form underneath his jacket, and everyone watched as he began to pull a bone out of his shoulder, his arm actually going limp for a second, suggesting he was removing a bone from it. The bone was shaped like a katana and was covered slightly in a clear liquid. Izuku's eyes were still closed, and he took another breath as he held the bone sword up in front of him in his left hand. Dance of the Camellia. Nizu had an eyebrow raised as he sipped his tea. He and the rest of the staff of UA were all now watching the various test sites from a viewing room, and his intrigue was on Izuku, who had just made a weapon of his actual bone instead of a new one, his arm having no bone for a second before a new one grew back in its place over the span of a few seconds. The words Izuku said were odd, like it was a move or fighting style Izuku had created. The boy's stance certainly suggested it was a style that Nizu was definitely eager to see, having not seen any of Izuku's training until now. All of the groups are at their test sites and ready to go. Ectoplasm announced. Let us begin then. Nizu smiled. All Might, who had gotten himself a job at UA to help him find a successor, watched Izuku with definite interest, wondering if he was the one who All Might was meant to tutor. All right, kids. Present Mick's voice spoke over intercoms in the various test sites. Go crazy. Izuku let out his third breath and slid his right foot out to his side. No one behind him had moved yet because they were confused about what Izuku was doing in front of them. Izuku's eyes snapped open the second he heard the mechanical sounds of a robot moving towards him. Izuku was gone in a flash and reappeared on the side of the robot, a two-pointer, and stabbed right into the robot's core, deactivating it. Another robot, a three-pointer, tried shooting Izuku with rubberized cannonballs, but he began to swing his sword and sliced each ball in half as he ran at the robot. Once he got closer, he made a flurry of swings that made the robot's head and upper body fall to pieces. Izuku slid on his feet to make himself face a new direction as a lot more robots appeared on the main road of their test site. Well shit. A random test taker said as they watched Izuku begin to do almost a dance as he slashed apart robot after robot. Can't let him get all of them. The rest of the UA hopefuls all rushed forward as well. Izuku ducked underneath the swing of the two-pointer's arm and sliced the arm off as he swung the sword again. After that, wasting no time to take another swing and take off the robot's head. It had been 2/3 of the time limit of the test, and Izuku had counted his score very carefully. He had cut through a total of 58 robots so far. 31 one-pointers, 18 two-pointers, and 9 three-pointers for 94 points total. A very good score so far. All of the robots were wiped out in the area that Izuku was in, so he ended his dance. Izuku took a breath as he let go of the bone sword, which began to decay at a quick rate once it left his grasp. Izuku stood still and steadied his breathing. The cost of, and if his dances was a big chunk of energy, and one of his actual bones. Izuku could make bone material and weapons all he wanted from a thin layer he can manipulate, and grow more of that was just underneath his skin. However, his actual bones were denser and stronger, and could withstand the strain his dances did to him. He could probably use one more dance during the exam, but it could be pushing it. Guess what, listeners? Present Mike spoke through the speakers. The ground began to shake. It's time for the big boy to come out. Izuku looked to the north to see what he presumed to be the zero-pointer, which was definitely a giant robot if he ever saw one. The robot was bigger than some of the buildings. Izuku watched as it stared down at the people in the main street below it. Target located. The booming voice of the zero-pointer made everyone look at it. The robot began to swing its arm, straight through a building and shattering the top 5 floors of the building, sending debris to the ground below. Izuku saw people fleeing from the robot and began to realize that the robot would definitely end up killing one of the kids if someone didn't stop. Izuku didn't hesitate to begin running at the zero-pointer, helping people get up who had fallen from the ground, shaking destruction the zero-pointer laid out. Why are you running towards it? Izuku heard a random kid yell at him as he kept going. Help! Some farther up shouted, and Izuku looked forward and saw that a girl had gotten pinned under a chunk of the building. Her legs were pinned under the chunk of debris. Getting close to her, he got his hands under the rock to lift it off of her. Once he lifted it high enough, he made a growth of bone that he made go under the piece of building to keep it from falling down again. Can you walk? Izuku asked as he cleared some of the smaller pieces off of the girl. I can't feel my left leg. The girl responded. It was broken near the ankle from the debris that fell on her. Izuku nodded and went to pick her up, hoisting her into his back. Target located. The robot repeated as it gazed down at the two, its arm moving around to slam down on them. Izuku had to find a way to make that robot not be a problem anymore. Hold on tight, he told the girl as he made bone erupted from his chest that wrapped around them in a domed shape, blocking the strike from the robot. Whoa, the girl said as she watched his defensive move. That was cool. Stay here. Izuku began to set down the girl. I'm taking out the zero-pointer. Wait, what? The girl looked confused as Izuku set her down and went out of the opening of his dome of bone. Who did this stranger think he was to take down a robot the staff said was unbeatable? Izuku still had the eyes of the zero-pointer on him. He had to take it out fast before it hurt anyone else. Izuku took a breath and got into another style. Many eyes in him, he spoke quietly.
Tasanka no mai, Ana.
Izuku began another dance as his entire left forearm got encased in multiple bones, all twisting around and making a drill-like shape that ended in a sharp point. The back end going well past Izuku's head and ending in a knotted design similar to that of a flower. A spike jutted out of Izuku's right palm and ridges formed underneath his jacket where smaller bones formed spikes on his back. Izuku's eyes opened and he got ready to attack. Dance of the Clematis Flower. Izuku ran with blinding speed at the zero-pointer, his drill-like bone beginning to spin with intense speed. The zero-pointer tried to drop its fist on Izuku, but the boy jumped up onto the fist and rammed his drill into the fist, tearing up the robot's hand with ease. The zero-pointer tried to bring down its other arm on Izuku, but he ripped the drill bone from the now useless hand of the zero-pointer and swung it over his head, blocking and smashing into the other arm and breaking it completely off at the wrist. The staff of UA were mesmerized by Izuku's fluid movements of his dance, as well as how destructive his dances were. In one swing, he cut off the zero-pointer's entire hand. Midnight whistled. Vlad King studied Izuku's arm. Yes, but he is breaking his own in the process. Midnight responded in confusion. Look at the small amount of his forearm left uncovered by his bone. The drill is spinning fast and tearing at that flesh as he is doing it. Vlad Kind stated. Nizu made another screen pull up a closer image of Izuku. His arm was indeed getting torn at the edge of his elbow by the drill. You could see down to his real bone if you looked close enough. His flesh was regenerated just as fast as it was being torn apart, and his real bones seemed unaffected by the drill. His facial expression shows that he is well aware of the risks of his attack. Nizu stated. He is willingly harming himself in an attempt to out an end to the zero-pointer's threat. All Might smiled, feeling like Izuku was the kid he was indeed looking for in a successor. Izuku grit his teeth as he leapt over the handless arm of the zero-pointer and straight at its face. Izuku began to spin through the air, increasing the already dangerous spin of his drill, which shredded its way through the face of the zero-pointer. Izuku, cutting a hole straight through its head entirely and exiting out of its back. Izuku released his dance, and the bones all fell away from Izuku and decayed instantly. Izuku made spikes jut out of his hands and feet, breaking his wooden sandals, and crashed into the side of a building, used his spikes to keep himself in one spot. Izuku turned his head to see the zero-pointer slump over like it had been shut down or destroyed. "That's the end of the trial," Present Mike announced. "You were all great out there." Izuku began to slide down the side of the building, keeping off of his left arm as it was slowly healing from the drawback of his Tesenka no Mai Hana. His arm would end up stripped of its flesh, and it take a toll on his regenerative ability. Landing on the found, Izuku looked surprised as the other test-takers surrounded him. "Dude, that was awesome," a blonde-haired guy with a black streak exclaimed. "You just drilled a hole in its face." A floating set of clothes said, "The person must be invisible." Izuku was confused at the praise, but remembered an important detail. "Where is that girl? Is she okay?"
I'm okay.
The girl shouted from the back of the group.
Thanks.
Izuku stepped through the crowd so he could actually make sure she was fine, other people noticing how mangled his left forearm was. Izuku crouched next to the girl and saw how bad her ankle was. "Do you think you can walk on it, or do you need help?" Izuku asked, finally getting a good look at the girl. She had large blue eyes, blonde hair, and a set of horns that raised up over her head. Her legs were actually similar to a horse's. The girl looked at him confused. "What about your arm?" She was worried about how bloody and torn up it was. What was that clear liquid covering his arm anyways? "It's healing anyways."
I'm fine.
Izuku replied. "Your arm is worse than my leg." The girl argued. Was everyone in Japan this careless about their own injuries in favor of others? "I have a regeneration quirk," Izuku said. "I don't think you do, so you're in a worse spot." The girl pouted because she didn't like how the guy was more concerned for her than he was for himself. However, she could see his arm was indeed healing itself bit by bit. "Here." Izuku offered a hand to her. She took it reluctantly. Izuku helped her stand on her good foot. "These might help." Izuku created 2 crutches of bone, the last thing he should make so his Mako FA and regeneration ability can recharge. The separating of his flesh and the bone-made items freaked people out, but Izuku ignored them. Handing the crutches to the girl, she smiled. "Thanks," the girl replied.
I'm po un Itsunotori.
"Izuku Midoriya," the boy responded. "Dude, can we go back to how badass you were a minute ago?" The blonde from earlier asked. "Watch your language, young man," an old woman said as she approached the teens. It was Recovery Girl checking to see if anyone needed help from her quirk. "Who needs some kisses?" "She does," Tinya said as he indicated to Pony. "So does Midoriya." "Midoriya?" Recovery Girl said the name in surprise. She looked and saw the boy she had seen occasionally over the last few months. "Hello, sweetie. How is Rumi?" she asked before she kissed Pony's calf, which made it begin to heal rapidly. Some people wondered how Izuku knew the nurse of UA, but shrugged it off. "She is okay," Izuku answered. Recovery Girl accepted that answer because she had been around Izuku long enough to know that at most times was the extent of his verbal vocabulary. "Do you need some kisses, or are you letting your healing do the work?" Recovery Girl asked Izuku. "The second one," the boy answered. "That is good. It helps it get better later, however. If you do need healing, do not hesitate to come to me," Recovery Girl said. Izuku nodded. He stood up and began to walk away, heading back to the bus to be taken to the main part of UA's campus. The bus ride back from test site email GHD was not as quiet as the ride to the test site. Everyone was trying to talk to each other about what had happened with them during the test. Pony had taken the seat next to Izuku on the bus, hoping to talk to him more, but by the time she got on the bus, he looked like he was asleep. So she sat there next to him silently. Once the bus stopped, she tapped Izuku's shoulder, and his eyes opened. "We're back at the exams building," Pony said. "I know," Izuku responded. "I wasn't asleep." "Oh," Pony said. Thank you for saving me. It's what everyone taking the test should have done." Izuku brushed off the gratitude. "You still did it, and I am saying thanks." Pony said as she followed him off of the bus. Okay. Izuku took the thanks, seeing as how arguing was pointless. Whoa dude, what happened to your arm? The redhead Ijiro said as he got closer. He made a drill and punched the giant robot. Pony exclaimed. Ijiro looked shocked. The zero-pointer? Did this Izuku guy he still couldn't remember where he knew the name from really be strong enough to take on the zero-pointer? Yeah, Pony said. He made a drill from his bones and tore through the thing's face. Dude, that's manly as hell. Ijiro said to Izuku. No one in my area fought the zero-pointer like you did. He even saved me from it. Pony added. It was so cool. Izuku checked his arm while they kept talking, seeing that it was most of the way healed. Hey, where do I know you from? Ijiro decided to just ask Izuku. Your name is familiar, but I can't place it. What's this clear liquid? Pony asked as she poked Izuku's arm. Izuku wanted to leave, but they were following him, so he answered, hoping they would leave after. It's my blood. That's your blood? Pony asked in surprise. It looks pretty. It clicked in Ijiro's mind who Izuku was, a drill made of bone. His name and the clear blood made him remember seeing something about Izuku on the news. You're that kid. Izuku knew what Ijiro meant and nodded. Yes, and I enjoy not talking about it. What kid? Pony was confused. She was transferring from America to try for UA, so any local celebrities or events were unknown to her. Ask him once I leave. Izuku said as he walked away, hoping they wouldn't follow. Still, they didn't. Pony looked at Ijiro confused. What kid, and why doesn't he like to talk about it? He was a hostage of a villain because of his blood. Ijiro said. I don't know all of the facts, but it was a long time, and he wasn't treated nicely at all. Pony guessed that was why Izuku seemed to have a barrier up that was against having interactions with others. She decided that if she was getting into UA, she would make herself friends with Izuku. Izuku walked to the street and saw Rumi there with Ryuko. Hey Izu. Ryuko grinned to her favorite fake nephew. How was your exam? Rumi saw the almost patched up left arm of Izuku. Did you do one of your dances? I broke the zero-pointer using my Tasenka no Mai. The vine or flower? Ryuko asked. She knew he had different fighting styles and attacks he called his dances, and that each one had a different drawback on Izuku. Flower. Izuku held up his arm. The flower hurts my arm. You broke your sandals. Rumi stated as she saw Izuku was barefoot again. Over the past few months, she had gone from a sister figure for Izuku to a protective mom. Seeing him with no footwear again was something she didn't like.
Sorry.
I made bones so I could slide down a building, Izuku said. It's fine, but don't think this is an excuse to not get more sandals. I don't want you walking around barefoot, Rumi stated. Okay. Izuku nodded, and they all began to walk for Rumi's apartment. So besides the test itself, how was everything? Rumi asked. People were looking at me. Izuku said. I stayed in the back so I wasn't as seen. Did anyone cause trouble over you? Rumi asked. That was her biggest worry over Izuku taking the entrance exam, someone making a big deal of Izuku's past. I saw someone who claimed to know me before it happened. Izuku stated. He seemed upset I couldn't remember him. He didn't give me a name, but he told me to tell him when I remember. Anyone else? This guy told me I seemed cool before the practical and later on realized who I am. Izuku said. So he made a big deal of it? I don't know. I left. This girl I saved didn't know at all who I am. You saved a girl? Rumi asked. The beginning of young love. Ryuko commented.
No.
Izuku said. I saved her from the zero-pointer. It broke a building that ended up breaking her leg. Either way, I get that earned you some hero points. Ryuko said. They only said villain points. Izuku said before he began to question hero points. Was there a different scoring not straight up told to the participants of the test? They also scored you guys on hero points. Rumi said. I only got villain points during my turn, but there are hero points also. It's scoring based on how you help others unnecessarily during the test. Out of the goodness of your heart, even though the test made itself look like a task you should be selfish during. So the zero-pointer isn't worth 0 points? Izuku asked. Oh, now he really is worth nothing. They make the guy seem so large and intimidating to scare everyone and find those with lots of courage that stand up to it and help others during its destruction. Although I don't think anyone in a while has actually single-handedly broke one, Rumi stated. She then noticed what street they had walked down and saw Izuku had stopped outside of the same small building he did a few times. She wondered if this was the time he would finally enter and lay that demon that has been haunting him to rest. She didn't say anything while waiting to see if Izuku would step inside, hoping he would so he could move on from it. Izuku's breathing picked up a little like he was beginning to panic, and he shook his head before walking back to Rumi and Ryuko, both of whom had sad looks hoping that Izuku would finally be ready to move on. It was a week later and Rumi and Izuku were both waiting in her apartment in Mizutofu for the letter that Izuku would inevitably get accepting him into UA. Izuku was meditating in his room while Rumi had taken to reading a newspaper to see what was going on in Mizutofu in her frequent absences. She still worked as a pro-hero in Mizutofu but would leave at least twice a week if Izuku was at the Pussycat's lodge in the forest. Rumi was ticked to see, unsurprisingly, an article on Izuku, there being one about him so much as any time he was seen for a second outside. This article was about the entrance exams this year. The Legacy of Spitfire Returns to UA was the title of the article, and Rumi knew it was people now talking about how Izuku was seen at the exams. It went on about speculations of his return from wherever he had gone to since the villain attack months ago. Rumi wished that the people would just leave Izuku alone. They made things shit for him last time around. A knock at the door interrupted her hateful thoughts of the media, and she answered the door, opening it to see the massive man that is All Might. "Hello, Mirko." All Might smiled. "Is young Midoriya here by any chance?" Rumi wondered what All Might would want with Izuku. "He is here. What do you want?" All Might noticed the tone she had, like a bear protecting its cub. "I am here to give him the news of UA personally. And also to make an offer," All Might thought. He held out the letter from UA for Rumi to see. Rumi opened the door all of the way. "I will get Izuku." She figured All Might want to see Izuku. He was one of the less dumb in the situation months ago. She left to get Izuku from his room. All Might sat at the coffee table and looked around the apartment. It was a nice place. He could see pictures in different spots that had Rumi and Izuku in them, and surprisingly the hero team, the Pussycats. Everyone had smiles in the pictures except for Izuku, except for one picture where it was just Rumi and Izuku having a very faint smile in it. The said boy walked silently into the room and caught All Might's eyes. "Hello, young Midoriya." All Might grinned. "How is your day?" "Hello," Izuku said quietly as he sat down, holding his letter from UA. "Midoriya, I wanted to personally congratulate you on your performance at the entrance exams. You scored a 97% in the written exam, and your score in the practical is phenomenal." "Is this in the letter?" Izuku asked. "It is, yes. However, it was building up to a point I have later on. There are things that you should know in the letter I am skipping right now." "Oh," Izuku responded. "What was it?" "You have potential, Midoriya. 94 points just from breaking villain bots show that you are a natural talent when it comes to combat. Your hero points are no joke either. For helping young Tsunotori and preventing that zero-pointer from rampaging despite the pain your move gave you without hesitation, you had earned 60 hero points, making you have 154 points. Izuku nodded. That was a high score. Rumi whistled. "I knew you would kick ass. You had placed first by a large margin in the exams, earning you your spot at UA, but I have one more thing to talk about." All Might said. "That secret of mine that you kept, will you be the one to carry on One for All?" "One for what?" Rumi asked. Izuku didn't reply at all. "My quirk is called One for All. It is a quirk that can be passed on, each successor carrying the flames of the passions for justice that were carried before them." All Might explained. Rumi wanted to snort and say it was stupid, but she felt that this was a serious matter. "Wait a minute. Is that mock OFA quirk of Izuku's yours?" "I am not sure entirely on the specifics of how Maruta had managed to reproduce as much of One for All as he did, but they are similar." All Might answered. "What do you say, Midoriya? Will you be the next to carry the torch?" The room was silent for a moment as Izuku said his answer in one word.
No.
All for one looked at the newspaper that was brought to his attention with curiosity. It seemed that the boy he wanted, Izuku Midoriya, has returned from his hiding spot to attend Yue. This wouldn't affect his pupils' plans as they were now, but now they can stop trying to search for him as they knew exactly where he would be. All Might blinked, never expecting Izuku to say no to the offer of One for All.
No.
All Might asked. I can't have it. Izuku said. He wanted me to trick you into giving me it so I can't have it. All Might nodded, knowing what Izuku was worried about. He is gone and his influence over you is leaving. One for All would be in good hands with you.
No.
Izuku shook his head hard. I don't want it. I already have too many quirks I never wanted. Izuku's panic started to kick in. I have too many issues to have something like that. All Might sighed. The level of mental scarring on Izuku was too deep to even want to persuade him at this point to take One for All. It is all right, Midoriya, if you do not want it. I can find another successor. However, I have a counter-offer. I believe you have potential, and even if you don't want One for All, I want you to help me find someone worthy of it and help guide them on that path. Izuku calmed down a little. Okay. I am actually starting a teaching job at UA for this very reason. I will be the heroics teacher, and with you undoubtedly in the heroics course, you can have a good eye on the students there and see who is deserving of this power. Okay. Izuku nodded again. I can do that. It didn't bother Izuku as much. Rumi was glad that All Might had managed to prevent Izuku from full-on freaking out. She would have had to kick his ass otherwise. I hope to see you do well at UA, Izuku. All Might said as he began to leave. I will try. Izuku responded. All Might closed the door behind him and Rumi sat next to Izuku. Let's open the letter and see what other stuff you need to know. Rumi said. Izuku nodded and opened the letter, finding a tape as well as 2 pieces of paper. Izuku scanned the first paper quickly. It says that they are practicing dorms this year to be more involved with the students and to help bonds grow in between them. Rumi didn't like the idea. Izuku would be away from her. They wrote a message for you. Izuku handed the second paper to Rumi. The rabbit hero opened the paper and read the message, which was from Nizu. Dear Miss Usajiyama, by now I can assume you already know of the dorm system we are implementing this year. I know you will be hesitant to let Izuku live on campus, but let me say a few things if they can change your mind. You want to watch over him and I can understand that. So if you allow him to live on campus, if he is willing himself of course, I can guarantee that every student will be well protected in their dorms. They have an over-excessive amount of security around them, and I do not wish harm upon any students. I request that Izuku does come to live on campus. The youthfulness of his peers he will be around will no doubt help him open up and hopefully heal his shattered mind. The rooms are also available to be modified by the person living in them, so Izuku can make it an area that can help him stay calm. I will understand completely if he will live off campus while he attends UA, but I implore you to think on it. Principal Nizu. Rumi stared at the paper well after she read it through. She felt that she might be acting overprotective if she doesn't let Izuku go to the dorms, but she knew that Izuku was capable enough to look after himself. Rumi could always file for a special ID to go in and check on Izuku as often as she felt like. In the end, she decided to let Izuku decide for himself. Izuku, do you want to go to the dorms? Rumi asked. Izuku took a few seconds before he answered. Yes. Rumi was surprised he did want to go. I can help All Might, and it might be good. Izuku sounded unsure of himself. We have 1 week until you move in then. So do you want to spend it here or go see your aunts and uncle one more time before school? Rumi asked. I thought everyone but Aunt Ryuko was busy in Hong Kong. Izuku looked confused. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Rumi said. I guess you're stuck with me, and I say we should finish watching our show? Rumi had recently got Izuku to watch a crime drama show with her, and it was a thing they did every night they could. Just watch 1 episode, guess what would happen next time, and then watch the next episode the night after. It was a nice time, and it was one of the few things Izuku got interested in. Okay. Izuku nodded. I think Dylan is going to kill Matthew in this episode. Rumi, who had been using the remote to find the recording, stopped going through the list to look at Izuku. We are not going over this again. Dylan is not the undercover cop, it is Craig. Izuku shook his head. It points to Dylan more than Craig. Craig is just a dick. He still wouldn't kill Matthew. Rumi said. Matthew is like a little brother to him. Plus, Matthew is the main character. You can't kill off the main character halfway through the second season. He will attempt to because Matthew is slowly becoming more reckless and a danger to the group. Izuku stated. It's still Craig. Rumi responded, smiling as this show actually got Izuku to speak more. Even if it was a show about criminals in a corrupt city and a biker club with way too many drugs. I disagree. Izuku said as Rumi pressed play, and they watched the show. Shota Aizawa sighed as he sat down at the table he was sharing with Principal Nizu and Sekijiro-kan, better known as Vlad King. Gentlemen, I want the 2 heroics classes to actually talked about this year instead of completely randomized. Nizu started. Is this because of Midoriya? Sekijiro asked. Nizu nodded. His situation is a big reason, but it also brings to light that these students will become like a second family to each other in some cases, and we should make sure that personality-wise we put people who are compatible together. Will quirks be taken into consideration? Shota asked. Quirks should be a second thought in this. Sekijiro said. From what I see, every student here has for the most part an exceptional quirk or quirks that if used right will be good. We should make sure personalities match up first. Let's go over these few first. Nizu grabbed a few files. Rumi picked up her phone. Hello? Greetings. Is this Rumi Usajiyama? An old voice said. Rumi narrowed her eyes as she responded. Why? I take that as a yes. Hello, I am Dr. Yuga Aiken. I used to be the doctor for the Midoriya family. The man said. Rumi now looked confused. What did he want? What is your business? I was told you would be defensive. I mean no harm. I just want to give young Midoriya what his father left for him. Dr. Aiken said.
What?
Rumi asked. On the day of that tragic event, I discovered his blood quirk Hisashi had the theory that that sick doctor tried in a horrible way. I have a completely healthy but frozen vial of Hisashi's blood with his quirk here if Midoriya would like it. Dr. Aiken explained. Rumi thought this might help Izuku get closure. Not obtaining the quirk, but just having the vial might help Izuku move forward and finally enter the small building he had been hesitant to enter for months. Let me talk to Izuku, and I will get back to you. Izuku sat in the passenger seat quietly. Are you sure you're okay? Rumi asked Izuku as she drove him to the building. We can turn around. Izuku shook his head.
I'm fine.
Rumi looked at him for a second, feeling that he was not fine. As they drove on a particular street, Izuku looked out of the window and saw that small building, the same one he had been fighting himself on entering for months. Can we stop? Izuku asked as he looked at the building. Rumi nodded and took the car to a side street. She hoped he would finally enter the building. This was something that should have happened a long time ago. Izuku got out of the car slowly and Rumi followed him as he walked to in front of the building. Izuku's eyes started to well up and Rumi was considering calling it. Can I go in alone? Izuku asked. Yes, you can. Rumi said quietly. Izuku walked into the building for the first time, right under the large ornate plaque that read, Midoriya Memorial Building. The building that was made by the people of Mizudafu to honor his father and where his parents were buried. The small lobby was empty save for the curator and 2 other people. Once the old curator saw Izuku, she turned to the other people. Is it okay if you come back another time? The old lady asked. She indicated to Izuku and the 2 people recognized him. It's fine. The guy said. We understand. The girl nodded as they left. The curator was approached by Rumi a month prior and Rumi had asked that if Izuku had ever finally entered the building to give him time to say his goodbyes he never got to. She understood completely. I'll be here if you need me, sweetie. She pointed to the door in the middle. They are that way. Izuku nodded as he began to go to the doorway, noticing different photos, newspaper clippings, and messages from everyone in Mizudafu that all had to do with Hisashi. It felt wrong to see all of these happy photos of the citizens of Mizudafu that they took with Hisashi in his prime, experiences that Izuku would never get. Izuku got to the end of the path and was in front of the door that separated him from his last. His hand felt heavy as he moved it to the doorknob and pulled the door open to enter the room. The room had 2 graves, those of his parents, as well as a few papers that mentioned a summary of both of his parents' lives, and another wall of photos. But these photos were photos of his parents and him. Izuku looked at a photo of his parents and him, all smiling as Izuku rode above his father's head. It was at a parade that Izuku couldn't remember. He turned and faced his parents' graves. A memory surfaced up. Dad, when I grow up, I'm going to be an awesome hero like you. The small Izuku declared from his father's head. Can't be as awesome as me. Hisashi chuckled. You did say my flame breath was the coolest thing ever. I'm going to get a quirk just as cool. Izuku shouted happily. I'm going to sneeze fire. Hisashi began to laugh. Wouldn't that only be good if you had a cold?
No.
Izuku seemed confused that his father would ask that. Fire doesn't exist in the cold. So that means that the cold doesn't exist in the heat. Hisashi pointed out. But we have AC? Izuku was getting confused by his dad. We do. Hisashi nodded. You can't have anything without the opposite. Hot and cold, happy and sad, good and bad. Izuku furrowed his brow. That's confusing. I can explain it better later. Hisashi said. Let's scare your mom at work. Izuku pumped his fist. Yeah. Izuku wiped a tear as another memory came back. Inko ran over to her son that just fell out of a tree, letting her eye off of him for a second, and he decided to climb a tree again. Izu, are you hurt? Izuku pointed at his knee. I think I hurt it? Izuku sounded confused about whether or not he was actually hurt. Inko saw his dirty knee and the red stains from his blood, meaning he was bleeding. Oh, Izu, you have to be more careful. She helped Izuku up so she can take him over to their stuff to clean him off.
Sorry.
I saw a bird and thought I could catch it. Izuku apologized. Did you catch it? Inko asked her son as she sat him down and started to wipe his knee.
No.
It flew away. Izuku answered. Next time be careful, Izu. Inko said softly. Heroes are always careful after all. I will try. Izuku asked a question he had wondered about. Mom, why aren't you a hero like Dad? I had no skill as a fighter, and my telekinesis isn't strong enough for other hero work. Inko answered. It's fine because I now get to raise you, my little hero. I'm not a hero yet. Izuku said as Mom finished wiping his knee. You are too a hero. Inko argued. You're my cute little hero. Heroes aren't cute, we're tough. Izuku stated. You're both Izu. The memories were small, but they were the only two memories had of his parents. He would treasure them for as long as he could. Now all he had to do was talk. Izuku didn't know what to say though, so he just stood there, crying between the graves of his parents. I miss you. Izuku sobbed after a minute. I miss you both, and I don't remember almost anything. I want my parents back. I want to feel happiness again for more than seconds at a time. I want to be normal. Izuku stopped talking to try to steady his breathing. He didn't say anything else as he slumped down next to the graves and continued to sob. I think he should have this. The curator said as she got Rumi's attention. The curator had left the building to give Rumi a box. Rumi looked at the box in the lady's hands. What is this? When his parents died and he was kidnapped, most of their belongings were taken. However, through some effort upon hearing of his return months ago, people here in Mizutofu got this. It's a box of things that his parents used to own, as well as some have written letters of support to him, hoping he can recover from that nightmare. The curator explained. Rumi looked at the inside, seeing small items his parents owned and a few photos of them. It made her happy to see a smile on Izuku's face, even if it was a photo from over a decade ago. I'm sure he will like it. The curator smiled before she went back to the building. Rumi waited outside by the car for 15 more minutes before she saw Izuku shuffle back outside. He had put his hood up over his head and was looking at the ground, hiding his face. Hey Izu, Rumi said as he got closer. Ready to go to the doctor? Izuku nodded slightly as he got in the car. Rumi put the box in the back seat, deciding to show it to Izuku later. As they drove, Rumi could hear Izuku crying slightly. Hello Izuku, the old family doctor said. It has been some time. Hello. Izuku responded quietly. I understand you would like this to go quickly, so I can just give you the vial, and you can be on your way. Dr. Aiken said. Can you inject it into my heart? Izuku asked hesitantly. The old doctor looked at Izuku confused. Why would dash? It's how they join my blood. Izuku responded like he was pushing down a bad memory. The doctor nodded. I can prepare a syringe in just a minute. He left to go get the equipment. Rumi looked at the boy who couldn't go a solid 10 minutes in a doctor's office anymore without freaking out. Are you fine with this? Izuku nodded. It's the one quirk I actually want. Rumi nodded as well. If it is what you want.
I'm scared.
Izuku said suddenly. Tears started to flow again. Rumi instantly got closer to comfort him. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't know who I really am.
I'm scared.
Rumi had started hugging Izuku and rubbing his back. It's okay. It's okay. Sometimes it's okay to be scared. Being scared lets you take a step back and check things. You are Izuku Midoriya, a kid who has a heart of gold that wants to keep others from suffering. You are a complete turd at playing cards, and it can get annoying when you call out plot twists in a TV show episodes in advance. Rumi gave Izuku a squeeze. Everything always works out in the end. Izuku snuffed. Thanks. The doctor walked back in and saw the scene in front of him. He didn't question it. I have a syringe cleaned and the blood is ready to enter it, but our nurse on deck with the X-ray quirk is on break for the next half hour. Are you all right with waiting? Izuku shook his head. I can show you where it is. A small cylinder of bone shifted under Izuku's shirt. Izuku discarded his shirt and pointed to the thin tube-like bone that went straight to his heart. He made me do this that last 2 times. Dr. Aiken nodded. I will have the blood ready in 1 second. Rumi held Izuku's hand. Is there anything that happens when some new blood and quirk is added? My heart burns really bad and I go numb for a few minutes. Izuku stated. I don't like the sound of that. Rumi said. I don't like the feeling. Izuku said back. I want this though. Then it is worth it. Rumi said. The doctor re-entered the room with the syringe of blood. Just in one go? The doctor asked. This all seems too easy. Yes, all the way in here. Izuku pointed to the bone he made for the procedure. As the doctor moved the syringe closer, Izuku began to tense up, panicking and having flashbacks to the compound. Izu, it's okay. Rumi reassured him as his breathing got worse. It's fine. She let Izuku squeeze her hand tightly to help him stay as calm as he could. Izuku had squeezed his eyes shut as the syringe began to pour the blood straight into his heart. His chest began to heat up as his blood began to assimilate the new blood and quirk into his real system and reproduce the new quirk. Rumi helped Izuku lay back in the chair as his breathing began to slow down to a semi-normal level. He started to look pale for a few minutes before he began to look normal again, his breathing becoming completely normal again. Are you fine now? Dr. Aiken asked, not wanting to have harmed the boy.
I'm fine.
Izuku nodded. So you have the quirk? Rumi asked. I won't know for an hour or 2 at most. Izuku stated. It was nice to see you again, Izuku. Dr. Aiken said as he checked his laptop. I hope you do well. Let's go home, Izuku. Rumi rubbed Izuku's shoulder. On the car ride home, Izuku saw the box in the back seat. What is that? Izuku asked, not remembering seeing that box being there before. That's actually for you. Rumi said. It's from that lady at the memorial site. Izuku reached into the back seat and pulled the box up to him. What is it? Belongings of your parents. Rumi answered. Izuku opened the box and saw the photos, picking up one that was of him and his parents. They were all smiling and in a park, looking like they were having a fun time. Rumi turned when she heard Izuku start to cry again. Do you think they are proud of me? Izuku asked. Rumi was glad she had just parked the car. She gave Izuku a one-handed hug. I'm sure they are proud of you. Rumi said. I know I am. Suddenly a burst of flames flashed out of Izuku's mouth. Luckily it was small and didn't burn anything, but it was enough to definitely get both people's attention. They both were silent as they absorbed what just happened. Well, you got it. Rumi stated. I bet your dad is proud of that. Izuku had a full smile for the first time in years. /N. That's the end of Chapter 3 of Clear-Blooded. I don't currently have any plans for giving Izuku any more quirks to add to his blood. Giving him flame breath was something I felt would make him happier and move on more. I might give him more, but as far as I know right now he is fine as is. I hope Izuku's reasoning for not wanting one for all made sense with everyone. He doesn't feel like he would be worthy, Doesn't want to do what Maruta wanted to make him do, and just wanted to have control of what quirks he has. Just to reiterate it, because I don't want confusion, the pairing is not Izuku and Pony. I just wanted to give him more friends because the dude needs good support. The pairing is actually in the first scene of Chapter 1 if you don't know it yet. The tags aren't changed yet because I don't want to have people in the tags chapters before they are in the story.
Chapter 4. /N. As far as I know, I have no ownership of MHA.
A few days later, with a bag on his back, Izuku was outside of UA on the day before classes, the day everyone was told to move in. Rumi was hugging Izuku hard, something that would seem odd of the normally aggressive heroine. I'm going to miss you, Izu. Rumi continued to hug the boy that became like a son to her. Make sure to call me or text me every day so I know you are okay. I will, Izuku said. If anyone tried to mess with you, tell them I will kick their ass or just pull out a rib bone and beat them over the head with it. Rumi added. I think the second thing counts as assault. Izuku pointed out. Just pull out a rib then and threaten them. It's kinda gross to watch your skin rip apart to let the bones out. Rumi stated. It hurts when I make bones though. Shouldn't I not waste them? Izuku asked. You walk around barefoot and have the highest pain tolerance I have ever seen. Plus, didn't you shot a finger joints at that spider the other day? Rumi deadpanned. You're the one who jumped up afraid of it. Izuku responded. It was one of those fast and poisonous ones. Rumi argued. I'm not getting poisoned by an insect smaller than my finger. Plus, that was on reflex. My finger bullet was a reflex too when you jumped and I saw it move. Izuku said. You better be glad you're adorable. Rumi ruffled Izuku's hair. Use that same charm on your classmates. I have no charm. Izuku responded. You do, but you think you don't. Rumi patted Izuku's head. Go settle in at the dorms. I know it might seem hard, but I think you might have friends waiting for you there. I don't know anyone that much yet. Just promise me you will give them a small chance before you shit off. Rumi said. I won't blame you, but someone might be nice there for all we know. I promise. By Rumi. Izuku waved to her as he turned to enter UA. Yo, is that you, Midoriya? Izuku turned to see that same redhead Ijiro walk up to him. What's up, man? Moving in. Izuku responded. So am I. What class do you have? 1A. Izuku stated, kinda glad that on first appearances it seemed like Ijiro didn't care about Izuku's past. That's awesome. Ijiro flashed a grin. So do I. Rumi smiled as she watched Izuku enter UA with the red head. It seemed like friends would just find him. Man, what did you get on the entrance exam? Ijiro asked. I got 39 villain points and 35 hero points. I placed third with 74. I don't want to seem like I am bragging, Izuku said. Ah, come on, man, brag away. Ijiro said. I earned 94 villain points and 60 hero points. Izuku admitted. I got 154 points total and ranked first. Izuku could see their dorm building now. Ijiro gave Izuku a bewildered look. You got that much and let me brag about mine? Dude, your score is amazing. You should definitely brag. Ijiro exclaimed the last part as they entered the commons of their dorm building. Definitely brag about what? A purple-haired girl asked as she saw new entries. Ijiro pointed at Izuku. This dude is manly as hell. Midoriya, tell her your score in the exams. Izuku felt awkward but said his score. I got 154 points. See? Ijiro said. That's amazing. That is a really high score. A guy with black hair pulled back in a braid said. I got barely 30. Holy shit, it's you. A familiar blonde said as he entered and saw Izuku. You're that guy that destroyed a zero-pointer. You broke one of the zero-pointers? The purple-haired girl looked at Izuku like he was insane. He made this huge thing out of his bones and made it spin like a drill and tore a huge hole in the thing's head. The blonde exclaimed. He broke his own arm and straight up didn't care and tried checking on this cute girl instead. You broke your arm? The guy with the braid raised an eyebrow. Do you have monster strength or something? Hold up, your quirk is your bones? The purple-haired girl asked again. Izuku began to feel uncomfortable with the attention. He shuffled on his feet. My quirk is my blood. I don't want to talk about it. Ijiro put his hands up. Don't overwhelm the dude. He just got here. My bad. Just sounded cool what he did. The guy with the braid said. Oh, this one girl who I think said her name was Yayarozu asked if once everyone got done with getting settled, they all come back down here so everyone can meet. I'm Hiryu-rin, by the way, Hiryu said. Izuku nodded and went to the stairs. A paper by the stairs tells us what room we are. The purple-haired girl said. Thanks. Ijiro flashed a toothy grin as he followed Izuku to find out where he would have his room. Izuku looked at the paper and saw his room was on the 3rd floor, in between 2 people, one of which was Ijiro and the other was named Tetsu. Hey, we're right next to each other. Ijiro noticed. That's cool. I guess. Izuku responded with a lack of interest. Ijiro noticed the tone. Hey man, if you don't want to be friends with anyone, I don't blame you. It's fine. However, if I know there is a chance I am gonna be your friend. Izuku looked at Ijiro. Why? You look like you could use one. Ijiro said. Please don't take that as an insult, it's just I kinda did look you up after the entrance exam to know more, and what happened sucked big time. I doubt I could understand it myself, but I know when I was in the dumps a while ago, I could have used a friend. It feels wrong to just leave you be if there is a chance to try and be the bro that is there. Izuku studied Ijiro's face for a second. I'm not easy opening up. So there is a chance? Ijiro asked. I suppose. Izuku said as he began to walk again. I'll take it, my guy. Soon it will be known throughout the school that the duo of Kirishima and Midoriya are too manly to step up to. Ijiro grinned as he kept pace with Izuku. Izuku felt a little comfort that someone was pulling a move like Rumi did, forcing their way into his space to help him from burying himself. Ijiro felt genuine and had no ill will or negativity about Izuku's past, or even looked at him as a monster like Izuku believed people would. Izuku began to open his door. Ijiro called to him from his own door. I'll see you downstairs, buddy. Izuku nodded as he entered his room. They had allowed every student to write up modifications to their dorms for their room if they wished, and Izuku had made only a few requests. Because he used up a lot of bones and needed to strengthen them, he asked for a small fridge for his room that he could stock with milk. He had a desk that held a school-issued laptop and his new books. A single bookcase that had some books Tomoko got for him. The final thing he had was his bed that had the box of his parents' stuff in it. He wanted to go through the whole thing, but every time he would end up seeing a photo of times before the compound, and it made him too depressed to continue looking. He set down his bag that had spare clothing and decided that he could put them in his closet after the first class meeting. Izuku walked to the door and made his way downstairs. On the way down, he saw the ashy blonde-haired kid from the exams again, who was equally surprised to see him. Izuku? The blonde said in shock. Hello. Izuku said. I'm sorry, I still don't remember much of anything. The blonde knit his eyebrows, disappointed. At least with you here I can know you are safe. If that helps. Izuku said. My name is Katsuki Bakugo, Izuku. The blonde said as he started to turn to go up the stairs. Hearing that name triggered a memory of Izuku's to resurface. Kaken, wait up. Izuku shouted as he began to climb the hill as fast as his little legs would take him. We're heroes. Katsuki yelled down the hill to Izuku. We don't wait. We have to go find villains and beat them up. I don't have my quirk yet, so I can't climb like you can. Izuku argued. It was true. Katsuki had used his recently discovered explosive quirk to make himself get launched up the hill. Katsuki nodded and stopped. I guess you're right. I'm waiting here for you, Izuku. Okay. Izuku nodded as he worked his way up the step hill to his friend. Once he got to the top, he stood next to Katsuki. I'm here, Kaken. It's Katsuki Izuku, Katsuki. Katsuki repeated his name. Kaken is easier to say. Izuku stated. But my hero name isn't going to be Kaken. If the villains hear you call me that, when we fight them, they will laugh at me. Katsuki said. The green-haired boy had an idea.
No.
They'll think we are not taking them seriously, and they will be afraid of us. They'll think we are so tough that we don't take it seriously. Katsuki nodded. That's genius. We're already tough, so this will make us look tougher. Right. Izuku grinned. Katsuki pointed to the trees. Let's go find the villains and kick their butts. Izuku looked at Katsuki differently than he just had. He now had a look of recognition. Kaken? Izuku spoke, almost uncertain of saying it. Katsuki whipped around at hearing the name he had banned people from calling him after Izuku was kidnapped. His crimson eyes were locked on Izuku's own emerald ones. What did you just say? Katsuki asked. Izuku's eyes started to turn red because he was beginning to well up from remembering his old best friend. I remember. Kaken. Katsuki immediately grabbed Izuku in a tight hug. He finally had his friend back after so many years. After a little bit they separated, Katsuki letting go. It's good to have you back. Katsuki spoke first. I don't remember everything. Izuku said. I only remember pieces and dash. Don't ruin the cool moments again, man. Katsuki said. I'm just glad you remember. I used to be your friend at the least. Later we should talk, but I'm going to set my stuff down in my room, and we all have to go downstairs for that whatever this Yairosa chick wanted. Okay. Izuku nodded. Katsuki patted Izuku's shoulders. It's good to have you back. I'll see you in a few minutes. He began to go up the stairs, happier than he has been in a while. Izuku went down the stairs to the commons, and immediately someone called him out. Midoriya. That girl whose name was Pony shouted, as she ran up to him. We're in the same class. She stated happily. Are you popular with everyone or something? A silver-haired guy asked Izuku. He saved my life. Pony stated. He stopped that zero-pointer and went POW. At this point Pony did a punching motion. Right to its face. That sounds cool, but I doubt it did anything. A black-haired guy with peculiar elbows said. Those things are massive and present. Mike even said they are unbeatable. Do you even know who this is right here? The blonde with the black streak in his hair said. This is Izuku Midoriya. I saw him make a giant spike or whatever from his bones and make a hole straight through the zero-pointer's entire head. He did indeed do that. A blue-haired teen with glasses said. I saw it myself. It was a powerful attack. The silver-haired guy leaned back in his chairs. Well, hell, that must have been a sight to see. A girl with black hair, tied in a spiky bun, looked around the commons. Is everyone one here? We're missing just one or two, I think. The kid with glasses said. I'm here, don't flip out. Katsuki said as he entered the commons and made sure he stayed near Izuku. That's everyone now, isn't it? Pony asked. Let's just give them a few minutes and then check. A pink girl said. I would have liked a few more minutes to finish up. Okay, we shall wait a few more minutes. The blue-haired teen announced. Izuku sat down at a table that also had the black-haired girl across from him. Izuku didn't say anything at first. The black-haired girl looked at the guy across the table from her and thought that he was definitely cute, despite how unalive his eyes looked and how dead his facial expression seemed.
Iema mumu yoyurozu.
She greeted him and held her arm out. Izuku accepted the hand and shook it. Izuku Midoriya. May I ask why that name sounds familiar? The pink girl asked. I don't want to talk about it. Izuku answered. All they had to do was look up his name, and they would know a whole lot. Mina. Izuku is the kid of Spitfire. Ijiro said to the pink girl that was now identified as Mina. Ijiro hoped that just saying that part will make Mina know the other part, the part Izuku didn't want to speak of. Mina, thankfully, realized who Izuku really is off of that. OOH. She looked at Izuku differently, not scared of him but like she felt bad, which she did because his childhood sucked.
Sorry.
It's fine. Izuku replied. He wasn't upset. He just didn't want to be treated like a freak because of what he thought made him close to one. Someone came down the stairs at that moment. It was a guy with short light brown hair and brown eyes. He looked at everyone with hidden disdain. Hello. Pony waved to the newcomer. The guy only replied with a turn of his head in her direction. Pony figured he must be shy. The guy scanned the room for his mission. Finding Izuku, he planned to keep an eye on him. That means just one more person is missing. The blue-haired teen stated. Who's the person? Katsuki asked as he leaned back in his seat. Momo sighed when she realized who was missing. I know who it is. I will be right back. She got up to go find the girl. She tapped on the door and hoped that the girl inside would actually answer the knock. She did, and the door was opened. The girl's heterochromic eyes focused on Momo. What? She asked with a lack of emotion. Todoroki, we're meeting as a class. Momo said. She had met Shoko Todoroki during their recommendation exams, and Shoko was not really friendly. She wasn't mean or rude by any means. She was just a shut-in who didn't seem to care about others. Is it required? Shoko asked. No, but you should still meet the class. Momo said. They all are your classmates and now people you live around. Shoko looked like she was about to say no, but opened the door more and exited her room. I'm leaving once I am able to. That's fine, I guess. Momo replied. All 20 people were now in the commons, gathered around the 5 tables that could seat 4 of them each. Izuku was at a table that had him, Katsuki, Ijiro, and Pony. Okay, so how do we do this? A girl that had what seemed like permanent blush asked. Why not just everyone one by one introduce themselves? Momo offered. We can say our names, what our quirks are, and some things about ourselves. We could even say our goals as heroes or things like that. Shoko was looking at Izuku, trying to decipher why he looked so familiar. Sounds like something 3rd graders do. Katsuki said. Why don't you go first then? Momo said to the blonde. Okay.
I'm Katsuki Bakugo.
The blonde started. My quirk is called Explosion and secretes sweat with nitroglycerin and a few other chemicals that allow me to make explosions from my hands or the bottoms of my feet. I am set on becoming a hero because I want to prevent anything happening like what happened to my old best friend. Katsuki finished. What happened to them? The pink girl, Mina asked. The Spitfire incident. Katsuki answered, letting anyone who knew what he was talking about know he meant Izuku. All right, someone else go. Pony jumped up.
I'm Pony Tsunotori.
I love anime and manga. I was born in America and am a transfer student here. My quirk is called Horn Cannon. I can shoot my horns like projectiles and control them in the air, and they regrew fast and I can control up to 4 at a time. Can you stand on them while moving them? Ijiro asked. Pony looked confused. I never thought of that. If you can, then that means you have a way of flying. Katsuki pointed out. Pony got excited. Oh my gosh, that would be so awesome. She started speaking English at the end. What? Katsuki looked confused. Speak Japanese, please. Pony then looked embarrassed.
Sorry.
When I get excited, I sometimes revert back to English. It's cool. Ijiro waved it off. Just don't trash talk us in English. Katsuki joked. I would never. Pony shook her head. You two are too nice. Thanks, but we should really get back to class introductions. Ijiro smiled, then decided that it was his turn. I am Ijiro Kirishima. My quirk is called Harden. I can make myself hard as a rock and brush off attacks. It also packs a big punch. I enjoy those old Western films, and I want to be a hero like Crimson Riot. The silver-haired guy raised his hand. Whoa, hold up. Your quirk makes you insanely hard? Ijiro thought the guy was about to make an inappropriate joke about it. Yeah. The silver-haired guy started to laugh. Dude, my quirk makes me turn to steel. Our quirk are the same, man, look. The silver-haired teen began to turn to steel, the silver-like material shining and moving with his movements. This is either a huge coincidence, or the universe made perfect sparring partners on purpose. My name is Tetsu. That's a mouthful. Ijiro grinned. You totally gotta believe we are training partners now. Does that count as his introduction? Katsuki asked. It does now. Tetsu stated. I'm next then. A bird-headed boy said. I am Fumikage Tokoyami. My quirk is Dark Shadow, a sentient being that is my shadow. A shadowy form erupted from his chest and did a wave. I am Dark Shadow. The shadow said. It's so cute. Pony said as she tried to pet it. I am not cute. Dark Shadow protested. I am a being of darkness. He's adorable. Pony said as she patted its head, Dark Shadow just accepting the girl's actions. Deciding to take their turn, a blind kid spoke. I am Denki Kaminari. My quirk is electricity, and I also like anime. Bro, same. The kid with the odd elbows said.
I'm Hanta Sero.
My quirk is that I can make tape come from these things on my elbows that are sticky enough that I can swing around on them if I wanted. Dude, that's awesome. You're like that one early-age hero from America, the New York one. Denki said. Hanta grinned. I actually want to be like him. My style is actually based on his. Moving on. A teen with pale yellow-green skin and a bright, fluffy green mohawk said. He had 2 hooked blades jutting out from either of his cheeks, no visible nose, and the shape of his head along with the blades made his head resemble that of an insect with mandibles.
I'm Togaru Kamakiri.
My quirk is called Razor Sharp, and I can make blades come out of my body at any point. I enjoy collecting insects. Wait, you can make blades? Denki asked. That's cool, and just like how he can use his bones. Denki pointed to Izuku. Togaru looked at Izuku and realized who Izuku was. You're Izuku, Midoriya. Izuku didn't want the attention, but he knew it was inevitable. I am. How is he known? Hanta asked, looking confused. You don't know? Togaru looked surprised. The Spitfire incident? Sorry, I don't. Hanta said. What exactly happened? My parents got murdered and a man kidnapped me to use me as a weapon because of my blood. Izuku said with no emotions. He decided it would be easier to just say it right there and hope people leave him alone about it. Everyone was actually quiet because it felt so off-putting how he spoke of what happened. I'm sorry if I Hanta tried to apologize. You're fine. Izuku cut him off. You didn't know. What exactly does your blood do? Pony asked. Because I thought your bones were your quirk. My blood can hold more quirks than anybody else. Everyone's blood is meant to carry just their quirk's DNA, but mine allows me to have many. The man forced the others into. Izuku paused, taking a breath because getting that close to talking about the compound was enough to make him panic slightly. Katsuki saw that Izuku was trying to not flip his kid, so he put a hand on Izuku's shoulder. You don't need to talk about it. Togaru nodded. You don't need to explain to us. Shoko suddenly realized how she knew Izuku, a far-off memory of a park entering her mind. Are you okay? Shoko ran up to the green-haired boy upside down in the dirt. She had just saw him fall out of the tree he was next to. The boy looked up at Shoko. His eyes widened a little. You're beautiful. Shoko got really confused. What? The boy rolled over into his stomach and stood up, eye level with the girl. He was looking into her dual-colored eyes. One was gray, and one was turquoise. I said you're beautiful.
Sorry.
Shoko remembered what the words meant, hearing her mother talk about flowers that were beautiful before. A blush forming in her face. It's okay. She did like his wild emerald green hair and equally green eyes. Plus his smile was really nice. So you were fine? The boy rubbed the dirt off of his knees. Yep.
I'm Izuku Midoriya.
He put his hand out towards her. Shoko looked at the boy a few tables away from her, who had changed drastically since they had last saw each other. His large smile was replaced with a blank expression, and his eyes that were so full of life and happiness were full and emotionless. I'll go next, Mina said, wanting to make the room cheerful again. I am Mina Ashido. My quirk lets me secrete acid from my body that can either be highly dangerous or about as dangerous as a cup of water. I love puzzles and I am an amazing dancer. Mina's attempt to get more people focused on something other than Izuku worked. A small girl with brown hair and a shape similar to a mushroom cap that covered her eyes spoke.
I'm Kinoko Kemori.
She said nervously. My quirk lets me create mushroom spores that grow really fast. I can make a lot of mushrooms. She stopped talking, feeling too nervous to continue.
I'm Ohako Uraraka.
The girl with permanent blush said, My quirk lets anything I touch with these pads. She showed her fingertips, which were covered with pink pads of skin. I can remove their gravity until I press my hands and the pads together. I have a limit because I get queasy. My idol is number 13 and I want to be a rescue hero like her. 13 is the one with the black hole quirk, right? Pony asked. Yep. She's amazing. Pony said. We go off topic way too easily. Togaru stated. Let everyone say their own part before you guys veer off on your side conversations. I am Tenya Ida. The blue-haired guy started. My quirk is the engines in my calves that boost my speed. I want to be a hero that upholds the high standards that all heroes should hold. Momo went next. I am Momo Yaoyorozu. My quirk is creation. Using the lipids on my body, I can create anything if I know its molecular layout and how it functions. I enjoy reading just about anything. Can you make a gun? Hanta asked. Momo nodded. Don't make a gun, Katsuki said as he looked at Hanta and Denki. Those two might be the troublemakers of this class. Denki and Hanta looked at each other and nodded. He isn't wrong, Denki said. Nothing but facts. Hanta agreed. Next was the girl with purple hair and odd earlobes that had AUX cords at the ends. She was twirling one around her fingers.
I'm Kyoka Jiro.
My quirk is my ear AUX cords. I can use the jacks to increase my hearing a lot, hear through things like whole buildings. I can also send my heartbeat through them as an attack. I like music and especially rock. Rock is good. Ijiro nodded. Next was a girl who had long green hair she had tied up in a bow.
I'm Tsuyu Asui.
My quirk is called Frog, and I can do a lot of the same things as a frog. I want to be a good water-type hero. Ribbit. Was that ribbit because of you talking about being like a frog, so you said it as a joke? Do you actually ribbit sometimes? Denki asked. I ribbit sometimes. Tsuyu nodded.
I'm Hiryu Rin.
Hiryu made his introduction. My quirk is called Scales and allows me to sprout strong, durable reptilian scales from my skin. They can act like armor, but I can also shoot them really hard at things. I'm originally from China and I love sushi. Next was a guy with a tail that looked similar to a lion's.
I'm Mashirao Ojiro.
My quirk is my tail that I can control like a limb. It helps in my combat style, which is martial arts. My goal is to be a martial arts master. Shoko decided to speak next.
I'm Shouko Todoroki.
My quirk is that I can create ice from the right side of my body. She didn't say anything else but looked at Izuku again, them looking eyes for a second before Pony moved in her seat and blocked their lines of sight. Izuku wondered why Shoko looked familiar to him. Momo looked at the final person, the brown-haired boy. I believe you are last. Kiyotaka Akitmitsu. The boy said his name before leaving. That was kinda rude, Denki stated. What's the point of staying here the whole time, just to say your name then leave? Hanta asked the group. Is there anything else anyone wants to say? Momo asked. Izuku didn't want to say it, but he knew he would have a mental episode eventually, and he should let them know. Because of what I went through, I suffer some mental episodes that make my head hurt badly, and I end up falling over screaming and my bones go off randomly. Everyone looked at him worried. Is there a way to help you? Pony asked. Izuku shook his head hard. Don't try to help me during it, please. I lose control of my senses and my bones spike out around me. Just stay back until I get over it, please. Katsuki felt anger at the man who did this to Izuku. If Maryuta wasn't already dead, Katsuki would want to make sure he was. Anything else? Momo asked as she looked at everyone. No one added anything, so she spoke again. That's it, I guess. Everyone can do their own thing now. Tetsu and Tagaru quickly picked up their table and moved it right up to the table that Izuku, Katsuki, Pony, and Ijiro were at. The two other people who were at that table, Hiryu and Kinoko, looked confused. Join us, Tetsu said to the two who looked confused. What's this? Ijiro asked, confused as well. This is a tradition of first days. Tagaru said. This is how we pick the group. Tetsu added. We went to middle school together. On the first day, we would find people we thought were interesting and bam, group is made. So you chose us 6? Katsuki asked. Tagaru nodded. Definitely. Everyone here seems cool.
I'm cool.
Kinoko sounded like she doubted that heavily. If you weren't before, you are now. Pony said. New friends, this is exciting. Katsuki looked at everyone in the group. I'm fine with this. Are you fine with this, Midoriya? Ijiro looked at Izuku. He didn't want someone he wanted to be friends with get forced into a group. I don't know. Izuku responded. You can join anytime you want. Tetsu stated. He really didn't want to mess with Izuku. He felt bad for the guy. Wait, so does that make you two the leaders? Hiryu asked Tetsu and Tagaru. We led by rules of the alpha, toughest is leader. Tetsu stated. And we're both hotheads, so it flip-flops. I don't think you're the toughest in this group, Katsuki said. And you think it's you? Tetsu showed his hot-headedness rather quickly. If anyone, it's Midori. Pony stated. Midori? Izuku looked confused. Yep, it's my new nickname for you. Pony nodded. Save my life, get a nickname. If he isn't in the group, does he qualify as toughest? Tagaru asked. He's definitely toughest in the class. Pony defended her opinion. Whoa, the whole class? Hanta overheard, making everyone else in the class look as well. Everyone was still in the commons but Kiyotaka. That is a bold statement, Denki said. He can use his bones as weapons. Pony argued. Yaoyorozu can make a gun. Denki pointed out. Bang bang, she can beat us all. I've been shot before, Izuku said, and everyone looked at him in shock. You have? Achiko sounded freaked out. Izuku started to have flashbacks to the compound. The night when he fought back and got freed. The night I got freed, I couldn't take it anymore and fought back. They tried using lethal force to out me back in my cell. Katsuki immediately put a hand on Izuku's shoulder, something he was glad he quickly found out helped steady Izuku. You don't have to talk about it. That does ruin your whole point, though, Hanta said to Denki. Tenya immediately stood up and spoke. Why don't we have a friendly competition to see who is the toughest here? Tetsu immediately jumped up. Hell yeah. No quirks, just straight fighting. Tetsu, Ijiro, and Tagaru began to move a table. Not here. Kyoka snapped. Find a gym or do it outside. We're literally just doing fisticuffs. Tetsu said. How destructive do you think we are? Destructive enough. Kyoka said. There are spare rooms. Izuku stated. One can be used for that. Tetsu smacked Izuku on the back lightly. Man has a good point. Let's make a room just for that. Mina, who was closest to the paper with the room's mapping sheet, looked at it. There is a spare room on the girls' side, right by the stairs on the second floor if that works. It's right next to mine. Are we making a fight club? Denki asked. Don't talk about it. Tetsu said, gaining a bit of laughter from the people who got the joke. There should be ground rules. Tenya said. You work those out. Tagaru said. Yeah, you seem more responsible than us. Tetsu nodded. I believe we need a teacher's permission, so I shall go to the main building to ask. Tenya went for the door. The door opened before he got to it, and in walked a tired-looking man with messy black hair, an odd scarf, and a black outfit. Oh, hello, Tenya said. The man sighed. I am Shota Aizawa. I'm your homeroom teacher. I'm just making sure that all of you are here now and doing okay. Momo nodded. We are all here. Akitmitsu just went upstairs, but the rest of us are here. Shota looked around the commons at the kids, not really lingering on any of them. That is good. If you need me, I will be at the building mint for the staff. Actually we do have a question. Tetsu said. Yes, we do. Tenya nodded. Shota sighed, wanting to leave. What is it? Will it be okay if we set up one of the spare rooms here as a training room? For spars, but no quirks will be used. Tenya said. Shota looked at Tenya for a few solid seconds, and then he sighed. I guess, as long as no quirks are used, and you don't break anything or each other, it will be fine. If you use quirks, it will be banned. If you want to do anything besides light spars, begin to use the gyms and training areas on campus. They all open up starting after classes tomorrow. Shota then left. That's our sensei? Mina asked once he was gone. He seems tired. Denki stated. You heard him, we can make a sparring room. Tetsu said. Why don't you guys just wait for an official gym tomorrow so you guys can go all out? Katsuki said. Are you guys afraid of our quirks? PSSH, my blades are untouchable. Tagaru said. Midori made a blade from his arm and shoulder bone at the exams. Pony said. Denki remembered Izuku doing that right before their exam. What was it that you said?
Tsupaki no mai.
It means dance of the camellia. Izuku answered. It's one of my dances. Dances? Ijiro raised an eyebrow. That's what I call my fighting styles. Izuku had started calling them dances after Rumi commented that his movements during them could be so fluid like a dance. It hurts to do my dances. How does it hurt? Pony asked. The Tsubaki no Mai uses my shoulder blade and upper arm bones as the blade. Using my actual bones hurts because they need replaced instantly by other bones I can create. During the Tsubaki no Mai, I use my upper body in a way that is too exhausting if I do it for too long. Was that drill bone a dance? Pony asked. Izuku nodded. It's the kin that hurts the most. It's called my Tasenka no Mai, Hana. or dance of the clematis flower. The drill spins really fast and tears apart anything touching it, except the bones in my arm that can go through it like water. Wait, so you were tearing your arm apart saving me? Pony felt guilty. I thought you just punched it really hard or something. I was made to take a super regeneration quirk. Izuku said. I can heal back from it. You're metal as shit. Kyoka commented. I'm metal? Izuku got confused. He wasn't the one who could have their skin turn into steel. Kyoka got confused when Izuku was confused. Do you not know what being metal means? I don't think I know your definition. Izuku shook his head. Oh. Kyoka wanted to smack herself over the head. Everyone was starting to guess that Izuku's lack of a normal childhood meant most sayings, and such would go over his head. It means you're hardcore. Oh. Izuku thought he got it. Thank you. All right, this means that if quirks are involved, it should be a given that Midoriya beats us all. Hanta said. But gun. Denki pointed at Yaoyorozu. It would be easier if we knew all of Midoriya's quirks to determine that. Ida said. But you don't have to talk about them if you don't want to. Tenya also knew it would be better to not make the kid have to go back to that place in his memories for the list of quirks. Izuku appreciated that everyone was letting him say as much as he wanted on his quirks, not trying to force it out of him. These people were a lot nicer than others he had met. I can say them. It's not like they already said my powers before. Without my blood being counted, I have the 3 quirks fused together that make my bone quirk called skeletal control, super strength and speed, enhanced reflexes, enhanced senses, super regeneration, a energy stockpiling quirk, and my dad's flame breath. Yeah, he wins a quirk-based fight. Hanta said to Denki. But gun. Denki repeated his earlier statement. You have your father's flame breath? Katsuki asked. When he first found out about my quirk, he had the blood theory and had some stored with his quirk. Izuku explained. I got it a few days ago. Wait, so you said earlier using your real bones hurt? Tetsu started. Do you not use real bones sometimes? Because of the energy stockpiling quirk, I can use that energy to make more bone matter, and I have a thin layer right under my skin. My real bones are denser and stronger, so they're used for my dances, but for the most part, one use the outer layer for non-dance attacks. Not trying to make you do it or anything, but can you make a bone right now? Kiryu asked. I really want to see it at this point. I guess. Izuku said as they all saw his skin rip open on its own on his left forearm and a bone start to stick out. That looks painful. Mina did not like seeing that. Doesn't that hurt? Ijiro asked. After being tortured for a decade, this is fine. Izuku bothered them again with how he said it. He removed the bone and placed it on the table, the bone decaying quickly. Anyways, Tetsu decided that they should talk about something else. Without quirks, though, I feel like I got this top dog position. Nope, Katsuki said. I'm taking that. Tagaru put his own hat in the ring. It's neither of you. I claim that title. I still say Midori. Pony said. Yeah, he definitely would whoop everyone hand to hand. Hanta agreed. I would like to put my name on the table for any sparring because I would like to think I can get that title also. Mashireo said. Me too. Ijiro grinned. Let's all do this right now. Tetsu went for the stairs, Tagaru, Katsuki, Ijiro, and Mashireo following. The rest of the guys began to go as well. Izuku didn't follow, however, staying in his seat, and Hanta looked at him. You coming, Midoriya? I can later. Izuku said. I am going to my room for now.
Allrecht, Mann.
Hanta said as he went back to following the guys. Izuku got up and made for his room. It took the boys in our class not even an hour of being around each other to make a fight club. Mina said once all of the guys left. Midori didn't join it, but I know he can fight them all easily. Pony stated. Do you have a thing for Midoriya? Kyoka asked. You have been acting like a cheerleader for a while. Pony shook her head. No, he just saved me from a robot, and he looks like he needs support. I am going to be that support. So you are his cheerleader. Kyoka said.
Yep.
Pony smiled. Were you asking because you have a thing for him? Kyoka gave Pony a look.
No.
I've known him for all of 30 minutes. While they were talking, Momo noticed that Shoko was still there. I thought you were going to take the first chance to leave? Momo raised an eyebrow. Did you find something interesting enough to stay here? Shoko did. Izuku was definitely interesting. I decided to learn about the people I would be around then to just hide in my room. Momo smiled. You should stay here with us then. Talk a little more. Shoko shook her head, standing up and leaving without another word. Momo sighed. She really wanted to get that girl out of her shell. Should we see which one of the guys ends up winning? Achiko asked. It might be funny to see some of them get knocked over. Kyoka nodded. Then the girls all decided to go see the sudden fight club. Izuku sat on his bed as he opened the box. Today he would finally go through the whole box. He wouldn't stop just because it made him sad. Opening it up all the way, he took the multiple photos and letters that people had left and put them beside him. Below where the photos were was a smaller black box, with a lock on it that had the key still in. Izuku pulled it out and unlocked the box, revealing an orange-trimmed green metallic gauntlet that was right-handed. The gauntlet had slots in the back on the forearm where nozzles and cords and pipes looked like they fit in, as well as holes on the knuckles on the other end of those slots. It was his father's glove from his hero days. Seeing the glove made him remember another memory. Dad, why does your glove have these? The small child asked as he tugged on his father's hero suit parts. Hisashi got Izuku to stop tugging it. Oh, this? Well, my quirk only lets me breath fire out of my mouth. This way with my hero suit I can just breath into this mouthpiece. Hisashi pointed his arm outwards as he put his mouth on a piece of his suit. And breath out my flames over my fist. Hisashi unleashed his flames, and they came out of the other side of the hose and out of his gauntlet above his head. That's awesome! Izuku exclaimed as he watched the flames. Will I get flames like that? Maybe, Hisashi said. Your quirk hasn't appeared yet, so it could be anything. I want to breath fire. Izuku stated. It is fun. Hisashi nodded. Izuku looked at the glove again. It had rust around some edges, and he doubted he could fix it himself. Putting it back in its box, he set it aside and decided to see if he can have someone at the school fix it tomorrow. Checking the big box again, he found a jewelry box of his mother's. Opening it, he saw that at least half of everything was missing if the 2 items left in it were anything to go by. Izuku held up a ring and realized it was an engagement ring, his mother's. He put it back carefully and looked at the necklace, a simple silver chain with a smooth emerald on it. Putting the jewelry box on his desk, he looked in the box and found the final item in there, a green scarf. Taking it out, he tried to remember anything he could, hoping another memory would just surface and make him remember any meaning to it. He couldn't. Izuku grabbed the photos and began to go through them, hoping to find out whose it was exactly when he found a photo with the scarf. It was him and his parents in costumes, he being in a onesie of his father's outfit while his dad had on what looked like a version of All Might's costume. The scarf was on his mother, who had a green jumpsuit with black lines going up and down it. He remembered a memory again. Mom, what hero are you? Izuku tugged on his mother's leg to get her attention. It was Halloween, and the Midoriyas were going to a costume party at the Bakugos. Oh, this is a running joke me and Mitsuki have, Inko said. This was going to be my hero outfit if I made it. I say you would have made a fine hero, Hisashi said, grinning. Your body can certainly kill. Inko blushed and playfully smacked her husband's shoulder. I didn't want to be a violent hero, Sashi. I wanted to be a rescue hero. You still would have been terrific, Hisashi replied. You would have been awesome. Izuku agreed. The scarf was his mother's. Izuku held it tighter. He wrapped it carefully around his neck, deciding it should be part of his hero costume to honor his mother. He would do the same with his father's gauntlet. Even if Izuku wasn't right-handed, he would still use that same glove. Izuku pulled out the phone Rumi got him and called her. A ring later, she picked up. Izuku said quietly. Hey Izu, are you settling in good? Are the others okay? Rumi asked. They are nice. Everyone is being considerate about my past. Izuku answered. That's good. I was wondering if I was going to beat up some teenagers. Rumi joked. They made a sparring room and everyone talked about who would win in a fight. Izuku told her. They better have realized you can probably take them all on. Rumi chuckled. This one girl can make anything she thinks of, and this guy said she can just make a gun and beat us all. Izuku retold the events. That is convenient, but you can heal from bullets, so that's Unless she can make a tank, you're fine. I don't want to fight them, Izuku said. Friendly spars Izu. Rumi sighed. Not every fight is a fight to destroy someone. Sometimes it's just a spar for practice. You should know this. We did those all the time. Right.
Sorry.
Izuku apologized. Tell me about your new friend, that redhead. That's Kirishima. Izuku began. So I think it is established that I am two-dog here now, Katsuki announced as Tetsu picked himself up from the mat. Whatever. Tetsu put out his hand. Hell of a fighter, though. PSSH, I know. I spent my entire life training to fight so I can get to my goal, Katsuki said. Number one hero or something like that? Tagaru asked as Hanta and Denki got in the ring they made, by drawing a square in the middle of the room, Mashireo refereeing. No, it was Izuku, Katsuki said. I wanted to save him when it all happened and set my sights on getting strong enough to beat the hell out of the man that took him. You were friends with Midoriya before that? Tenya asked. Was he different then? Denki asked. Right before Hanta flipped him. He was happier, but you can't blame him for how he is, Katsuki said. If anyone messes with him, I will kick their ass. Who here is a big enough dick to mess with Midoriya like that? Tetsu said. I'll fight them too. Ijiro said. He doesn't deserve to get shit on. Let's all just make an agreement to kick the asses of anyone who mess with Midoriya. Tagaru said. We're the Midoriya Defense Squad now. Katsuki grinned. Not what I thought our group name would be, but it is definitely a good one. Tetsu said. Wait, where is the guy? He went to his room. Hanta pinned Denki. Speaking while doing it, Denki got out of the pin and reversed it. So does this count as a meeting for the group? Tagaru asked. Yep. Rule number 1 is kick the ass of anyone disrespecting Izuku, Katsuki said. You went from seemingly calm and nice to aggressive, Mashireo pointed out. I'm not serious about this, Katsuki said. A knock happened at the door and Pony opened it up, making her entrance. I want in the fight club, Pony shouted. We're not a fight club anymore, Tetsu said as he took a swig of water. We're the Midoriya Defense Squad. I want in that more, Pony stated. You guys jump topics fast, Kyoka said as she followed Pony in. We're just guys being dudes. Denki shrugged. Watch the flip, Hanta exclaimed before he flipped Denki over him. Ah, Denki said in surprise as he went through the air. Hey, no throwing each other, Tenya scolded. That's rule number 14. My bad, Hanta said sheepishly as he helped Denki off the ground. Later it was time for dinner, and every dorm building had food brought in for the first 4 days for the students. Everyone was now back in the commons and talking at their own tables, except for Tenya, who was relaying the news about their food situation. So after 4 days, we gotta start our own list and such for groceries, Tenya announced, everyone letting him take control for the most part. At least they got us pizza tonight. Hanta smiled as he took a slice. It says right here that we can write a list that can be taken to the main building to a staff member who can order the food for us. Momo had the paper now. As long as it is reasonable, we can do it that way. Just put down spicy food once in a while, Katsuki said. Helps my quirk. It would be smart to put down things that could help our quirks. Tetsu nodded. Put down things with high iron. I'm not picky. Momo was jotting down requests from everyone. So have you two just become the leaders of the class today? Kyoka looked at Tenya and Momo. It works so far, Katsuki said. And making it the strongest person wouldn't necessarily be smart if that person isn't a natural leader. Tsuyu added on. Yeah, you two are fine as class reps, Ijiro said. If we do have a selection process, let's just make it you two since it is natural for you guys. Momo blushed. Thanks for the position. I shall hold the position with honor, Tenya declared. Hold that enthusiasm and keep it going well, Ijiro said. Momo looked at Izuku, who was silently eating at what was his spot now at a table with Ijiro, Pony, and Katsuki. Midoriya, do you need anything for your quirks for the list? Milk, Izuku answered quietly. Momo nodded and wrote down extra milk. She turned to Kiyotaka. Do you need anything Akatmitsu? Kiyotaka shook his head, not saying a word. He didn't plan on making friends with this entitled people. He only had one reason to even be there, and that reason was sitting 3 tables away from him. "Hey Midoriya, can we spar after this?" Toguro asked. "Not with your bones or my blades, just hands and feet please." Izuku nodded. "Excellent. I want to see if my own reflexives are up to your super reflexives." "Where did you get the scarf, Midori?" Pony asked as she looked at the green scarf Izuku had. "It's my mom's." Izuku answered. "I found it in a box." "It's pretty," Pony said. "I like it." Izuku replied. "Okay, hear me out, guys." Denki started. "Midoriya's quirks are really cool and strong. So I gotta ask, how many of us do you think he could take on at once?" "Probably like 4 of us at most." Tetsu said. "No one can really take on that many people all at once." Hanta said. "Maybe a few. I took out every guard at the compound by myself." Izuku said, not realizing how off-putting it was for the others to hear him say that. "Okay." Kyoka's eyes were a little wide with worry. "Man, we gotta teach you to not say weird things like that." Ijiro said.
Sorry.
Izuku apologized. "Don't apologize," Katsuki said. "You're fine. It's just off-putting sometimes when you say things that aren't normal. Especially that."
Sorry.
Izuku apologized again. "Stop apologizing, you're fine." Katsuki looked a little annoyed. Izuku wanted to say sorry again because he felt guilty about it, but instead he just nodded. "Okay, Midoriya, first one to get 3 strikes on the other's chest," Toguro said as they stood across from each other, having taken to the ring now. "Okay." Izuku nodded. "Avoid the crotch and other areas, though," Tinya said. "Money on Midoriya?" Denki looked at Kyoka and Tsuyu next to him. "We shouldn't gamble," Tsuyu stated. "Any stipulations, Midoriya?" Toguro asked. "I don't want to accidentally hit a sensitive area from Yoram." Toguro didn't really want to say from Izuku's days of being tortured.
I'm fine.
Izuku said, taking off his scarf carefully. He turned to Katsuki. "Can you hold this?" "Sure." Katsuki held the scarf. "Is anyone just now noticing Midoriya has been barefoot all day?" Kiryu asked. "Oh, he is." Hanta nodded. "Okay, let's do this." Toguro said. "Don't go easy, Midoriya, but don't kill me. No simple jabs, let's have a good fight." "Okay." Izuku nodded as he slid his right leg forward and held his right arm out at Toguro while he held his left up towards his chin. "Begin," Tinya said. Toguro moved first, rushing in while Izuku followed the insect like a kid with his eyes. Toguro went for a strike, but Izuku dropped straight down, twisting as he did and swinging a fist sideways into Togoro's side. "Ow shit, you swing hard," Toguro said as he took a step back.
Sorry.
Izuku apologized. "Don't apologize for being strong," Toguro said. "That just makes this more exciting." He went back at Izuku, trying to place multiple strikes, but Izuku blocked each one fluidly, not wasting a single movement before he brought his knee up into Togoro's chest, making it his second strike. "I can see why his other fighting is called dancing if this is anything like them," Kyoka commented. "Everything is smooth." Toguro felt like Izuku's reflexives were definitely superior to his, but he wouldn't quit. Going back and he decided to sweep Izuku's legs, succeeding as he did, but before he could have Izuku's chest the boy twisted himself in the air, bouncing off of blocking a stroke from Toguro and rolling backwards on the floor before jumping back up. "I feel like you could have gotten your strike in during that," Toguro stated. "I would have fallen doing it." Izuku responded. "It would have been unwise." "Anyone notice how he has way more confidence sparring than any other time?" Denki asked, getting an elbow from Kyoka. Izuku was about to move again towards Toguro for the offensive, but his vision became splotches of black and white, his head searing in intense pain. Izuku yelped as he fell over, clutching his head, and everyone jumped back when his bones spiked out like Izuku had warned them of. Everyone was wide-eyed at it before Izuku got quiet and slumped slightly against the ground, a few bones falling off and decaying rapidly. Izuku sat upright once he could, not looking at anyone because he felt embarrassed of what just happened. "You good now, man?" Tetsu asked. Izuku nodded. Katsuki walked over to him and handed Izuku his scarf. Thinking it might help him at that moment. "Let's call it for sparring tonight," Toguro said, not planning on taking disagreements from anyone. Maybe something good is on TV right now. Some of the kids had decided to go to their rooms at that point. The ones who went to the commons were Katsuki, Mina, Ijiro, Tetsu, Tagaru, Hiryu, Tinya, Kinoko, who had decided to start a garden outside, Pony, Momo, and Kyoka. Izuku had decided to go to his room despite the others saying they wanted him there. I know he told us those happened, but seeing it was definitely uncomfortable, Kyoka said, talking about Izuku's mental episode. I know. Hiryu nodded. I wanted to help him at something, but he asked us not to because of the bones. It sounded like it hurt him a lot. Momo added. There has to be some way to help him. As his classmates, it should be our duty to make sure that we can help him if there is a way, or to find a way in which to help, Tinya stated. So is this the full roster of the Midoriya Defense Squad now? Katsuki asked as he looked at everyone. Definitely.
Mina nodded.
He seems too sweet for that stuff. Even if he sometimes comes off as weird, he can't help that. Ijiro said. You know what happened to him. Best we can do is just let him know we are here and willing to help, and kick the ass of anyone who tries the opposite, Katsuki stated. Who's evil enough to want to harm Midoriya? Kyoka asked. All for One looked at the two canisters. Months ago, when he had his Nomu take some of Izuku Midoriya's blood, he only had enough that he could make one perfect Nomu, as Kyudai called it. All for One changed his mind before they could make that Nomu, thinking it would be better in the future if they could have a safeguard if Izuku might find himself on the road of recovery, which it seems he has. Now All for One had two serums, made with the entirety of Izuku's blood that he had at his disposal. One he called the Mark of the Earth, and the other was the Mark of the Sky. Combinations of quirks housed in the blood that would, when injected into a person, would join their bloodstream and become part of that person. All for One was glad he had collected multiple small quirks over his long life, some of which seemed pointless to have until now, where they made the perfect mind-corrupting parts of his marks. He already knew who would receive the Mark of the Earth. If he wanted Izuku and that boy's blood, he would have to corrupt him to his side. However, the Mark of the Sky was still something of a predicament to All for One. He wouldn't use it on his successor. No, he couldn't risk the harm if the mark on him. The marks could very well kill whomever they are placed upon, and he couldn't risk his successor. He would just have to wait for his pair of eyes to let him know if any candidates exist at UA. That's the end of the chapter. I feel like I might have done Izuku's character wrong for this chapter. I made him out to be previously unwanting of any contact with others, and he willingly stays around the others when he could have left. Then again, he willingly went to live at the dorms and wants to try to be normal, and friends are normal, and he did promise Rumi to try. I won't immediately have the pairing start going off. I like a little build-up, and where these two are right now is not anywhere close to couple yet. Hope you guys like slow burns. I'll give a shout out to whoever can tell me what makes each mark unique and who gets the marks. The difference is kinda simple because I am stupid. Just so everyone knows, the person I want to give OFA to is in the Midoriya Defense Squad. Class 1A's roster for this story is the same but with the additions of Hiryu, Tetsu, Tagaru, Kinoko, and Pony. This part is very, very important. Kiyotaka Akitmitsu is not an OC. He is actually a character in MHA I couldn't find the real name of. If you absolutely have to know who he is for yourself, the only hint I give is his first name I gave him is the first name of his voice actor. Chapter 5. I don't own MHA, guys. I can't draw. I accidentally added an extra person to Class 1A that I didn't mean to. Mineta was supposed to be in 1B for this FIC, and I didn't realize my mistake. I fixed it, and here is who is actually in Class 1A. Izuku Midoriya, Katsuki Bakugo, Tetsu, Tagaru Kamakiri, Kinoko Komori, Shoko Todoroki, Hiryu Rin, Momo Yaoyorozu, Pony Tsunatori, Fumikage Tokoyami, Ijiro Kirishima, Mina Shido, Hana Siro, Achiko Uraraka, Tenya Ida, Tsuyu Azui, Kyoka Jiro, Mashireo Ojiro, and Kiyotaka Akitmitsu. Class 1B has Aoyama, Sato, Mineta, Turu, and Mezu. Kuda's the one not at UA, but he might show up in the story, I dunno. Sorry again for my mistake. I try not to have mistakes that big. It was the first day of classes, and everyone had begun to filter downstairs for breakfast. Izuku had put on his school outfit except for the tie, not actually knowing how to tie it. Instead, he went with wrapping his mom's scarf around his neck. Going down the stairs, he saw most of the class had gotten downstairs and had started to eat food made by Katsuki and Tsuyu. "You guys made food?" Denki asked as he walked by Izuku. "Yeah." Katsuki slid a plate down the counter so Denki can grab it. "Figured we could start with the food prepping ourselves immediately. I cooked for my little siblings all the time, so it's fine." Tsuyu said, "I enjoy cooking." "Izuku, your plate is coming," Katsuki said as he moved some eggs onto a plate. "Thank you," Izuku said quietly as he took the plate and went to his same spot he had the day before. Pony and Ijiro were also in their same spots, as was everyone else. "Midori, why aren't you wearing shoes?" Pony looked at Izuku's bare feet. "I don't like shoes," Izuku answered as he picked at his pancakes. "I like sandals. Those wooden ones you had on at the exams?" Ijiro asked. "They look clunky." "I like them," Izuku replied. "Well, why don't you have them now?" Pony asked. "I forget to wear them," Izuku answered. "I will get them before class." Shota wanted to sigh when Nizu called his name in the hallway. "Hello, Aizawa." Nizu smiled as he approached the tired teacher of 1A. "How was your morning?" "Same as always." Shota was hoping Nizu would get to the point. He could see that the animal had something on his mind. Thankfully for Shota, he did get right to the point. "I request that you don't skip orientation this time for your quirk assessment test. You can still have it after, but let the kids actually have an orientation so they can learn about our various facilities and meet the other classes if briefly." "Is this because of Midoriya?" Shota asked. He knew Izuku was a special case, but he didn't plan on treating Izuku so vastly different from before. He would definitely not be crass with Izuku, but he thought it would be insulting to him to just treat the boy like a little child, like how he thought others were planning on handling him if they ever had to. "He is part of my reasoning, yes. He needs to see that he isn't different and can fit in," Nizu said. "Making someone change their routine for him isn't showing him he fits. If he finds out, he will think he is even more different." Shota said. "How would he even find this out?" Nizu asked. "For one, it will be the first time in years I have my class show up for orientation. Other teachers will say something, and his advanced hearing will pick that up." Shota explained. "I guarantee they will be fine, and I will let them all know everything from orientation." Nizu nodded. As much as he felt like just ordering Shota to bring his class to orientation, he decided to let Shota teach his way. "I still want him to speak to Ryo." Shota nodded. "That is understandable. So should we expect Aizawa-sensei to question our sparring room?" Tetsu asked as he ate his eggs. "Hopefully not," Hanta said. "I enjoyed it." "I didn't as much," Denki said. "That's because I flipped you like an omelet." Hanta laughed. "You guys should just get an actual gym," Kyoka stated. "Definitely." Ijiro nodded. "That way we can go all out." "Should you guys go all out?" Achiko had a concerned look. "Not Midoriya. He could crush us going all out." Tagaru said. "I don't want to crush you guys." Izuku spoke. "He doesn't mean it like that," Tetsu said. "He just means you are stronger than us, and going all out for you is a different league than us." "Oh," Izuku responded as he grabbed his cup of milk. "Hey Izuku." Katsuki started a few minutes later as everyone started other conversations. "Do you want to come to my parents for dinner tonight?" Izuku didn't respond at first, so Katsuki added to what he said. "They were worried about you also. It will make them feel better to see you okay." Izuku nodded. "Will they be upset I don't remember anything?" Katsuki shook his head. "They'll understand. They'll just be happy to see their godson." Izuku looked at Katsuki. "What?" "They're your godparents." Katsuki didn't know if Izuku was aware of what godparents were at this point. Izuku did. He just didn't know he had any. "Tonight?" Katsuki nodded. "Yeah, it's tonight." Izuku hesitated before he asked his next question. "Can Rumi come?" Katsuki had to think for a second on who Rumi was before he remembered it was the rabbit hero Mirko. He remembered seeing her in the press conference after Izuku got saved from that compound and during the villain attack, as well as when he saw Izuku at the entrance exams. Katsuki realized Rumi was very important to Izuku and nodded. Of course. I can tell my parents right now. Izuku nodded, figuring he could tell Rumi at that point also. Let's begin to go to class. Tinya announced. Bro, we have 20 minutes. Hanta gave a confused look. We should be prompt and early for everything. What bad could happen from being a little late to something? Denki asked. Heroes should always be there on time. Tinya said. Heroes weren't on time for me. Izuku said quietly. Dude. Ijiro gained a worried look. That's a valid reason to always be prompt and ready. Tetsu didn't actually know what to say. He decided to just support what Izuku said. Which means let's start going. Katsuki said as he stood up and began to collect plates. Hey Azui, I can put them in the sink and have them soak until this afternoon. I'll clean them then. That's fine, but call me Tsu. The frog girl said. I'll clean them next time then. Okay, Katsuki nodded as he continued to grab plates. Izuku went back upstairs to grab his sandals while everyone made sure to grab the last items they also needed. On the way up to his room, Izuku pulled out his phone and dialed Rumi's number. He didn't like to text because he needed to hear people for it to feel real, and Rumi had said before she would always answer the phone for him. Izuku said as he heard her answer the phone.
Izu.
Rumi yawned. It was early in the morning, and she was worried he had problems during the night. How are you doing now?
Infine.
The guy Katsuki asked me to go to his home for dinner tonight. Izuku said. Rumi had heard about every one of Izuku's classmates from him last night. She really appreciated the ones who were making sure to be friendly with Izuku. Do you want to? He said his parents are my godparents. Izuku added. Will you come too? Of course I would like to. Rumi didn't hesitate. She didn't like people or situations where she has to be with people, but she ignored that for Izuku. What time? Izuku paused. He didn't know what time because he didn't think to ask. I don't know. Rumi pursed her lips. Okay, how about after classes are done I can just pick you two up and take you there? Okay, I can tell Katsuki. Izuku nodded. That works. Are you making sure you always breakfast? Rumi started to kick into her mom mode. Katsuki and Azui made food for everyone. That was nice of them. Do you have your sandals? I just got them on. That's good. Rumi replied.
He Midoriya-man.
Ijiro's voice came from the hall. Ida wants us all to go as a group together to class. He said it would show something about our sense of togetherness. I'll leave you to your classmates. Rumi said. Have a good first day, Izu. By Rumi. Izuku began to leave with Ijiro. By Izu. See you this afternoon. Rumi waited for Izuku to end the call. She never wanted to unless he did it. Bye. Izuku repeated himself as he ended the call, waiting a few seconds beforehand to see if Rumi had anything else to say. Ijiro waited until Izuku had lowered his phone into his pocket to speak. So how are you, man?
I'm okay.
Izuku said as they went down the stairs. Are those sandals really comfortable? Ijiro looked at the Geta-styled wooden sandals Izuku had. I like not having shoes. Izuku said. Shoes feels restraining. I don't like it. Ijiro guessed it was something to do with Izuku's unpleasant last and didn't question it more. They look like they would hurt if you kicked someone with them. I broke a tree branch one time. Izuku stated as they entered the comments. You did what? Denki overheard them. My sandals. Izuku said as Tinya started to do a head count to make sure they were all there. Won't they break? Pony said. They don't look like they could last long like that. I have a few spares. Rumi makes me have at least 5 spares because she doesn't like me walking barefoot. I wouldn't either. That could hurt your feet. Pony wanted to say something to Izuku about how he shouldn't go barefoot, but he already had the sandals on. I have been working on it. Izuku went against himself, wanting to say the same line he said to Rumi months ago. Couldn't you make replacements with your bones? Tagaru turned around and asked. You can make bones in any form, right? Izuku nodded. I never thought of that. He could easily make some makeshift sandals from his bones if he ever needed to. Those would definitely hurt in a fight. Tagaru stated. Where is Akitmitsu? Tenya said as he noticed the missing person, everyone else accounted for. He doesn't even seem like someone to be part of a group. Denki said. We should still all go together, Tenya said. Kiyotaka walked down the stairs at that moment in his school uniform like everyone else. Let's just go. Tenya knitted his brows. He didn't know why Kiyotaka had an attitude with everyone. Let's go, everyone. They began to walk in two lines, one led by Momo and the other by Tenya. Izuku was in the third set from the back, next to Katsuki, Ijiro, and Pony in front of them. Rumi said yes. Izuku started. That's great. Katsuki nodded. My mom is excited. Rumi said she can get us from school after classes and take us there. Izuku mentioned the earlier proposal. Katsuki nodded again. That is fine. My mom said she is making katsudon. Izuku knitted his brows, wondering why that felt like it should mean something to him. Kiyotaka watched Izuku from the back of the class, making sure to follow his orders about watching for any cracks or things of interest at all in the boy. Shota was watching the class as they were going from the dorms to the building. He wanted to make observations of the class and see how their different personalities all would act together. He did find it odd that the normal hot-headedness and aggression of 3 of his new students had yet to surface. Katsuki, Tetsu, and Tagaru all had files stating that they had quick fuses that would go off easily. He didn't count them making a training room as an example, because that was just boys being boys having to get off energy. Katsuki wanted a different level if aggression as the Ither too, however. He didn't try to make himself number one and fight for it. He would get very defensive of anyone wanting to pursue goals and anyone who was negative about that goal, as well as aggressive anytime the subject of Izuku was even close to being brought up. He seemed very defensive of Izuku now that Yui had his old friend back. He figured maybe Izuku's presence might have influence on all of them, as he could see the 3 seemed to stick around him on the way to class. For all he knew, maybe Izuku had a calming factor for them all, and they wouldn't be aggressive. On the way through the school, they weren't the only class heading to their classroom early, but that was a bit problematic because their class got attention as they went through the halls of UA, specifically Izuku. One noticed how others looked at Izuku and how uncomfortable it was making the boy. Izuku knew he would have people still giving him odd looks and the such, but being in 1A where they were nice was a different pace he preferred over this. Are they really letting him in here? Izuku heard someone whisper. Isn't he mentally unstable? Another person said, which was heard by people in 1A. Some of his classmates started to see Izuku was gaining a sad look. Katsuki grit his teeth, turning to the person who just said that. Shut the fuck up. He deserves to be here more than you. If you fucks want to say something, come line up so I can break your teeth in. Tagaru joined Katsuki in yelling at people. If you talk shit, I will make you regret it. Tetsu added. Guys. Tenya was about to tell them to not tell, but Kyoka behind him used her earphone jack to keep his mouth shut. Just let them yell for a second, Kyoka said. The students all filed into the classroom, finding a piece of paper giving a seating chart. Izuku's seat was number 16, the first seat in the row by the window. In the seats surrounding his, numbers 11, 12, and 17, were Ijiro, Hiryu, and Tetsu respectively. Izuku didn't mind this since all 3 of them were nice to him. Everyone in the class besides Kiyotaka seemed nice anyways. Shoko was quiet, but she wasn't exactly mean to Izuku. He did wonder why she seemed to stick in his mind, however. Once everyone got to their seats, Tenya, in seat 3, spoke about the hallway. Bakugo, Kamakiri, Tetsu, I understand why you said what you said, but you can't go threatening other students at UA. It wasn't a threat, Katsuki said. I was making a promise. Tagaru and Tetsu nodded in agreement. Just don't make violent promises like that then, Tenya asked. If they don't stop being pricks, we won't stop, Tetsu stated. He patted Izuku's pack in front of him. We gotcha back, man. Thank you, Izuku said quietly. He liked that someone defended him, even if the way wasn't necessarily a nice way, he still liked it. So where is Aizawa-sensei? Katsuki asked as he leaned back in his seat. Number 18. They were early to class, sure, but shouldn't Aizawa be there earlier than them? I can't wait for orientation, Pony said with excitement. I bet the other first years are fun. We aren't going to orientation today. Shota entered the classroom, looking at everyone, glad to see them in their assigned seats. The seats were random save for Izuku and the 3 on his sides. Shota made sure that Izuku would have the kids with the quirks that could protect themselves the most if he had a mental episode were the closest, so that less harm would happen if any. We aren't? Tenya asked in surprise. Did they cancel it? I think it is pointless to have a repetitive 3-hour lecture on parts of our school grounds and what we expect of each of you. Shota pulled open a drawer on his desk and started to pull out plastic bags that had gym clothes with names of each of the students. We obviously expect good behavior and actual effort. Shota began to pass out the clothing by handing them to the first person in each row to pass back. You should all already have a pamphlet that is located in your dorms in the various training facilities and grounds of UA. Everyone put their gym clothes on and find me out at Field 3. Shota left the room. Everyone began to grab their gym clothes and make for the door to go to the locker room. He doesn't waste time. Tagaru stated. That's great. Tetsu grinned. More time for training. In the locker room, everyone quickly changed, but Katsuki couldn't help but notice all of the scars that Izuku had when he was changing. He paused for a second when he saw them, and it made Tagaru next to him stop too in confusion.
What?
Tagaru asked. Katsuki stopped looking in Izuku's direction, not wanting to give too much unwanted attention to Izuku's scarred body. Nothing. He hoped that no one else would call out Izuku's scars. Tagaru did see the scars and realized what Katsuki was trying to do and nodded. It angered him as well that something like that happened to Izuku. Shota waited on Field 3 and watched as all of the kids began to walk together to the field. He had to admit he was happy to see the 3 kids who got defensive of Izuku in the hallway get defensive of him. This class was already better to him than his other classes just because of how open and helpful they were about Izuku's situation. Something people tend to not be as good about in similar situations in Shota's past experience. Perhaps this year he wouldn't need to have the threat of expulsion for any of them since they had their heads on straight, and others like Tenya or Momo already acted like decent leaders. Let's get cracking, Teach. Tetsu clapped his hands. What are we doing today? A early year test? Katsuki asked. Shota hid a smirk and nodded. Quirk assessment test. Here at UA, we carry the message of Plus Ultra, always going above and beyond. Today I plan on having you each do the same physical test you did in middle school, but with the added strengths of any of your quirks. Can anyone explain my reasoning? He didn't feel like he had to babysit this class and wanted to see if they can think on their own. Izuku raised his hand slowly. Shota nodded to him. Because in the field we need to know the limits and risks of our quirks so we don't cause an accident or hurt any civilians. Shota nodded. Yes, Midoriya. Some of you have quirks that if used even slightly wrong could have bad consequences. I wanted to show you all how far your quirks can go at this given point, but you shouldn't use this as a daily standard as what to do in the field. Shota was glad to see none of the students looked lost. Afterwards, however, because big your unique situation Midoriya, I would like to have a few more tests because big your extra quirks. He didn't plan on calling Izuku out and was 60% sure that the boy wouldn't be embarrassed by it. Okay. Izuku nodded, understanding that he would have more quirk tests since he had more quirks. Aizawa-sensei didn't seem to treat Izuku any different from the other students too much, but was still aware of Izuku's difference. For some reason Izuku liked the way Shota handled his situation. So what's first? Ijiro cracked his knuckles. Shota pulled a baseball from his pocket as well as a scanner. I will have each if you throw this ball as hard as you can, using your quirks in any way possible to optimize the distance. Kiryu raised his hand. Are we to try to use our quirks in any way possible, even if that way isn't practical in the field? If there is a way that would increase your stay, try to find it. Quirks are tools to help us in the field, so if there is a way to utilize that tool, good for it. Shota answered, liking how the kids were thinking. As the highest scorer in the class from the entrance exams, Midoriya, you go first. Izuku nodded as he went over to Shota to take the ball. Are there rules? Shota nodded. Stay in this white circle and do not completely destroy the ball. Izuku nodded again and thought about he would throw the ball. Figuring out a way that might increase the distance if part 2 worked, he began to wind up his arm before he jumped, spun and released the ball with insane speed before everyone held a snapping sound and the ball disappeared from view over some trees. Shota wondered what the snapping was when he looked at Izuku's left, had to see the final joint on his index finger was bleeding and sealing itself up quickly. You shot out a joint? Izuku nodded. I call it my Teshi Sandan, or my 10-finger drilling bullets. I threw the ball, and then shot it while it was in the air to push it farther. Shota nodded, and checked the scanner to see the ball had finally hit the ground. You have 954.6 meters. Good score. Izuku made a small, barely noticeable smile at the praise. Next is you, Bakugo. Shota announced as he pulled another ball from a bag. Nice. Katsuki went into the circle and held the ball. He pointed at the trees where Izuku had thrown his. Just in that direction? Yes. Shota answered. All right. Katsuki said as he threw the ball, releasing an explosion as he did, sending the ball flying fast over the trees. Shota looked at the scanner and waited until the distance was shown. 837.9 meters. Katsuki nodded. That's an improvement. Next is Kirishima. Shota said. Soon everyone had gone through the ball throw, some people having quirks that made throwing the ball unique. Pony had impaled the ball on a horn and shot it off, and it went 935.7 meters. Momo had made a cannon with her quirk and shot it for 2 kilometers. Shoko had thrown hers, then stomped her foot to send out a pole of ice that smacked the ball farther away, much like how Izuku had shot the ball with his finger bone. Achiko had the best throw when her gravity quirk sent the ball into space, and the distance was red as infinity. The next test was a grip test. Izuku had the second highest score with 305.6 kilograms behind Momo, making a heavy-duty clamp that crushed the machine. In the long jump, Izuku had glided far past the sandbox and landed on the side of a building. In the standing high jump test, Shota had stipulated that you can't have your feet hit the ground, but any way to make yourself get higher counts. Izuku had jumped 20 meters up. Momo made a jetpack, making some people question how many objects she knew how to make at that point. Achiko had floated up for 45 meters before she got too nauseous. Shoko made a pillar of ice that kept going until she felt like she might be overdoing it, stopping at 60 meters. Katsuki used his explosions to propel himself 40 meters straight up before he let himself drop to the ground, stating he could go as long as he had sweat to create explosions with. After multiple more tests, they got to the longest test they had, which was a stamina test to see how long they could all go around a track before they got tired. Most people lasted a good 20 minutes, and a few, those being Izuku, Katsuki, Tetsu, Tagaru, Ida Ijiro, and Hiryu, lasted closer to 30 minutes. Izuku, however, was still going after an hour, only then breaking a sweat. Shota had asked him to stop, then knowing he could go a while longer. That was the final test for the whole class, and Shota had started to tally scores and started to speak to the kids. You all have room for growth. You did well today, however, and have potential. Since we have more time since we skipped orientation, once you all know your spot here, I want all of you to either develop right here a quirk exercise, work in any quirk exercises you know, or do physical workouts. Except you, Midoriya, since I still have more for you. Okay. Izuku nodded. Shota handed the paper to Tenya, knowing how the class had dubbed him and Momo their leaders already. Just remember that just because you are near the top of near the bottom does not mean you are by definition that level of skill in the class. There are many ways to win any situation besides using maximum force. Read yours, then come over here, Midoriya. Shota walked away for another part of the field. Tenya waited to announce the placements until everyone gathered around him. Okay. Starting at the number 1 person going down, it is Midoriya, Bakugo, Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, me, Tokoyami, Kamakiri, Ojiro, Kirishima, Tetsu, Ishido, Azui, Rin, Tsunatori, Shiro, Uraraka, Kaminari, Jiro, Komori, and Akitmitsu. Good job getting top, Midoriya. Tetsu said. Shooting your finger definitely helped that. Hiryu said. Doesn't that hurt? Pony asked. It does. Izuku nodded. It's as like getting my joint ripped out, but it's patched up just as quick. Healing fast as shit isn't an excuse to always harm yourself, Midori. Pony huffed. Izuku noticed how Pony had started to act like Rumi when it came to his poor sense of self-preservation. It was kind of odd, but he didn't mind. I have to take my other tests now. You're avoiding the subject. Pony huffed as Izuku walked away to Shota. How many joints can he shoot? Denki asked. Could he shoot them like a machine gun? Ask him later, I guess. Hiryu shrugged. I can do that with my scales. It'd be cool to see someone else with a similar thing. Over with Izuku, he stood in front of Shota. Midoriya, I want to be honest with you. I understand everything that happened to you, and I know it must make you view your blood as a curse, as well as having an unwillingness to use some quirks you gained from it. Izuku shook his head. The bones I have some problems with. It reminds me of his quirk a little. Shota figured he must mean the man who kidnapped Izuku. I don't doubt that. However much you will not use your quirks, I want to just make the point of quirks being tools. You have more because of circumstances, and that means more is expected from you from a lot of people. Are you one of them? Izuku asked. Shota shook his head. I have exact expectations for each of my students that is well within their capabilities that will also take work. I understand if you will not use some of the quirks, but today I want you to test any quirks that could use testing. Like my flame breath? Izuku asked. You have gained your father's quirk? Shota asked, not remembering seeing it on the sheet he was given after the entrance exams. I got it just recently. Izuku explained. Have you practiced with it? Izuku nodded. I can use it, but I don't have as much natural resistance to the flames like my dad did. I have to train it more. I burn my mouth using it. My regeneration negates that though. Your regeneration is very helpful in the process of your quirks since your body isn't immediately built for every quirk. What tests do you have? Izuku asked. I was aware of your finger bullet technique. I have some targets here set up in the trees, and I want you to hit them all in less than 30 seconds. It will test your reflexives. Okay. Izuku nodded and faced the trees. Do I do it from here? Shota nodded. Yes. They will all start to move when I press this button. Shota showed the remote he had. Hit the target while they are moving. If they are hit while being still, they will have a red light. I want less than 4 red lights. Izuku nodded, and Shota pressed the button. 2 targets popped up from separate branches. Izuku immediately fired 2 joints, and the targets shattered from the impact. 3 more appeared, and Izuku managed to hit 2 of them. This went on for 30 more seconds, and Izuku hit a majority of the targets. You got 28 out of 30. Your reflexives are definitely something. Shota commented. Explain your Mako FA. It's like a battery I have. It charges me, and the quirks that require energy from me use that instead. I don't feel tired for a while unless I use too much of one quirk and make it drain my Mako FA fast. My dances are the worst for that, or my flame breath. Izuku explained. Your dances. They use your actual bones, correct? Shota asked. How does it cause more pain to use them over your bone layer? I make them shift into the shapes that are required, and that causes massive strain to my body. The worst ones are my 2 Tessenka no Mai dances. I believe you used the one called the flower at the exams. Shota stated, remembering the large drill Izuku used. If that used his real bones, it must be insanely tiring to use. What is the other one? It's called Vine. It uses my spine like a whip. Izuku answered. That must cause back pain. Shota didn't want to see Izuku use the dance that started with ripping out his whole spine. That one hurts my back and chest. Izuku stated. For another test, I want you to use flame breath as long as you can. Shota got ready to inspect the flames. Okay. Izuku nodded as he prepared his fire, a glowing happening in his throat as he prepared to unleash his flames. Kiyotaka stopped when he saw Izuku release the flames off with Aizawa. He wasn't aware that his target had gained this quirk. He would have to let his leader know of this development immediately. We'll look at Midoriya. Denki stopped running laps with Hanta to see the large torrent of flames Izuku was releasing. I thought it would be like small flames, Hanta remarked. Katsuki had a smile seeing the flames, knowing Izuku must be happy to carry his father's flames on. Shoko had noticed the flames, and it made her start to have a seed of doubt for her choices regarding her own quirk. When Izuku stopped releasing the flames, he had a small smile, despite the burnt appearance of his lower face that was healing at a decent rate. Shota wrote a note about making sure to record next time on how Izuku's resistance is to see its rate of growth. That was good, Midoriya. Your flames are strong, and you can hold them for a good while. How is Mako FA handling itself at this point? Shota didn't know how much energy it had or how much everything took from it. He didn't want to risk causing the boy to have actual injuries or cause damage that lasts. I am at. Izuku tried to get a grasp on the battery. Because of the flames, I am around 60%. Shota didn't even know where Izuku was before the fire. How much did the fire take? It uses a lot of energy to keep my insides at least resistant, and the healing of my mouth and face along with the fire itself was 25%. Izuku stated, it's the most costly to use. I'm assuming Mako FA can increase its capacity as well as everything else? Shota asked. Izuku nodded. It does. Can you show me that dance of the camellia of yours? It will be the final test today. Shota didn't want to overwork Izuku. He kind of liked the boy for how quickly he was to the point. Izuku nodded. On anything in particular? I do better if I have points to focus on. Shota pointed to the trees. Any of the trees works. Got it. Izuku moved his feet into his stance and took a breath.
Tsupaki no mai.
Izuku whispered his dance as ripping sound was heard and a form was taking shape over one of his shoulders underneath his gym shirt. Izuku removed his right arm from his gym top and put his left hand over the now visible bone hilt of his sword bone and began to pull it out of his shoulder, his arm going limp like before. The bone was shaped like a katana and was covered slightly in a clear liquid. Izuku's eyes were still closed, and he took another breath as he held the bone sword up in front of him in his left hand. Dance of the Camellia. There was something intimidating about Izuku's dance beginning to Shota. The calmness Izuku gives off as he takes a breath and forces a bone from his body in simple motions was definitely something he wouldn't want to fight against. Izuku flashed forward and slashed at multiple small branches, as well as the trunks of some trees as he went through the motions of his dance. The dance was fluid and Shota had to admit that it showcased a lot of Izuku's skill. Izuku stopped after 4 minutes, breathing heavy for the first time that day. Is that enough? Izuku asked. He saw his teacher nod and Izuku let go of his bone sword, which decayed really fast once it was out of his grasp. Izuku took a breath and felt that his energy was at 45%. You did good, Midoriya. I won't run you through any more tests today, Shota stated as he finished writing notes. Tell the others I will be expecting you all in the classroom shortly. Izuku nodded as he went to tell the others. The closest two were Tetsu and Ijiro, who had decided to spar. Hey Midoriya, Tetsu said as he traded a blow with the redhead. Wanna join? Izuku shook his head. Aizawa-sensei said he is expecting us in the classroom soon. Gotta wrap it up then. Ijiro grunted as he took a blow. Izuku watched them fight for a second. It would be easier to block attacks instead of taking everything and being purely offensive. Our style is pure offense. Tetsu said. Our quirks make our defense. Your quirks might get tired after a while, and then it's just you. Izuku pointed out. Someone who has only one big strength isn't as good as someone with multiple medium strengths. The two sparring partners stopped their spar, both looking at Izuku with the same idea. Teach us a better style, man. Tetsu stated. Yeah, I bet you have a great style for us. It sounds like you have a few. Ijiro said. Izuku felt awkward because people didn't normally ask him for advice. The only person bring Koda, but he was a different case. It doesn't have to be immediately right now. Ijiro said. Tetsu nodded as he leaned on Ijiro with his elbow. Yeah, man. Just whenever you want. Izuku nodded. Okay, I am going to tell the others now. We'll join you. Ijiro said. We can split up who we tell and get to class faster. Shota sighed as he walked up to the door of the building, knowing he was going to get an unnecessary lecture. Don't you think you were too blunt with him? All Might asked as he looked at Shota. Are you trying to say honesty is something I should not have done with him? Shota responded. You know what he has been through, and you just bluntly say that you are aware of the fact that he thinks his blood is a curse? All Might said. What I have said to him has caused no damage. He wasn't upset with me at all. Shota stated. He was cooperative with me and didn't show any signs of discomfort doing the extra tests. All Might knitted his brow. He knew that Shota had a point, but the what looked almost apparent lack of care Shota had for the situation bothered him. I was fully aware of his situation the whole time. Shota spoke again. He needs someone who doesn't coddle him, but is there as guidance that tells him everything honestly and doesn't try to trick him at all. He is fine, All Might. All Might wanted to argue, but looked at Izuku far off, who had been talked into a fist bump with Tagaru. His class has taken a liking to him. The rest of the students had not yet. Shota remembered the scene in the hallway. I guarantee that at least for a little bit the only students here that will be like this will be his classmates. Is that why you didn't even mention the expulsion threat you usually have? All Might asked. They don't need that threat in this class. They are good kids. Shota replied as he went inside of the building to find Hound Dog. All Might was surprised to hear Shota say that. From everything he had heard from the others, Shota was an ass who didn't like other people. He expelled kids before, but this one class he actually liked? All Might wondered if it was the whole class, or one certain student that Shota took a liking to. Hey Midoriya man, how does your fire work? Denki asked as they were changing back into their school uniforms. I light the fire in my throat and expel it out of my mouth. Izuku answered happily, eager to talk about the flame quirk if any of the quirks he had. Dude, I would hate to fight someone, and halfway through they just breath and turn me to toast. Hanta said. Have you tried to combine your dances with flame breath? Katsuki asked.
No.
Izuku shook his head as he put his scarf back on. Why not make a dance centered around flame breath? Tetsu asked. That would be cool. I haven't tried that much yet. Izuku admitted. I still need to make my resistance to it better. Resistance? Why does it hurt you to use? Tagaru asked. It burns. It's worth it. Izuku said as he put his sandals back on. It's your best quirk, Katsuki said, knowing by now how much flame breath meant to Izuku. Rumi likes my reflex quirk because she said I make a good sparring partner. Who's Rumi? Denki asked. My caretaker. Was she the lady with the rabbit ears I saw yesterday? Ijiro asked. When you were about to enter UA? Izuku nodded. Denki then snapped his fingers. Wait, your caretaker is Mirko? Izuku nodded again. Dude, she is hot. Don't hit on Izuku's caretaker. Katsuki deadpanned. You spar with Mirko? Tagaru asked as they left the locker room. Sometimes we make a game while sparring. One time it was whoever lost had to make dinner. Izuku remembered that time when he did in fact lose and learned how to make a stew that Rumi liked.
Iguis.
Pony said as the girls met up with the guys at the classroom. Where's Aizawa-sensei? Momo asked the class as they entered the room and saw he wasn't there yet. Shouldn't matter. Tagaru walked to his seat. He wanted us here, and he might be getting something. Wanna play cards? Denki pulled a deck from his pocket. You better not gamble. Kyoko warned him. No gambling at all. Tenya said. Denki out his hands up. Relax guys, geez. No gambling, just cards. I'm in. Tagaru said. Might as well. Tetsu agreed. Oh, I want to play. Pony exclaimed. Izuku looked at Katsuki. Is it okay if we go somewhere before dinner? Katsuki wondered where Izuku wanted to go. I guess. Where is it? I just want to see my parents, Izuku said. Katsuki wondered if Izuku meant the memorial site and nodded. That's no problem, Izuku. Aizawa entered the room at that point, followed by a large man who resembled a dog with a mane of scruffy blonde hair. Put the cards away. Denki snapped his fingers and began to collect the cards. Since I decided against having you all go to the orientation, he is here to give his speech he would have if you did show up. Shota sighed as he sat at his desk. The other adult faced the students. Hello, Class 1A. I am Hound Dog and am the lifestyle guidance counselor here at UA High School. I am here to provide support and advice in any way I can for any number of problems you have with your career choices or general life. Izuku raised his hand, which Hound Dog was not expecting anyone to do yet. Yes? Problems like all of mine? Izuku asked. Hound Dog thought that Nizu was joking earlier when he said that Izuku was very blunt about everything. It did help speed things along for him. Yes, indeed, Midoriya. I can be helpful with life advice as well, and am a good person to vent anything to. Shoko raised her hand, something no one expected since she was always quiet and didn't like to get involved. Like if we are struggling with a mental dilemma? Hound Dog was wondering what dilemma Shoko had because it seemed like she was referring to something specific. Yes to that as well. My door is always open during school hours and up until 7 at night for anything you need off of your chests. I keep discretion as much as you need or want. Hound Dog finished, talking out some of the stuff he felt unnecessary for this class. He had an odd feeling from the kid in the back with the brown hair, but he brushed it off. That is all I needed to say. If you kids ever need someone to talk to, my door is open. His goal was to get Izuku interested in seeking help, and it seemed like the boy was interested at least slightly. Once Hound Dog left, Shota spoke again. On the first day after orientation is done, normally your teachers for each class have an introductory class to let you know their expectations. That will happen after lunch, which gives us 1 more hour. I want to go through each of your quirks with you here before that for a proper explanation from you, so I can better understand them. Midoriya, you already did that with me outside, so you are fine to stay quiet unless you have something else to add about your quirks when it is your turn. I will go by seat numbers. He turned to Kanoko, who had seat 1. He said the next thing for the whole class, however. If you are too embarrassed about it, I should point out each of your class mates will be working around you, and this is an opportunity for teamwork and growth among peers. Not the speaking right now per se, but working together in general. Kanoko nodded and got ready to speak. It was now lunch. All of them had told Aizawa about their quirks, and he had made valid points when he spoke, offering pointers for their quirks. For Kanoko, you said it would help if she had a tool that could add water or humidity to the air to make her mushrooms grow faster. For Kyoka, he had mentioned that she should talk to Present Mike about tools to make her sounds more effective. Most importantly, the class got to finally learn more about their mysterious classmate Kiyotaka, learning that his quirk was called gas and anyone who breathed it in would be sent to sleep, including Kiyotaka himself. He didn't contribute much more, but they at least got a little on him. Shoko had still not brought up the other half of her quirk because she didn't want to acknowledge what Sue had gotten from her father. The class had taken to 3 tables that could sit them all with a little spare room at lunch. Kiyotaka had taken his lunch and left, but the other 19 had stayed together. Man, I knew UA was a big school and obviously had the best of everything, but the food selection here is amazing. Tetsu declared as he began to wolf down a steak. It is rather nice, Momo said, slightly put off by how Tetsu ate. She had multiple sweets in her lunch. Why do you have that much sweet food? Pony asked. Aren't you worried about losing your good figure? Momo shook her head. Creation uses up the fatty cells in my body to create everything. So you have a free pass to eat however you want? Kyoka asked, looking a little annoyed when Momo nodded.
Lucky.
Pony made a pout. I have to actually work out for my figure. I just dance. Mina said. It's fun. I don't dance like Midoriya though. Izuku wasn't paying attention since he was too busy trying to ignore some looks from around the lunchroom. People recognizing his green and white hair. Want me to kick their asses? Tagaru said when he noticed Izuku's expression. Izuku shook his head. I don't want to make a scene. It would be me making a scene. Tagaru pointed out. Kamakiri, please don't fight anyone. Tenya stated. Stay civil. You know I don't want to do that. Tagaru gave Tenya a look. However, Midoriya doesn't want their teeth kicked in, so it won't happen. Thank you, Izuku said as he started to peel an orange really fast by making a small sharp bone in his finger. Wow, that looks like you practiced it. Hiryu commented when Izuku finished skinning the orange in less than 5 seconds. I like cooking, Izuku said. Rumi says I can be a chef. He enjoyed cooking a lot because it was something he had control while doing. Well, since we have 3 apparent cooks in the class, who do you guys think is the best? Ijiro asked. Let's take it a competition, Katsuki said. You say that because you know you would lose. Tetsu laughed. No, I would not, Katsuki stated. I think I am good enough to win. Tsuyu said. Let's have a cook-off tonight then, Denki said. 3 cooks make us all dinner, and then we have the winner declared. Even if we all 3 wanted to do that, me and Izuku won't be here tonight, Katsuki said as he began to eat his curry. Dinner with my parents. Whack, Denki replied. Tomorrow morning? Izuku asked. He liked cooking, so he would take this opportunity to do it. Oh, see, even Midoriya wants to do it, Hanta said. Do we make them all make the same dish? Achiko asked, very interested in this. I make good omelets, Izuku said. I can also make these breakfast wraps that dash. Okay man, save it for tomorrow. Tagaru slowed down Izuku, who was getting very excited, something everyone enjoyed seeing. Okay. Izuku nodded. It was kinda cute how excited he got. Kyoka commented. So you do like Midori? Pony accused.
No.
Kyoka said. I can't make an observation without you saying that, can I? Nope. Pony smiled. How about this? Tetsu held up his hand. Bakugo and Azui both cooked already, and we have expectations for them now. Why not make the competition tomorrow night's dinner, and Midoriya can wow us with his breakfast-making skills tomorrow? I like that. Izuku agreed with a smile. And that's all that matters, Hanta said. Kiyotaka opened his phone and dialed the untraceable number on it. He had moved to a rooftop of UA where he knew he wouldn't get bothered. What is your report? The voice of his leader said, not wanting to waste time and knowing that Kiyotaka would only call if it was important. Midoriya has gained flame breath from his father somehow, Kiyotaka stated. It seems to be his favorite if his reactions are anything to go by. He should naturally. The quirk helps tie him to his past. Anything else? It seems like our classmates have already started forming bonds with him. He doesn't seem to be panicking about his situation as much as we thought he would. That does make us have to push a little harder when the time comes. I have a new job for you. Am I not to focus on this one anymore?
No.
This is in regard to your previous job of finding the seams for us to rip at. The marks. I want a second person. They will be instrumental in Midoriya's corruption. Find someone who, if they fall, he will, or vice versa. Someone he could sympathize with in any way, and have that person run by us before my pupils' plans take place. We will begin giving them the seeds of corruption then. Right. I shall watch everyone here for a candidate. Kiyotaka heard the phone line cut off. It was now the end of the school day, and the students of 1A were on their way back to the dorms. So let's just swap out our clothes and hit the road, Katsuki said to Izuku, who nodded as he went for the stairs. Katsuki turned to Tsuyu before he went up the stairs as well. I will still get the dishes when we come back, I swear. Tsuyu waved him off. I can get them tonight, you can get them next time. Are you fine with that? Katsuki asked, not wanting to have her do it. You're fine, Bakugo. If I have to call you, you're calling me Katsuki. The explosive teen stated. Wouldn't it be cats to have a quality? Denki asked as he walked past. Katsuki's temper rose at that. Don't call me cats, Pikachu. Your temper is so random. Denki stated. I'm calling you cats. Tsuyu said. You're fine. Katsuki nodded to the frog girl. I'm going to get ready to leave now. He left to go upstairs. Denki looked offended once Katsuki left. Wait, so I get yelled at, but she doesn't? Maybe he thinks she is cute and doesn't yell at cute girls. Mina offered. But he yelled at Kaminari. Hannah joked. Oh wait, you said cute girls.
Oh ah.
Denki fake laughed. I'll shock you. No you won't. Tinya and Momo both said from their spots at the couch area reading their separate books. Haha. Mom and Dad yelled at you. Hannah joked again. You guys are immature. Kyoka sighed. I find it funny. Pony stated. Izuku came back down the stairs at that point, in his civilian clothes that consisted of bone-white slacks and a dark green button-up shirt, as well as his sandals and his scarf that was always around his neck now. Didn't you wear those yesterday? Denki asked. All my clothes look like this. Izuku said. I like this style. It clearly likes you, man. Ijiro nodded. Bet you get so many numbers just walking down the street. Numbers? Izuku asked. Phone numbers. Tagaru filled in. He means you must have a lot of girls hitting on you. No one hits me. Izuku looked confused still. This is going to take all day with you guys.
Minasai hid.
Midoriya, they mean you look good, which you do because that makes you look hot. Kyoka quickly added. Not like flames, but just attractive. I got that one. Izuku said. Thank you. Let's get going. Katsuki came down the stairs. Rumi might be waiting. Izuku went for the door. Bye. See you, Midori. Pony waved. We'll be back before 8, Ida. Katsuki said. Doesn't curfew happen at 9? Denki asked. The curfew is 9 for the gates of UA and 10 for being back at your dorms. Momo answered as she flipped a page in her book. So what now? Hanta asked. Want to find a gym and fight? Tetsu asked. Pretty much all of the guys bar Kiyotaka all agreed. All of them exiting fast. The only guys who didn't go were Tinya and Fumikic. Ida, can you make sure they don't do anything too dangerous? Momo asked without looking up from her book. I was finishing my paragraph before I did. Tinya nodded. At the gates to Ue Izuku AMD Katsuki saw Rumi, who was thumping her foot like a rabbit while waiting. Once she saw Izuku, she got happy and wrapped him in a hug.
Izu.
Did you have a good day? Rumi was happy to see the Bly who was like a son to her. I used flame breath. Izuku stated. We had a quirk test and I placed first. That's impressive. Rumi nodded. Only because you waved too much stamina, man. Katsuki said. Hi, you must be his friend Bakugo. Rumi said to Katsuki. He told me about you. Did he say how I got second in the quirk test? Katsuki boasted. He didn't, but good job, brat.
Brat.
Katsuki repeated. The old him would have lost it at that, but him as he was now just questioned it. All kids start off as brats to me. Rumi stated. You gotta impress me for name recognition. That's my goal for the day then. Katsuki grinned. Well, let's go. What's the address? Rumi unlocked her car. Can we go to mom and dad first? Izuku asked. Rumi gave a surprised look. The other day when he went there took months for him to work up to. She didn't expect him to want to go back so soon. Sure. Same deal as last time? Izuku nodded as he got in the car. Rumi put the car in park once she got by the memorial building. All right, Izu, while you do your thing, we'll stay here. Rumi gave Izuku a smile for support. Okay. Izuku nodded as he went to the building. Katsuki watched as his friend went inside the building he seldom went in himself. How many times has he gone there? This would be the second time. Rumi answered. Kid, I got a job for you. What kind of job? Katsuki was wondering where Izuku's caretaker was taking this. Izuku has a very delicate past I know you are aware of since you were his childhood friend. Izuku needs support to keep him from collapsing in on himself. Rumi started. She and the Pussycats have done their best with Izuku and it has helped him by bounds, but there was still so much more to do. I don't care if you tell other classmates about this AMD, recruit them, but he needs a support system. Funny thing is we formed the Midoriya Defense Squad yesterday. Katsuki said. Most of the class is in on it. Meet MD, this other kid got ready to fight people in the hallways who were whispering about Izuku. Rumi made a smile. You're a good kid. Izuku went into the room like he did the other day, his heart not thumping as wildly as it did the last time he was here. He stood in between the graves and took a breath.
Imom, Idat.
I'm at UA now. Izuku was speaking quietly. I found your things, and I'm going to keep them as reminders of what real heroes are. I don't think I can be one like you guys. I have too many issues to be a hero like you guys. People keep trying their best to make me feel like one of them, but what if I am not? What if I am living a lie? A tear strolled down Izuku's face. I'm afraid I am just like people keep saying I am. That I am a monster. How do I know if I am? Izuku didn't speak for a minute. I don't know what I am truly meant for, and it scares me. Everyone else gets parents to guide them, and you guys didn't get the chance to help me know who I am. Izuku stopped venting his problems. He found small comfort in being there by his parents, even if they were gone for a decade and he was talking to graves. It was comforting. Does he stay in there long? Katsuki asked. He wasn't getting impatient, he was just worried about his friend. Last time he was in there for a while. Rumi let out a soft sigh, also getting worried about Izuku. A few minutes later they both saw Izuku walking out of the building. He wasn't hiding his face in his jacket as he didn't have it that time, so they could see his red eyes, so they knew he had cried. Hey Izu. Rumi said as he got in the car. Are you okay? Izuku nodded.
I'm okay.
You said we're having Katsudon tonight, right? Izuku asked Katsuki. Katsuki didn't like how Izuku didn't want to talk through his problems, but he wouldn't force Izuku. Yeah, we're having Katsudon. That sounds good. Izuku said. I cooked it one time. Izu's a great cook. Rumi stated. We actually have a competition tomorrow night to see who the best cook in the class is. Katsuki said. Well, obviously Izu is going to win. If it was breakfast, he would beat everyone so easily. He makes these wraps with things he knows I like, and it's delicious. Well, I would like to think I have a fighting chance, Katsuki said. Tsu also, she is a great cook. Which one is that? Rumi didn't remember hearing the name Tsu. Azui, Izuku answered. He had told Rumi about all of his classmates the night before. Why does this one call her Tsu? Rumi asked. She asked him to. Izuku answered. Intriguing. So this quirk test you had, I'm assuming you had to have more because of your multiple quirks? Rumi asked. Aizawa-sensei gave me more tests. He had me use flame breath as long as I could and a test for my reflexes. He also asked me to do my Tsubaki no Mai. At least he didn't make you do one of the 2 Tessenka no Mai dances. Rumi was trying to figure out why the name Aizawa was familiar to her. He was really forward about my quirks and situation, Izuku said. Rumi looked irritated, thinking Izuku was upset about it. I liked how honest he was to me. He told me that he does have expectations for me, but he has expectations for everyone based on their skills from what he saw. Katsuki found the two talking kind of nice, as if they were family, and Izuku was telling a parent about his day at school. It's that building right there. Katsuki pointed at the apartment building where his parents' apartment was. They had just parked the car and were following Katsuki to the apartment. Izuku stopped for a second, having a feeling wash over him, like he had been there many times. He kept walking, brushing it off because he knew Katsuki was an old friend, so of course he would remember the area slightly. They entered the building and went up the stairs. Are you sure they won't be upset I don't remember them? Izuku asked as Katsuki was about to open the door. They'll be so happy just knowing you are okay. Katsuki reassured Izuku as he opened the door. Mom, Dad, we're here. Hey, sweetie, a woman's voice said as she came from the kitchen. She looked like an older, more feminine version of Katsuki. Her hair had gray streaks despite her otherwise young-looking appearance. She saw Izuku and her heart stopped for a second. He looked so different from the little boy she used to watch over all the time. But at the same time, he looked just like his parents, just enough to tug her heartstrings. His facial structure that was like his father and those green eyes, despite how dead they were emotionally, looked so much like Inko's. Seeing the scarf she knew was also Inko's was another thing that made her feel sorrow. Her eyes started to water, and she rushed over to Izuku to hug him. I'm glad you're here, Izu, Mitsuki whispered. Years of stress that had built up all leaving her just being in her godson's presence, knowing he wasn't being harmed anymore. Izuku was never one for hugs. He mostly kind of stood there during them, but he put one arm around the woman. Mitsuki let go of the hug and looked at him. How are you?
Infine.
I'm doing good, Izuku said. Katsuki's father, Masaru Bakugo, came into the room. He too noticed the similarities Izuku had to his parents and also felt a wave of sadness. Hey, Izuku. Hi, Mr. Bakugo, Izuku said in reply. Masaru put a hand in Izuku's shoulder. It's good to see you. He was told by Katsuki earlier in text, as well as Mitsuki, that Izuku's memories were all missing or only back in segments. It saddened Masaru that Izuku went through something that stripped him of his good memories. It's nice to be here, Izuku said. It feels safe here. You'll always be safe here. Mitsuki gave a smile. Izuku smiled also, feeling genuinely safe with them. Dinner is almost done, Masaru stated. It should be another few minutes. Hey, Izuku, I might have some of your things here in my old room, Katsuki said. Would you want them? Probably, Izuku answered. Let's go then. Katsuki led the boy to his room.
Rumi Usajiyama.
Rumi introduced herself to Mitsuki. Mitsuki Bakugo. The blonde woman smiled. Thanks for watching over Izu. He's a great kid, Rumi said. He can't play cards at all, but he is great. It feels so good to see him better after what happened. On the news months ago, he looked like a shell of a kid, Mitsuki said. He has gotten way better since then. Rumi agreed. Did you ever adopt him? Mitsuki asked. Adopt? Rumi repeated the word. She never thought of filing to adopt Izuku. From what Katsuki said, Izuku holds you very close. It may be good for him, Mitsuki said. As his godmother, I think you should. I mean, he already is like a son to me, or weird little brother. Rumi stated. I just never thought of actually adopting him, not that I am against it. We can help you with the paperwork. Mitsuki offered. They make people go through hoops for it. Thank you. Rumi smiled. So your memories just trigger, right? Katsuki said as he pulled a box from his closet. They just pop up when something close to them happens. Izuku said. Like how I remembered you in the dorms. I'm glad you did, man. Katsuki said as he opened the box, showing a bunch of comic books and an old action figure of Izuku's father on top. I think this just has comic books in it. Izuku held the action figure of his dad. I like it. I think Mom and Dad might have another box from your parents in their room. We could probably get it after dinner. Katsuki and Izuku were moving through the comic books, and then Katsuki found a journal. It had the writing of a 3-year-old on the cover. What's that? Izuku asked as he saw Katsuki holding it. He looked over to see the writing on it. Goals for the future. We made this after your dad told us about his. Katsuki said as he stood up and grabbed one he had on his desk, the one he made. Izuku held his and a memory popped into his head. Dad. Dad. Izuku ran into his father's study, Katsuki right behind him. Hisashi turned in his chair. What's up, Izu? Izuku held up a journal that said goals for the future on the front. What is this? Oh, that? Hisashi let out a laugh as he remembered the journal. I made that when I was 5. It was everything I wanted to do in my life, and I wrote it as a checklist. Cool. Both of the little kids said as they looked at it. Can we have one? Hisashi nodded, pulling spare journals from his desk. Anything you think would be cool to do could go in there. Like stopping a supervillain, Katsuki said in excitement. Or breath fire, Izuku said, dead set on wanting to inherit his father's quirk. That is a good goal. Hisashi enjoyed how much his son looked up to him. We can beat a supervillain by having you breath fire on them, Katsuki declared. Yeah. Izuku nodded. Dad, when do I get my fire? You have your quirk check appointment in 2 weeks if it doesn't show up before then, Hisashi said. Izuku felt sad as he opened the journal. He looked at the first page, and it made him feel worse. It was a drawing he made of him and his father, the goal written below. Be a super cool hero like Dad. Izuku doubted so much that he could be a hero like his father, but he would try his best. Mine says start a band with you, Katsuki said as he showed Izuku the third page in his, which had those words as well as a drawing of them in what looked like a band, with Katsuki on drums. Izuku smiled at the picture, flipping to his second page and finding a similar page in his own journal. Mine says that too. We really wanted to start a band. Katsuki chuckled. Let's do it, Izuku said a minute later. Huh. Katsuki looked up from his journal. I want to do everything in this journal, Izuku said as he closed the journal. Let's make a band. Katsuki made a smirk. This sounds like a fun time. I'm in. Hey boys. Mitsuki's voice was heard. Dinner is done. Let's take this all to the dorms tonight, Katsuki said. Yes. Izuku agreed as he got up. Tell Mom I'll be there in a sec, Katsuki said. Okay. Izuku left the room. Katsuki looked at the final page in his journal, the one that mattered the most to him for years. It only had 2 words, but those guided him for a decade. Save Izuku. Katsuki closed the book, thinking that it was almost completed. Dinner was a good experience. It reminded Izuku of the times he would have with the pussycats at the lodge, everyone chatting about anything and eating together. Mitsuki had found out that Rumi and Izuku's show they liked was one she liked herself, so they spent a good portion of the dinner talking about it, Katsuki and Masaru being lost to that particular discussion. The boys talked about their classmates for a bit, talking about the different personalities at play. They said how Aizawa always seemed tired, but was really smart and helpful with them. Rumi loved the part where they said a fight club was made, her boasting about how she had one back when she was at UA and was undefeated. After dinner, Masaru was cleaning the dishes and the women were enjoying tea when Izuku asked a question. Do you have anything of Mom and Dad's? Izuku asked. We do. Masaru nodded. We kept everything. I can get it in a minute. Me and Izuku decided to make a band, Katsuki stated. Really? Mitsuki had a slight smile. What made this decision? We found journals that we got the idea for from Dad. Izuku answered. I don't know what to play though. I got drums, Katsuki said. I'm pretty good at them. I think I own an old bass guitar. Rumi said. I got it as a gift but never actually learned to play. Well, now you have your bass player and your drummer. Mitsuki said. You should find someone with a good voice for vocals, though. If Katsuki did it, they would think a badger was having a stroke.
Ah,
Katsuki made a half-fake laugh. I didn't want to be the vocalist anyways. Jiro likes music. Izuku said. Maybe she might like to join. Katsuki nodded. We can ask her after we get back. Masaru came back into the room with the box. This is all we have, Izuku. After what happened, some people acted like vultures and took anything they could. Some people were nice enough to help us get what we could. Izuku looked eager to open the box. Opening it, he saw smaller boxes, each labeled with his mother or father's name. Izuku pulled out a box with his mother's name and opened it, finding a small case with a necklace in it that had a red pendant with the initials HM on it. I remember that, Mitsuki said. Your father made that necklace on their 5th anniversary. It has a drop of his blood, and he said something about how she would always have a piece of him with her. It was really sweet. Inko even made him one with her blood a month later on his birthday. Izuku looked at Mitsuki. Wait, my mom has blood somewhere? Mitsuki got confused by the question, and Rumi immediately knew what Izuku was thinking. If there was a necklace with his mother's blood, he could attempt to recreate the DNA that made her quirk and honor her like he was with his father's quirk. I believe that it was something we didn't get back, but I don't know. Izuku began to start pulling out every small box that had his father's name on it, looking for the necklace. It could be here? Mitsuki looked at Rumi for an explanation. He could get her quirk. The rabbit woman explained. Is it possible you have it? I found it, Izuku stated happily as he held the case, with the necklace that had the small amount of blood. A smile was on his face. We can visit Dr. Aiken later to see about giving you the quirk, Rumi said, enjoying how happy Izuku was at the development. Izuku suddenly hugged both Masaru and Mitsuki. Thank you. They both smiled at the boy's actions, glad to help their godson. Rumi pulled out her phone and began to text Dr. Aiken, asking him if he was available at that moment. Let's see what else is here, Mitsuki said as Izuku let go of them. Okay, Izuku said as they began to go through the box's contents. 30 minutes later, Rumi got an answer from Dr. Aiken by getting a phone call. Apologies, I was in a surgery, Yuga said. Has a development happened with Izuku? Can you make healthy blood from a few drops that are close to 16 years old? Rumi asked. That does sound like a complicated procedure. Are the drops sealed tightly that entire time? Yuga asked. They are, in a necklace. Rumi answered. If you bring them to the lab, I can see what I can do. Blood is not my expertise, but we do have equipment that might make it possible. Thank you, doctor, Rumi said. We will be there soon. I will be here till 9 tonight, Yuga informed her. My door is always open for you and Izuku. Take care until you get here. Rumi smiled as the call ended. Izu, Dr. Aiken said that it might be possible to recreate your mother's blood and her quirk. Izuku smiled. That's good news. Here I was thinking Katsudon would be the best part of the night, Mitsuki stated. I think starting a band was the best part, Katsuki said. Is it possible to go to there tonight? Izuku asked Rumi, really eager. I was assuming you would want that. Rumi nodded. He said that he is there till 9. Masaru looked at the clock. Doesn't UA close the gates at that hour? They do. Katsuki nodded. I can take the train to UA. While you guys do that, you should have enough time. Is this goodbye for now? Mitsuki asked. It was nice seeing you, Izu. Make sure to visit soon. Masaru gave a smile. It was nice to meet my godparents again. Izuku smiled. I can take the boxes back with me, Izuku, Katsuki said. You just do your blood work. At the doctor's lab, they were greeted immediately by Dr. Aiken, who was in the lobby drinking tea. He had led them to the same room as before and was currently holding the necklace. It might have decayed too far, the doctor said as he held the pendant under a microscope. It is indeed sealed tightly, but the rate of decay might have beat us. Can my blood fix that blood? Izuku asked. My regeneration might heal it. That is a possibility, especially since some of your DNA should co-align with this blood. Yuga mused. However, it is a risky shot since the sample is really small, and this is all you have. Can we do that? Izuku asked again. If you want, I believe it is possible. Dr. Aiken stated. If the DNA is close, couldn't you still inject it in Izuku? His regeneration should prevent anything bad from happening, shouldn't it? Rumi asked. That is a valid point. However, this is up to Izuku since it is him that this would be done to. Yuga said. Could we mix it with my blood and then inject it? That way if the decay doesn't react well, it doesn't happen in me. Izuku proposed. That will take bit to do, but we have the time tonight. Dr. Aiken agreed. I will get what is needed for this. Rumi gave Izuku a look. What are our chances of making it back to UA? Izuku looked confused. What? I want to get your new bass guitar. Rumi said. I don't think we would have enough time afterwards to get it for you and get you back to UA before curfew. If we don't make it back, I can just ask Katsuki to tell Yaoyorozu and Ida that I stayed home. Rumi nodded. That works, I guess. We can watch more of the Fallen Angels if I don't make it back. Izuku suggested. Rumi grinned. It's a plan. Soon Dr. Aiken showed back up with some equipment. I will need just a little of your blood for the mixture. Izuku nodded and held out his arm. He tensed up when the needle broke his skin, but he didn't panic, focusing on the fact of he might get his mother's quirk to stay as calm as he could. Dr. Aiken was quick to begin the process of mixing the two blood samples together. It seems that your blood is indeed regenerating the decayed blood. Nothing bad has happened yet. How long should it be before he can get the blood? Rumi asked. I will need just a minute to see if the whole DNA strand for the quirk is repaired. It will only take a few minutes. Dr. Aiken said as he moved the sample and took it to another room. I hope it works. Izuku said after a minute of silence. It will. Rumi assured Izuku. Katsuki walked into the dorms. Hey, I'm back. Katsuki announced. Where's Midori? Pony said from a couch. He is at a doctor's lab right now. Nothing bad. He just found a way to possibly get his mother's quirk and is going for it. Katsuki said as he set the boxes down on a table. I just got a call from him saying that he is most likely going to stay home with Rumi for the night if he doesn't leave the lab soon. A certain person made a face while listening to Katsuki speak, knowing that he has to report this development as well. As long as he is okay. Ijiro said. He's really good right now. Katsuki said. What's in the boxes? Tenya asked. Stuff from before his kidnapping. I told him I would bring it all here. Katsuki explained. He looked around to see if Kyoko was in the comments. She wasn't. He figured he could just tell her about the band idea later. Wait, does this mean that he isn't making us breakfast? Denki asked. Food is what you are asking about? Ijiro asked. We just had dinner.
Mans gutayat.
Denki shrugged. For all you know, he might get back before curfew. Tenya said. I hope he gets back. Pony said. I wanted to get Midori's advice on my accuracy. Your horns shooting? Ijiro asked. He might have good advice there, but your horns work different from his finger bullet things. He can't move them through the air. Valid point. Pony said. Which room is Izuku's? Katsuki said. I want to put this stuff down in there. Right next to mine. Ijiro said. His is the second room on the third floor. Katsuki nodded as he picked the boxes back up. All right. Dr. Aiken walked back into the room with a single syringe that had the blood in it. The process was a success. Your blood patched up the old blood and has started to carry the quirk in it as well. We can inject it immediately if you would like. Izuku nodded as he exposed his chest and made the bone to his heart like before. Yes, please. Dr. Aiken nodded and repeated what he did the week prior, being careful knowing that Izuku might panic because of the similarities to before. He was much calmer than before, however, and was taking breaths to steady himself. He sat back in the chair while the new blood flowed through his heart, mixing into his bloodstream. He felt like he was burning up slightly, but not as bad as before. A minute later, feeling back to normal. Are you okay, Izu? Rumi asked, feeling glad when Izuku nodded.
I'm okay.
Izuku said. Thank you, Dr. Aiken. It's my pleasure, Izuku. The aged doctor said. My door is open anytime if you need help at all. All right, Izu, let's go get your new guitar. Rumi made a smile as they left. Do we have time before the curfew? Izuku asked. Rumi checked the time. We left early enough that you will be getting in the gates if you want to go back. I like it there, Izuku said. They're funner than me? Rumi asked.
No.
It's nice there is all, Izuku said. I knew they weren't funner than me. Rumi grinned. Izuku had made it back in time before the gates closed. He had the bass guitar from Rumi, which was painted white like her ears, strapped to his back when he entered the commons. Hello, Izuku said as he walked in. Hey, Midoriya made it back? Hanta said. Do you have any twos? Denki asked. Go fish, Katsuki said. He turned to Izuku. How did it go? The blood regained its coating, and I have it in my system now, Izuku said. Wait. Tagaru said. Why are we all brushing past the part where he has a guitar on his back? Rumi have me her bass guitar because me and Katsuki decided to start a band, Izuku said as he sat down. That's dope. Denki nodded. How good are you? I haven't played one before, Izuku admitted. Well, you might be a natural for all we know, Ijiro said as he moved a piece, playing checkers with Pony. Kyoka came down the stairs at that point to get water and saw Izuku's guitar. You play bass? Izuku got a little more attractive to Kyoka if he did. I don't know how to yet, but I want to, Izuku stated. I can teach you, Kyoka offered. I'm decent with a lot of instruments. That's awesome, Denki said, which made Kyoka get red just slightly. You'll teach me? Izuku asked. I love music, and if you are good at it, I can say I made the music world just a little better for it, Kyoka said. Want to join a band? Katsuki asked. Me and Izuku are starting one. Kyoka at first was surprised that they were starting a band, then surprised they asked her if all people to join it. Are you sure? Well, you just said you are good at a lot of instruments, Katsuki stated. You would have more experience than us. I'm on drums since I am decent there. Please, Izuku asked. Kyoka couldn't say no after Izuku asked her. I'm in. We can start lessons tomorrow, I guess. That's fine. Izuku nodded. You guys don't waste time here, Mina stated. A fight club on day one and starting a band the next. It's how we roll. Katsuki shrugged as he shuffled the deck of cards. I'm going to out my guitar up, Izuku stated as he went upstairs. I'll let Ida know you're back, Ijiro said as he opened his phone. All of the classmates had begun to swap numbers for better communication earlier. As he went up the stairs, Izuku encountered Shoko, who was going down the stairs.
Itudoroki,
Izuku said. Edge of happiness had begun to filter into his normal monotone voice. Shoko noticed the difference. Hello, Midoriya. You have a guitar. Rumi gave me it. It looks nice. So do you. Just like when he was 4, Izuku slipped out a compliment without meaning to at all. Shoko's cheeks reddened only a little. Izuku realized what he just said. Sorry if dash. You're fine, Midoriya, Shoko stated, keeping her blush down. I returned that compliment. She walked down the stairs past Izuku. Izuku blinked for a second and wondered why he suddenly felt deja 6 again. He didn't have to wonder when he got a memory again. Izuku fell out of the tree. Luckily, it wasn't high enough to hurt when he fell out. However, another kid in the park saw him fall and she panicked. Are you okay? The girl ran up to the green-haired boy upside down in the dirt. Izuku looked up at her and felt his breath leave again. He was young and didn't know much, but this girl was exactly that word his dad would use towards his mom all the time. And also being a 4-year-old, he still had no filter to stop him from saying everything in his mind. You're beautiful. The girl looked as confused as possible. What? Izuku rolled over into his stomach and stood up. Eye level with the girl. Her dual-colored eyes were pretty. One was gray, and one was turquoise. Her hair was also 2 different colors, being white on the fight half and red on the left side. I said you're beautiful.
Sorry.
It's okay. She paused. So you are fine? Izuku rubbed the dirt off of his knees. Yep.
I'm Izuku Midoriya.
He put his hand out like his dad does when he greets people. The girl accepted the hand hesitantly.
I'm Shoko Todoroki.
She looked at the tree. Why were you climbing the tree? I saw it and thought I could climb it. Then I fell off. Izuku scratched his head. Izuku let his gaze go to the bottom of the stairs, wondering how things had changed so much. He didn't even realize till now that he had met Shoko before. She seemed so distant from that girl who thought he hurt himself climbing a tree. He then began to wonder how she got that scar over her left eye, which before now he had made the assumption that it was a birthmark. Izuku made it a goal to find out what problems she had and to help her with them. /n. That's it for this chapter. I wanted to add more, but I decided to end here. Many things happened this chapter. Izuku met Aizawa, who both started to take a limoji to the other. Kiyotaka is obviously a spy, kinda obvious with the quirk who he is. Izuku met his godparents and got his mother's quirk, something that I should have done earlier, but this was a good spot to add it. Izuku found a journal of goals, and he will try to complete them as a way to connect to his past self, first by starting a band with Katsuki. He also remembers his 4-year-old self meeting Shoko, and making a promise to help her thinking that she has problems like his. This looks like the start of something.